My name is Burrell. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
You did, Mr.
Dennis?
Chairman, and I appreciate that
Ms.
very
Burrell,
much.
I have you here as being representing the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Good
you.
evening. Good evening, committee members, iron men and iron women of the House of Representatives today. I'm going to be very targeted in what I'm going to speak of, so I might actually finish within 3 minutes or less. I want to talk about the assistants, the people that help people with disabilities to vote. And obviously what I'm getting at is this law would put on some new requirements for people with disabilities that voters without disabilities wouldn't necessarily have to deal with. That's an inequity. And it's about this form. Right now, they have to fill out a form when there's somebody who's assisting an individual with a disability to vote. But do we need more? Do we need to really ask, what is the reason you're assisting them? Do you really want to know if they write down there, my friend has progressive multiple sclerosis, I'm an attendant to a person with an intellectual disability who I'm helping to vote, I'm helping a person with blindness because she can't really see? You don't need to know that. All you really need to know is that person, the individual, helped that person vote. The reason you're getting into way too much information, too much to disclosure. The oath about word, sign, or gesture. Fact is, there are people with disabilities that rely on words, sign, and gestures that cue them into what's going on, including people that have autism. They learn to respond to gestures to draw their attention maybe to the ballot and where to go. It doesn't mean they're being indicated where to go, where to vote, who to vote for, but these are things that they've learned in order to live in a society when they're not neurotypical. And if you don't do that form right, and maybe you don't, the oath, you don't carry it out right, or somebody thinks you didn't do it wrong, you're subject to criminal prosecution. I'll tell you, I'm the executive director of the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. I'm around people with disabilities all the time. We call this people with lived experience with disabilities. Just in the last few days, I've had individuals with quadriplegia, blindness, and intellectual disability tell me, wow, I don't know if I can ask my attendant, who works with me every day, to go to the polls. I don't know if I can ask him to risk criminal prosecution. So the question I ask for the authors is, if you're trying to get someplace, can we get to that place without some of these things, without these intrusive questions? And to keep in mind things like mail-in ballots and even curbside voting, which is not this, but mail-in ballots and other things and assistance, it's not about a special privilege just because you have a disability. Those are accommodations so a voter with disability can have equal access. That's what we're talking about. Equal access. I'm sorry I took more than 3 minutes.
Hey, Mr. Burrell, you had mentioned, by the way, you were discussing the assistance oath, and you had said something about that will not suggest by word, sign, or gesture how the voter should vote, and you described some examples. I want you to know that that's existing statutory language, and we're not adding anything new to that. In fact, all this bill would add is to ensure that they're then saying, I did not pressure or intimidate, or I did not pressure, coerce, or intimidate the voter to choosing me to provide the assistance. That's the only thing being added there.
Thank you for the correction, but there's and the criminal prosecution is elevated. Isn't that correct? Or that's not for me to ask the questions.
I understand. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Mr. Burrell, thank you for your testimony. And I don't know if you heard when I talked about this issue earlier. It's been a long hearing. And neither the author nor the rest of us have any desire to make it any more difficult for persons with disabilities to vote, and we'll certainly work with you on language. The problem is that some nefarious people have piggybacked onto this, so it's not persons with disabilities or even people who qualify to be assisted whose votes they're stealing. They're latching on to people in the parking lot and using your assistance law to steal a vote from somebody who doesn't need assistance. And we're seeing this not a little bit, but in large quantities. It has become a method of vote harvesting. And it's despicable because we have this in the law for people who need it. We have assistance in the law for folks who could not cast a vote the way you or I could on their own. And these people they're hoping that we won't fix it because we'll be so afraid to touch your voting assistants that they get to keep doing this. And every time they do it, they're stealing somebody's vote. And so what we're trying to get, and the reason why, I believe, the reason why they have in the bill, why are you assisting, is so that we start getting a record of these. When you have somebody with 174 of them, what are these people supposedly being assisted? We can start asking the voter, did you request assistance? Did this person? And you go, no, I'm fine. But I saw the guy in the parking lot, and I thought he worked there. He told me he's supposed to vote. And they'll take him in, and I don't know if you saw the testimony earlier.
I did.
Where the voter said, when do I get to vote? And they said, you just did, because the assistant stole their vote. That's who we're trying to get at. In no way does anybody in the House or Senate want to make it more difficult for a person with a disability to vote. We'd like to make it as easy as we can. The issue is that, I mean, and again, I find it really despicable that somebody would take our most vulnerable voters and use their privilege to try to steal votes from other people. And we need to put a stop to it. We need to make sure they can't do it. But to the extent that we can work with you on and I don't know if you're around here a lot or if you just made a special trip here today. I don't think we've worked together before. But we'll certainly be delighted to work with you on something that helps our folks with disabilities.
And let me state, I get what you're saying, Representative Schofield, and I get what the balancing is you don't want to, and I believe you don't want to cross that line that you're actually creating an extra barrier for a voter with disability. And finding that fine line isn't going to be easy. But I will tell you, it's my job to make sure that you try not to cross over that line to inadvertently create a problem to equal access to the polls for a legitimate voter with a disability. And I thank you for that explanation, sir.
And I think you know better than I, even though I've been on this committee for a while and worked on it before, that over time, when we found ways to make it easier, we would do them, whether it's vote by mail or curbside voting or whatever we could think of and whatever worked. And the United States is a great laboratory of democracy. If somebody else had a good idea, we'd steal it.
Yeah, I think there's a few actually proposed in this legislature, but there are other bills, so I'm not going to mention them. But
so,
yes, they are.
You have done this before.
Yes.
But yes, and believe me, none of us are looking to make it tougher for our folks with disabilities to vote. We're making it tougher for somebody to steal their vote and other folks' votes.
I totally respect that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Real quick, just a reminder, it's about 10 more minutes before registration closes. The chair now recognizes Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Burrell, thank you for being here. And I'm not winking at you. I have something in my contact. But I will, to my fellow members, I shared a letter that was written by Mr. Burrell detailing some of the difficulties that this bill is going to emphasize with people with disabilities. On the bottom of that letter is his contact information. So if you want to reach out, his phone number and his email's there, and I suggest you do. It's a wealth of information. I just have one question for you. One of the issues that this bill brings up is, again, people assisting someone voting. Can you tell me, I'm a judge in there, can you let me know how I can identify somebody with a disability and somebody without?
I would ask them, and not the person assisting, I would ask the individual who is receiving the assistance. And your question is an astute question, because plenty of disabilities are not visible to the exterior. There could be issues, the couple that I mentioned, autism, intellectual disability, seizure issues, those kinds of things are not visible to the outside. I would say the way to do it, and you can do that without being intrusive, without asking what is your specific disability. It's, you're a person here, you have an assistance, well, I'm an individual who needs assistance, and you don't have to go into detail.
No, but my point was, many people on this dais would not agree that I look normal. I think they would challenge me on that. But there's no way to. I mean, you can't tell. I mean, it's so. Thank you for sharing your information. Thank you for being here, and I hope that my colleagues end up following up with you in regards to the issues.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we had Alan Vera? Chair now calls Alan Vera. Sorry, Ms. Vera, I think we had a false start earlier. Ms. Vera, I'm going to try and save you some time. I've got you written down. Your name is Alan Vera. You're the chair of the Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee. That's who you're here on behalf of, and you are here for the bill. Is that correct?
That's all correct. The handout I've just given you simply reflects some comments or suggestions we have for language that might tighten up some of the confusing ideas in the bill. I'd like to focus on some of the things the bill addresses because it solves and addresses some serious election integrity problems. No one's talked about dead voters today, so I may as well start. Let's talk about dead voters. The Ballot Security Committee is growing in both numbers and capabilities. We now have a election data analysis subcommittee that's doing a deep dive into our voter registration rolls, and we're finding some scary stuff. But sometimes you don't even have to dig to get scared. In 2020, the Harris County interim clerk mass mailed ballot-by-mail applications to every registered voter over 65 years of age, about 400,000 applications. He publicly stated in his press conference he used the most current voter registration rolls to be sure he was accurate. Within 10 days of the mailing, we began receiving phone calls from people who lived at the addresses to which the ballot applications had been sent, and who were in fact related to the people addressed on the applications. They were calling to complain because their relatives were deceased. And in fact, the range of deceased time was 2 to 11 years, and we had 43 of these calls. That's not good. We told them how to report the issue and how to get their relative's name off the voter rolls, and then we started getting some even more strange calls. We had 24 phone calls from people who live in Oklahoma. They moved to Oklahoma from Harris County between 2 and 6 years ago. And at their Oklahoma address, they got their Harris County ballot-by-mail application, even though they'd left a long time ago. Now, we've always felt that when people move from Texas to Oklahoma, the IQ of both states goes up. But we think this is still serious enough to be worried about. In the private sector, if you constantly screw up your business and your job and are constantly inaccurate, you get fired. Okay, our citizens deserve to have confidence in the accuracy of our voter rolls, period. Let's go to poll watchers, October 14th, 2020. Signature Verification Committee, NRG Park. Poll watcher Catherine Vanderpool, appointed by candidate Stan Stanner, was denied entry to observe the work of the Signature Verification Committee. On her appointment certificate, the presiding judge wrote, "Poll watchers are not allowed to observe signature verification." And he signed the thing, fool. The poll watcher appealed to the director of elections for the county clerk's office, who refused to overrule the decision. I sent an email to Mr. Ingram at the SOS office, who, God bless him, responded in less than a minute, saying poll watchers are allowed to be in the signature verification committee. Unfortunately, they'd already sent her home by then. They also tried new tricks we hadn't seen before, which is delay the poll watchers. When the poll watchers show up at Central Count, pretend you don't have name badges for them and let them wait a half an hour so they don't see the setup. And finally, my favorite, when the poll watchers show up, delay them by having someone from the county clerk's office check their voter registration to see if it's accurate, even though their VUIDs are on their certificates. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, members, we have 177 witnesses remaining. Anybody have questions for Mr. Vera? The chair recognizes Representative Schofield. Oh, good.
Mr. Vera, as you're aware, we have laws regarding removing deceased voters from the rolls. Are you saying that Harris County habitually declines to follow the law?
I can't say if they decline, which that's a willful act, but I say they don't do a very good job at it because we keep finding this every year.
And did you hear Mr. Simpson's testimony earlier about the thousands of blank, uncanceled mail ballots that walked out of polling places?
Mr. Simpson and I were working together during that time, and I was feeding him all the information daily. Absolutely. So it was a disaster.
When you have these dead names on the rolls and you have names of people who've moved out of town a long time ago, you have names on there that you can vote that aren't going to complain because they ain't here anymore. Is that true?
That's correct. And not only that, but then the people who didn't want mail ballots and got them anyway, turned them in, and they were now free to be voted by somebody else. Total lack of control.
Members, any other questions?
Yes.
Clear. Your wall.
I'm sorry, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vera, for all the work you do for ballot security and tremendous amount of research that you and your wife do. And if you do have anything else that you ran out of time to tell us, that would be fine. But I want to tell you that I am greatly concerned. Now, keep in mind what day of the year this is, but I am greatly concerned about your very open bias against dead voters.
Yes, I understand that. The other part of HB 6, and thank you for asking, that's very important to us, is the issue of real-time enforcement. I had 4 lawyers from the Republican Party of Texas helping me in Harris County with all the crap I was dealing with. Okay? And we'd find something like this, something big, and the lawyers would go to the Secretary of State and the Attorney General to get real-time help. And the answer was, we don't have enough bodies. We can't respond. We can't help. But a poll watcher is being kept out of signature verification. Sorry, I can send an email, but that's about all I can do. We need to start understanding that we have no resources to respond in real time to problems which could be easily fixed before they become more serious. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Clardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vera, for your testimony. I just wonder if you're as concerned as I am about the number of disenfranchised dead voters who weren't allowed to vote in those elections.
Yes, sir, we are demanding a recount.
And I say that somewhat facetiously. I do understand the seriousness of the issue, but there's a bit of despondency setting in with this committee and some of the focus in certain areas of the state. And I feel uniquely situated on this dais because I don't want the people of Texas to think that this is a rampant problem everywhere.
Understand.
And that it's a concern everywhere. I'm pleased to come from an area of the state in East Texas where I have absolute confidence in our elections officials and how the poll watchers and the election judges and the ballot committee that reviews everything, that they do a fantastic job. I have absolute to 100-degree certainty confidence. I think that is the rule in Texas, not the exception. But that said, you've heard me say this before, Mr. Vera, when it comes to voter fraud, I think Texas has to adopt an absolute 0% tolerance policy. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
So let's don't lose hope. Texas has strong elections. We had a strong election. I think the results were valid, what we looked at in November. But the cost of freedom is eternal vigilance. And so those of you that testify this way, that come forward and provide your testimony, I know that's what you're intending to do. But let's keep an eye on the big picture and let's focus on the good things to see how we can improve. But thank you for all the work you do.
And Representative Swanson, thank you for your kind comments. In this battle, some people are involved, others are committed. And I usually make the analogy of a breakfast of bacon and eggs where the chicken is involved, but the pig is committed. So I guess I'm the pig. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. The chair calls Preena Bhatt. Ms. Preena Bhatt. I've called her a few times. We'll give a chance, but that's one of the ones I've called on deck a few times. Or Sarah Bartfield. Sarah Bartfield. Demisio Guerrero. Maybe. Howdy, sir. Demisio
Guerrero.
Guerrero. I have you down as representing Latinos for America, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Feel free to proceed with your testimony, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you because you've been working overtime, long hours, as we have, right? So presumably everybody is tired and not with a great sense of humor by this time of the night, right? Or now you are smiling, you have a still great sense of humor. All right, I became long ago naturalized citizen, and I got involved the last election cycle, and I'm impressed of how how inclusive I found myself of a lot of people maybe see me as a brown, as a brown guy, right?
Sure.
As I've been referred to Hispanic people. Anyhow, I find Texas nothing but very inclusive. I came to Texas 11 years ago. I spent most of my life in California. And so people refer that, actually I have some people from California ask me whether I have found racism in Texas, discrimination. I said, not me. I don't know, you know. So I was thinking for a couple people that came in and talk about against the bill. And they talk about races and color of the skins and this and that. And I say, man, I don't know where they live at, you know. But as far as I'm concerned, Texas is very, very inclusive. All right, I participated very, very briefly in the last elections as a poll watcher. And I was kicked out of the polls even before the voting process started. All right. We're supposed to start the voting supposed to start at 7, and it was about 8:30, 8:45, and the system was still not started working, right? So I went out and sit out on a bench, kind of resting. Being standing up for hour 30 is kind of hard, right? So I went and sit on a bench, and a lady came and sat on the bench with me and started talking to me, and so I replied more than anything else by courtesy, right? The presiding judge saw me, and she said, "You're out." She kicked me out, and I said, "Hey, wait a minute. We haven't started voting." She said, "No, you just disqualify yourself and you're out of here." So I left, but the point that I want to make is there is some overpowering in abuses in the. I didn't let you guys know, but I'm come from RGV, from the Rio Grande Valley area, and it's a Democratic stronghold for the last 100 years plus. Okay, and so there are a lot of abuses, and the judges, mainly Democrats, do whatever they want to do, and they try to get rid of us as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Thank you, sir. And I do want to make clear that I don't think the members on this committee are concerned with the party identification of the actors. We're more concerned with whether or not they're following the rules or allowing people to vote or anything like that. And so, just as an FYI. Members, do you have any questions for this witness? Thank you so much. Very, very important testimony. Thank you. The chair now calls Susan Fountain. And then after that, Anthony Gutierrez, if you're around, you'll be on deck. Hi, Susan.
Good evening. Thank you.
Susan Fountain, you're here on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You may
I'm
proceed with
speaking in favor of it. I represent the Republican Party of Texas for Senate District 16, and I.
Okay. Can you bring it up? One moment, ma'am. I had you down just as with the Republican Party of Texas, so let me just double check.
Same difference. And myself, I'm here as my.
Hold on. This is really important stuff. It may seem nuanced for you, but this is extremely critical that we get it right.
Nathan Johnson. Thank you. Thank you. It's kind of late.
Sorry.
Okay.
Earlier we had like plug-in connection issues. I'm now having Wi-Fi issues. Somebody's supposed to be fixing broadband or something. What does this show there? Susan, I've got you down as representing the Republican Party of Texas. You're for the bill. Your name is Susan Fountain. Is that correct?
That's perfect.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. In the March 2020 primary, I served as a poll watcher in Central Count, immediately following the early voting that was taken. We had 45 early voting locations in Dallas County, and I had served in Central Count before. The scenario is that we watch them come in. They come in dribs and drabs. We got in 5. The first batch, we got 5 of them came in, and I stood as the courier brought them in, and I watched them be accepted by the county elections clerk, and she gave them a receipt, and I asked them to show me the bags, and I wrote down all of the locations off of the names of those bags every time they would hand one over to them. And so I had the locations from these flash drive delivery bags there, and I walked them over the flash drives that were taken out of the bags and taken over to the computers in a tray, and they began to download them. So they downloaded all of the flash drives, and they had the cellophane bag were all clearly marked with the location, and they put the flash drive in all of them, and lo and behold, the bag that had contained the name of the University Park United Methodist Church contained a flash drive from El Centro College. I called out to everyone that there was a different flash drive in the wrong bag, and the election worker worked with ES&S. His name was Nick Mevalek. He was the person who was downloading the flash drives. And I called out to everybody that there were 4 other watchers in there. I called out to everybody that there was a wrong bag in it, a wrong flash drive in there. So we continued, and I documented the El Centro count as was downloaded, and then I put a 0 for University Park United Methodist Church. So the next bag that came in, the next delivery, I again very carefully noted the locations from all of the bags, watched all of the flash drives be downloaded, and every one of them matched exactly with the carrier bag. The third batch that came in another hour later, we began to watch. They came in. I documented all of the names very meticulously. I still have my original notes from that night. And the bag that came in from El Centro College was in this batch. So we downloaded all of the flash drives, and lo and behold,
Ms. Fountain, by the way, I've got to stop you just out of courtesy for the others, but the rest of your testimony may come in through questions. Members, any questions for Ms. Fountain? The chair recognizes Representative Swanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you coming this far and staying this late to testify, and I'm quite interested to hear because you have very personal experience. And could you please finish telling your story?
I'd be glad to. When we finished that third batch of carrier bags and had totally finished with the flash drives being downloaded, the cellophane bag that the last one, the worker Nick Mevalek from ES&S refused to. He kept acting like he was just fumbling with it instead of just leaving it on the table. So he kept holding the bag so I couldn't see the name on the bag. So finally I realized what he was doing, and I asked him to turn the bag around. Well, lo and behold, guess which flash drive happened to be in the bag from El Centro College, but the University Park United Methodist Church location. So I called to everyone's attention that here was the missing flash drive. And these locations are about 12 miles apart. It is totally indefensible that they would be opened, taken out of the carrier bag, put back in the wrong cellophane bag, and reinserted into the wrong bag. Exactly opposite. So they must have been going crazy looking for these 2 flash drives so they could get them back. It's been long thought that we had the flash drives were going somewhere else before they came to central count. And this completely, to me, compromised the rest of the 43 flash drives that we didn't have any trouble with, but we don't know that those were never opened somewhere else in an alternative central count. So
Thank you.
that is.
Any other questions, members?
I would agree that that's very, I can't think of an explanation for that, so.
It just doesn't happen.
Troubling, very troubling.
It just doesn't happen. We've had trouble with our elections in Dallas County for about 10 years.
The chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
So you were a poll watcher, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so why were you not an election worker? Because there was a shortage in Dallas, and I would like to know.
In March, I worked as an election worker on election day.
Okay.
The early voting locations are always staffed by the elections department, and they did not call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming down to your capital. Chair now calls Anthony Gutierrez. Are you here, Anthony? Okay. Got a few people walking our way. I wasn't sure that it was you. Mr. Gutierrez, I've got you down as being here on behalf of Common Cause Texas, and it shows you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed with the testimony, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair members. So I appreciate we're getting on about the 13th hour here. Many of my colleagues covered most of the points I was going to talk about, so I'll keep this fairly restricted to a couple spots. First, I wanted to talk about the poll watcher provisions, the piece of the bill where the presiding judge can or cannot remove the poll watcher. And knowing this is what I wanted to focus on, I was paying really close attention. And I will tell you, I still have not really heard an answer as far as from the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, many of the experts and lawyers. It is still not clear to me when the presiding judge can or cannot remove a poll watcher if they are misbehaving or doing different things. So one of the specific points I wanted to talk about, Nina Perales from MALDEF touched on how the bill could create a dangerous environment within poll sites. And I wanted to dig into that a little bit further. What I believe she was talking about is if you have this ambiguity and poll watchers can disrupt poll sites and it's not clear when they can be kicked out, it really invites all kinds of potential just hijinks in poll sites. And you think about this and you see how much passion people have around these issues. I mean, there's 170 people or so in line still to talk about this stuff right now at 9 or so, which is obviously a positive example. But you don't have to look far to see some really negative examples of people getting revved up about these issues. What happened at the Capitol, there was an example in the past election in Houston, a man who was hired to look into voter fraud, who was a former police chief in Houston, hired as a private investigator, who ended up ramming his truck into a air conditioner repairman who we thought had thousands of ballots, and ended up being somebody who just was an AC repairman who wasn't involved with anything. Mm-hmm. These are not the type of incidents we want in poll sites, obviously. But then, even at a more of a macro scale, if you think about, before I worked at a nonprofit, I worked on campaigns. All of you are obviously heavily involved in campaigns. At some point, some county party, some campaign, somebody is going to decide to test this and say, like, well, if I just appoint a whole bunch of poll watchers into all of my opponent's strongest precincts and just have them ask a bunch of questions and raise a bunch of just trouble and maybe just, toe the line of whether I'm going to get kicked out or not, how far can I push that? And if you're the opposing side to that and they're not getting kicked out, they're not being stopped, and a court's not going to kick them out. Well, what do? Do we just end up in a situation where this becomes a standard practice all over Texas, that this is what campaigns do? This is how they sort of depress turnout for their opposition? We believe this is a dangerous bill, just like Nina Perales said, and we urge you to keep this one in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gutierrez, you just gave some examples. Can you elaborate on why you're so concerned about being able to remove a poll worker, if they're doing intentionally disruptive or problematic behavior? Sorry.
Yeah, so there's, so we and many of our partners you heard from up here work together on what's called the Election Protection Coalition. We recruit and train and deploy just thousands of volunteers that stand beyond the distance markers, and their job is just to assist people with like basic problems or elevate serious things. But issues with poll watchers are fairly common. I can think back to like 2010 in Harris County. There was a pretty famous situation where poll watchers were being appointed into black and brown poll sites in Harris County. What they were doing wasn't blatantly illegal, like probably violated the election code, but they were basically just getting too close to voters. They were getting close enough to the point where some voters were complaining and feeling intimidated. Eventually, the county attorney had to step in. They literally just put tape down to indicate you can walk this far, not any further. Don't get any closer than this. But is that the type of thing that somebody would get kicked out over under this law? Could they just run around in poll sites, kind of looking over people's shoulders, and because of the vagueness of when you can and cannot get kicked out, that seems like a potential thing that you could see widespread.
Yeah, I agree with that concern. That's all I have. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gutierrez, thank you for being here this evening.
Yep.
Do you believe that poll watchers should be trained, and do you believe currently they're being trained adequately?
So my understanding of the current statute is that there's no requirement for them to be trained at all. They just have to have the certificate. I do think there should be probably some type of training, some kind of certification beyond maybe what they have. I will say we are not opposed to the concept of poll watchers entirely. I think there are obviously poll watchers of all partisan persuasions. And, even if a poll watcher is there only to watch the other poll watchers, like, maybe that's a good idea. Also, we do see instances of election clerks, presiding judges who, whether unwittingly or on purpose, just aren't exactly following procedures, and poll watchers are a good way that campaigns can catch that. But, is it a good idea to have more training, something more than just the certificate? That probably is a good idea. Yeah.
Mr. Gutierrez, do you believe that this is going to make voting more difficult for voters?
I do believe that it is possible this could lead to a situation where poll watchers could become very problematic in the poll sites. If they can slow down voting in poll sites in targeted areas, that inevitably makes it harder for some people to vote. I think in Texas, many people have said this before I have, but it is already harder to vote than many other states. If you can slow things down just a little bit more, it does become that much harder.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Mr. Gutierrez, my Democrat colleagues have been kind of grilling people on, well, give me specifics. You can't show this is happening. And I'm not going to do that with you. I will say this. You're saying that theoretically it's possible that if we make it harder to kick out a poll watcher, they might. But we've had concrete testimony today of actual real-world examples, numerous ones, of presiding judges kicking out poll watchers so they won't be watched. That's real life actually happening.
Sure.
Not maybe theoretically if we pass this. I just want you to keep in mind, because I consider Common Cause to be a nonpartisan organization, and I hope that you are.
And we are.
And that, we are trying to make sure that everybody's vote is counted fairly, and the people who the election code already counts on to do that get to do it. Presiding judges have clearly, in lots of instances, been abusing their authority by kicking them out. And when you kick out the person who's designed to watch you, first of all, where else in government do we allow that? person who's assigned to watch you, you get to tell them they're gone. But when you start seeing that in mass, that if I were a common cause, that would worry me. Why are the people who are running our elections kicking out in large quantities people who are supposed to make sure that they're being honest? And I hope that y'all will consider that.
Yeah, if I can just one thing I would add. The example I mentioned, I mean, I did talk a little bit about sort of like theoretical things that we're worried about. There definitely are very specific instances, and I can follow up with the committee if you like, which is examples of poll watchers misbehaving in poll sites, and some of them being kicked out for an actual reasonable reason, both in Texas and nationally. If that's helpful, happy to provide that.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
Thank you. So the business community is really coming out against these bills, and we now have AT&T and Southwest that have since come out with statements. Are you agreeing with the business community that is against this bill?
I am. I've seen, I think I saw American also. I saw former Speaker Strauss with some pretty strong words on this. All of those that I've been seeing as I've been sitting here for the past 13 hours.
Yeah.
Excited about all those. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Any other questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Clardy.
Chairman Kane, Mr. Gutierrez, thank you for being here. I got to tell you, this is my first time on this committee, and this has been really an eye-opening experience for me in a bunch of different ways. As I've said, I represent rural East Texas. The problems I'm hearing about on both sides are foreign to my experience and foreign to the elections that have been run. And these aren't just the November Republican versus Democrat, but also the nonpartisan elections or the other political subdivisions. But it seems to me that these are sincere people that have real complaints, that are seeing things, and it comes down to the fundamental problem. There's a distrust that has crept into our society. And I think it's reasonable for one group to want to have poll watchers who watch the elections officials and to make sure that things are being done. When we hear about bags being halfway closed and their backs turned to them, and I don't know what was going on there. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Yeah. But it creates just a negative thought, and we see this kind of suspicion grow in and creep into the fabric of what we need to have, which is absolute confidence in our elections. Conversely, we hear these stories of that the election officers, that you can't follow the chain of custody, watching boxes of ballots or canceled ballots move from one place to another. And you can see where that's a legitimate concern. If you don't know what they're doing, and not that they may be they're doing exactly the right thing, but it doesn't look right. Or poll watchers being excluded from a precinct location or from some other location. I mean, you can see if you put yourself in their shoes, that's not an unreasonable concern. And the purpose is to not try, convict, and sentence. The purpose of these individuals is to identify and see problems and bring them to light and let them be investigated. Don't you think that's an entirely reasonable thing to do?
Yeah, I think I would agree with most of that. Yeah, that's, I mean.
But let me flip it down the other way.
Sure.
There's also this concern that there are people lurking around the voting location that are there under color of authority, under color of law, that they're entitled to be there, and that they can do things and either just by standing too close, mumbling under breath, whatever the behavior is. I mean, personally, I've told folks in this committee, I don't want somebody that I don't know standing close to me when I'm voting. Nobody likes a lurker. And so, I mean, both sides seem to me to have some reason here. But I think this is the purpose of this bill, is to try to find that balance. We heard from our friends with the disability group. I want to thank Representative Fierro for introducing us to Jeffrey Miller and his testimony. There's a lot of competing interests that are all valid, but that's what makes this country what it is. And so,
sure.
Bear with us as we do this. I appreciate your insight, but like I said, this is kind of all new to me. I see a bunch of people in this room. They wouldn't be up here at 9:30 at night. They're getting paid less to be here than we are. We're getting paid $600 a month,
yeah.
And so, it just I think it speaks well. It's a great testament to our country and to our state. Know that our heart's in the right place, and I'll include most of my Democratic colleagues on that. not even listening now. Yeah, she wasn't even listening. Absolutely, our vice chair. So, but this process, this bill, we've got a lot of work to do on it. I think we've got a great foundation. I appreciate Chairman Briscoe's work in making changes, working with stakeholders, getting us where we are, and we're not through yet. We've got some time to go. So, everybody's inputs is important, and especially that which is non-repetitive and non-cumulative as we testify into the wee hours tonight. Thank you for being here, Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, and I would say that the part about trying to figure out, are there places poll watchers should be allowed that they aren't currently, like that seems like a legitimate argument, a legitimate thing to look into. I think it's the part that we get stuck on is when are they allowed to be kicked out? When are they allowed to be removed? And that's the piece that I think this is the third committee substitute. I'm not sure there's a solution to that, but happy to work with y'all if there's room to sort of discuss this more.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Representative Clardy, if you don't mind, I'm going to, if I could pass the chair over to you for a moment. I'll go stretch my legs and grab a drink, but I just want give a heads up to those who may be on deck. I'm not saying to come forward. I'm just going to read some names, okay? Christy Callahan, Dave Augustus, Michael Slayton, Demetrius Smith, Dylan Villalon, Darcy Wilbanks, Patricia Zavala, Carisha Rogers, Rebecca Rogers, Judah Rice, Trent Poole, Renee Perez, Joseph Murphy, Julie Oliver, Jesus Montalvo, and Juan Manuel Gonzalez, and Linda Lewis. So, I'm going to pass it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be honored to take the gavel. Let's keep this party going. At this time, we heard the long list of names. All right, so let me start off. Christy Callahan, if you were available, if you'd please make your way to the podium. Again, we have people in the waiting room, so we'll give them some time. Dave Augustus, you're on deck, and Michael Slayton, you're in the hole. So is Christy Callahan available to testify? Christy? We're going to give you a couple more chances down the line. We will not purposely exclude anyone. We want to hear what you have to say. But while Dave Augustus, let's go ahead and move you towards the front. Is Dave Augustus here? Dave Augustus? Dave Augustus? All right. I'm not seeing anybody jumping. Michael Slayton? Michael Slayton. All right. Well, as Mr. Slayton makes his way forward, let me give you a couple more names. Dimitri Smith, Dylan Villalon, and Darcy Wilbanks. Please be prepared to move your way forward, and I'll go back through those first names. But again, as we listen to the testimony, if you have something unique, different things that we think we've heard, please come forward. We have your names. We have you registered on how you vote or support the bill. We consider all of that. That is not lost if you don't stand and testify before us. It means a lot to us. We will have absolutely the what's registered. So if you're comfortable leaving it there, we're comfortable with that too. If you feel compelled to testify, you want to testify, you have something special to say, please do that too. We serve you. It's not the other way around. So with that, Mr. Augustus, if you'd please come forward. I'm sorry, Mr. Slayton. I jump on. I got to come back to Mr. Augustus. Mr. Slayton, if you'd please come forward. Give us your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, for, against, or neutral.
Michael Slayton. I totally support House Bill 6, and I represent myself and the Dallas County Republican Party. Well, thank y'all for...
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Slayton testifies, I'd like him to tell us who his favorite state representative is.
I'll be glad to.
I've never met the man. How would he know?
Brian Slayton is my favorite state representative, but I like you guys and ladies too.
And I would, Mr. Slayton, thank you. Had a good visit. I'm assuming this is some relation. Is that correct? That son?
Yeah, that's my son.
And had a good visit with Brian today on the floor. I do want to clarify something for the record. Did we just have you down for testifying on behalf of yourself? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We just want to make sure it matches up. So sorry to interrupt, but proud to have your son in the house with us.
Yeah. And let me qualify by saying I have two great sons, Kevin and Brian, and but certainly Kevin and his mother and myself are proud of Brian and his freshman year and the job he's doing.
If Kevin didn't pursue a career in politics, he must be the bright one.
That's probably true. Yeah.
All right, please proceed. Thank you, Mr. Slayton.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about something that I hadn't heard a whole lot about today, and that's the obstructionist of the presiding judge. And this last election in November, in November in Dallas County, we unfortunately had that. I have many years' experience as a poll watcher on early voting and all that, but in 2016 we found out that you could do poll watching in Central County, and I have done that from 17 on. Been very involved in that, along with like Susan Fountain. Obviously, it's a long story, but the lady either did not read chapter 33 or she forgot what she read. Okay? There's accommodations and common courtesy and things like that go along with that. Well, I got there at noon that day. For the most part, stood up all day long, along with the other poll watchers. I wasn't the only poll watcher there. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, Susan Fountain, who testified before y'all just a little while ago, had worked all day as an election judge. She came then to do her job, her duty as poll watcher. She walks into Central Count, and she and I begin just conversing a little bit, telling her what's going on. About 3:15, the presiding judge comes up to me and comes up to us and says that you're not supposed to be talking. Oh, really? We both said. You know, we're just sharing about our day. Then she says, all of a sudden, she had been real big on the mask thing. The governor has issued an order that poll watchers did not have to wear their mask, if you recall. And she says, Mr. Slayton, you've got your mask below your nose. And she said, I'm going to ask you to voluntarily leave. I did not answer the lady, presiding judge. I had done nothing wrong. I'd complied with the law. I'd been a persistent poll watcher with the other poll watchers and trying to see what's going on. And I can give you in the question time, if you'd like more details than that, I'll be glad, but I don't take up my time going over all that. She calls the deputy sheriffs over. She asked me 2 or 3 times, Mr. Slayton, I'm asking you to voluntarily leave. I'm not voluntarily leaving. I'm not answering her. So finally he says, okay, what's going to happen? And she says, escort Mr. Slayton out. So at 3:30 in the morning, the deputy sheriff escorted me out of Central Count, of the Central Count room. So that's my story short.
Well, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Slayton. I'm reminded of this freshman I learned in law school. You know, the law can't file off all the rough edges of society. There's some things we just have to live with. But it doesn't mean it's not a problem. And we've heard anecdotes and stories like this and appreciate the sincerity of what you've told us. I'll tell you the one thing that you can provide us in a unique way is your son, to my knowledge, has not laid out his first bill.
Oh, is that right?
And we need some material to use in his hazing. And so before you get out here, perhaps you can visit with one of my colleagues and tell us something about Brian that nobody else would know but you or his mama, and that we can use to good effect when he gets on the front mic. So we'll just keep that to ourselves.
We'll keep that between us.
Hope he's not watching.
Yeah, that's right.
But thank you for being here. Members, are there any questions? Mr. Slayton. All right, thank you for your time. Thanks for coming up. And proud of your sons. All right, with that, we're going to move to Demetria Smith. Dylan Villion is on, and Linda Lewis. Linda Lewis, if you're here or in the other rooms, make your way this direction. And that is what I'll do is I'm going to call people's names 3 times, kind of mix it up. And if 3 times we've called and not heard from you, 3 strikes, you're out. That seems like a good American rule, and we will go with that. But ma'am, if you would please introduce yourself, tell you upon whose behalf you are testifying and your position on the bill.
I am Demetria Smith. I am testifying for myself as a voter, and I am for the bill.
Thank you. Please provide your testimony.
Thank you. So my approach may be a little different, and the reason why it's different is because I am sick and tired of seeing the narrative change from the real intent of this bill. The real intent of this bill, and I read all 22 pages of the bill myself as a voter to educate myself to see what was really going on. And the reason why I came here, I fought myself. But nationally, Democrats, and I'm going to have to call it, Democrats are making this bill to be a Jim Crow 2.0 voter suppression bill across the nation. I'm black, at least that's what they call me. But it is not a Jim Crow 2.0. It's election, accountability, super accountability 2.0. And that's what we need. When the wicked rule, the people shall mourn. But when the righteous rule, the people shall rejoice. And this bill is time for the people to rejoice, to put the right people in place. And let me tell you something about the little Jim Crow. So the reason why I want the black base to understand, I want the black base to know that Democrats are playing on our emotion. They wanted you out there to create chaos. They want you out there to burn down buildings. They want you out there flipping over cars. They want to play on your emotion. But here's my problem with that. When I look at Democrats attacking my emotion, you're going after my ancestor. I'm a descendant of my ancestor. But now you're making a mockery. You're making a mockery of my suffrage. And you use it to your advantage for your own agenda so you can keep your own seat. It's not about the people. And everybody that came here before me, after me coming here talking about the poll watchers. They're attacking the poll watchers. Poll watchers don't have anything to do with it. We need whistleblowers. And we need real enforcements. So right now, the poll watchers now been under attack. And when I see Democrats coming up here talking about attacking election integrity, they're attacking election integrity, they're attacking the accountability. And when you have Democrats attacking accountability, where is their democracy? Do they even really believe in their democracy? I want to say one last thing on the Jim Crow. Baby, this ain't no Jim Crow bill, because back in the day when I read up on, you have to pay poll taxes. There's no poll taxes in this bill. And back in the day when I read, you have to build property on it. There's no property ownership in this bill. Back in the day I read, you have to be grandfather in. You don't have to be grandfather in this bill. So back in the day I read, it was mostly white Democrats was always winning, and black folks couldn't participate. So with that being said, they can lose the Jim Crow 2.0 and keep this bill on the right track. Keep the state law, all the felony criminal crimes, federal third degree, keep all those penalties in there. Because let me tell you the good news I saw coming up in here. Everybody came here, they can't even sleep at night. They're going to go back home rolling and tossing. They're going to be making them phone calls to them state representatives. I can't get them moving on this bill because they're not comfortable. The bill haven't even passed, and they already been deterred. So keep this bill pushing.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ms. Smith, for that very, very emotional, passionate presentation. Let's try to contain our emotional outbursts, but you did kind of bring it out in them. I'm going to say that. In fact, if this was campaign season, I'd suggest that was a good time to pass the plate. And so, but
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You spoke from the heart. That's what we want to hear. Ms. Smith, thank you for your testimony. Members, do we have any questions? Mr. Schofield.
Ms. Smith, my district's out west in Katy. What part of Houston are you from?
West Houston.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
See, these are my people. And I just got to say, if you notice, members, the most passionate testimony you've heard today has come from Harris County. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. You're welcome. The last thing, the Republican passed the Civil Rights Bill. The Democrats filibustered it for 77 days. They didn't want you to have voting rights.
I think now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been doing such a great job with our decorum, and so let's move on. I think we have a question to the left here, Representative Swanson.
I just want to say to the,
Ms. Smith,
if you're not done yet. I just want to say, I'm sorry I wasn't in here yet, but I was in my office, and you have a powerful testimony, and we appreciate you coming up here.
Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you all. Be blessed. Push that bill. Pass.
Good. I think Representative Florence has been risen from the dead. So good to get you back in here, Valerie. All right. So Dylan, any other questions, members? Okay, great. Then I'm going to look for. Let me call on these names for Christy Callahan. Christy Callahan, are you here in the room to testify? All right. Come forward, if you'd please come forward. Thank you. And after Ms. Callahan, Dave Augustus, if you were here, you'll be on deck. And then Dylan Villalon. I'm butchering that name. No, I'm sorry. I'm backtracking some of the names I've called that weren't available, just to make sure that we give them an opportunity. So, and we called Christy Callahan once, but after Ms. Callahan, I've asked for Dave Augustus for a second time. Demetri Smith, thank you for testifying. Dylan Villalon, and then Linda Lewis will be after that. Okay, so please be available. Pardon the interruption. Can you please state your name for the record, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
All right, my name is Christy Callahan from Galveston, Texas, and I represent myself. I'm opposed to this bill. I think Glenn Maxey laid out some very clear examples of how this bill is vague and nebulous, how the exact language could be misinterpreted to create some very great injustice. And I was going to speak to you from my position as a poll worker, as an election clerk, and I was going to address how I feel like some of the provisions of this bill disregard my service and my safety in that capacity. That's not important. What I want to talk to you about is a veteran who came in to vote, who had lost most of his hearing in Vietnam, and whose eyesight had begun to deteriorate with age. His daughter came in to assist him in voting. She couldn't vote that day because she didn't have her ID because her purse had been stolen the previous day. Under the provisions of this bill, she would not have been able to assist him without her ID. So this veteran who already missed the deadline to apply for his ballot by mail, because we already place onerous restrictions on that right, had to come into our polling place in person to vote. And now, with this legislation, you're trying to add another layer of difficulty to disenfranchise this Texas voter. And if I've encountered one man during one election who faced those difficulties and who would be directly impacted by this legislation, how many Texans does he represent? How many votes are you preventing from being placed at the polling place with this law?
Thank you, Ms. Callahan, for that testimony. Members, do we have any questions for Ms. Callahan? Appreciate your. Let me ask you this, though. And again, this is all kind of new. This is not my experience in our elections. But if I could turn that question around that you asked us, what about that person whose identity was taken and someone who cast a fraudulent vote on their behalf?
Well, how many cases have you found that are documented?
There have been the cases. We've heard that testimony today. And the point is, I take very seriously your comment. Those people who weren't able to participate because they got on the wrong side of a particular rule. And that's the trouble with rules. Sometimes they're built for a purpose, and sometimes they don't work the way they should. By the same token, if we know there are excesses or abuses on the other side, that's not right either. And all I would ask you to do is be patient with us, because I think we're all grappling with a very difficult issue we all care passionately about.
Well, you know, voting assistants already sign an oath when they come in with their voter, stating that they won't influence their vote. So that's already codified in Texas election code.
I appreciate that, ma'am, and you're exactly right. There are laws on the book that address many of these issues, and what we're looking at is not to fix a broken system, but to make a system better, and to make sure that every vote matters, that every eligible vote can be cast, but that no vote is stolen or taken away from the people who rightfully should be able to cast those. So I think we're really all wanting the same thing, and just know that there's a tension here, but that's how this country started, and hopefully that's how it will continue to survive. So thank you for being here. Any other questions?
I do. Actually, to just to comment that Representative Clardy,
Vice Chairman Gonzalez.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we've heard we haven't heard testimony or actually seen evidence that somebody went and voted for somebody else. I mean, have we? I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I think that we've had.
We have people that have presumed or made the assumption.
No, we've had significant testimony of voter harvesting, of investigations, of
investigations are different than
also of
investigations are different than actual convictions.
Yeah. Oh no, there have been actual convictions, and there are those cases. The good news is they are not rampant. This is not. I'm very confident in our Texas election system, but there are still problems. And I think that's been the debate we've been having all week long, which will continue not only throughout more hours tonight, but when we get this bill to the floor of the House, I expect this will continue, and I expect this will continue for years and decades to come, as it should.
Well, I believe that the testimony here was that this gentleman was not able to vote because
The voter was able to vote this time. However, his daughter, who came to assist him, she was not able to cast her vote because her purse had been stolen the day before, and she didn't have her ID.
Okay.
But if I'm not correct, there are provisions within the ballot system that she could cast a provisional ballot. There's also alternative forms of identification. There's other things that can be done. So, I would not reference that as disenfranchisement.
However,
again,
due to not having an ID under the provisions of this bill, she would not have been able to assist him. And his daughter was the best person to assist him with his vote because the gentleman had very limited eyesight and hearing, and she was able to communicate with him in a way that we wouldn't have been able to do in that polling place.
And he was a veteran. I think I understood that correctly.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if I misunderstood you, I apologize, but I thought you said she was able to assist him with his vote. And he was able to vote, correct?
Yes, but under the provisions of this bill, she would not have been able to without her ID.
Well, I will tell you that we're going to continue to look at some of the provisions on the assisting of voters. And again, nobody is wanting to do anything. I think Mr. Miller testified a moment ago. There's no appetite, no desire whatsoever to inhibit or hurt people or harm people or limit people's ability to suffer from disabilities in their ability to vote. That is not anyone's intention.
I understand that that may not be your intent, but I would like to bring to your attention one more way in which that harm can be done by this legislation as it is currently written.
As it is currently written, what would be that critique until that can be considered before this bill moves farther?
Well, I don't see any reason why an assistant should need to show their identification or fill out a form stating the reason and manner of their assistance. They already sign an oath stating that they won't try to influence the voter's vote.
I suppose, ma'am, if they're signing their name, they are already providing their identity. But it is important, I think, in voting that we know the person whose signature is attached or who purports to vote or whatever they do in the role, that there is proof that that's who that is.
Why?
There have been those questions about who is it that's acting. I think that's a legitimate concern.
How many cases have arisen and been documented where that was a concern?
Oh, I think it's been a concern.
If any. I mean,
no. If you ask where it's been a concern, I would say it's been
our job as legislators is to be transparent about this, and let's be honest about it. I mean, so I appreciate your testimony, but like we have to make. I mean, I'm hearing two sides of this. Is that we want to protect the integrity of the ballot box, right? But yet, and the claim is that by one person, one even allegation of voter fraud is going to outweigh one person who does vote that is eligible to vote. But what about all these people who are not going to be able to vote, who are eligible to vote because of these restrictive measures? So where do we have to find a balance somehow? I mean, and so it can't be all just one way or the other.
And that's the process. But if I understood your question or your comment, ma'am, it had to do with why have to have identification.
For the assistance.
Okay. And again, I think that's something that we're looking at, but I don't find it, and I think the history of this state has been, or at least the current laws of this state has been, and I think it's a reasonable requirement to be able to identify the people that participate in the election process and to know who is who. And I don't think that's an unreasonable requirement, and there could be different opinions. But I think this is what we are grappling with, and I very much, although you and I may not agree on some of these issues, value your input and coming here and testifying to it. And thank you for providing that testimony. If I could, let me just kind of wrap this up by asking any other members of the committee if they have questions.
And I would like to say that I came here last week too. And I've been here since 7:30 this morning waiting to speak to you all.
And thank you for
Thank you for that. We were all here last week.
I think
too.
Representative
Representative Fierro.
First and foremost, thank you very much for first making 2 trips down here and for being here so long. It really shows your commitment to want to make a statement to the committee and have your voice heard. I believe that the Secretary of State addressed that particular issue, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, I don't remember that exact answer. But my Chief of Staff is in the back, Catherine, and we will pull the video up and refer back to what the answer was and get back to you. But I remember we talked about it and we asked about it, but unfortunately I can't remember what hour it was or even is. So I apologize, but we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Callahan. All right, I'm calling for the third time, Dave Augustus. Dave Augustus. All right, then we're going to move on then to Dylan Villalon. I know you're going to correct my pronunciation. I know something there's silent. I'm not sure what. And after that, we'll have Linda Lewis, and after that, Darcy Wilbanks. Would you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman, and to the other members of this committee. My name is Dylan Villalon. It's okay, no worries. My name is Dylan Villalon, and I'm a VDR from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm here to represent myself in opposition to House Bill 6. Before we speak about the issues that reside within House Bill 6 today, I would like to acknowledge the 111 Texans who died in a Texas freeze last month. 111 Texans died during an emergency that affected an entire state equally last month. Yet, here we are talking about a bill that this legislature has seen fit to propel to the top of the list of discussions during this session. House Bill 6 claims itself to be a necessary action in defense of democracy, while Texas certifiably had one of its most secure elections last year while in the midst of a pandemic. House Bill 6 takes more than a few measures to ensure that eligible voters have a harder time placing a ballot than ever before. That is the true impact of House Bill 6, to intimidate and suppress the Texans into not wanting to participate in the democracy that Chairman Kane himself said is sacred. And to all my fellow Texans here watching today, although you may not feel the suppression by nature of your privilege, civic participation of communities of color and youth communities will be suppressed by this bill. The civic participation implications are most evident in the following measures that HB 6 would enact. It would expand opportunities for partisan poll watchers to intimidate voters as they cast their ballots. It will decrease access to mail-in voting resources and increase the risk of prosecution for assisting mail voters. And it will also limit the capacity of local elections officials to administer elections that meet the civic challenges of their own communities. This bill is an affront to our fundamental rights to vote and to the work that I do on a daily basis to get more people involved in our government. The passion for justice is something that gets me and got me off of my couch when I was 20 years old to get out and do something about it. And newsflash, I'm not the only one. More people voted last year than ever before. Young, rich, old, and poor. In addition to that, people, especially young people, are not voting by party lines anymore, but they're voting on the issues that they value the most. And my final statement is this. Texans deserve representatives who respect the time and intention of their constituents, Mrs. Beckley. Doubly if they are so willing to travel to the Capitol and testify in person. Again, in the midst of a pandemic, and in a building where, let's be honest, masks are a recommendation and not a mandate. Last week, the chair of this committee exhibited what I consider to be unacceptable behavior, which ultimately resulted in the neglect of dozens of Texans who took the time off of work and traveled from across the state to exercise their right, which is why we're all here again tonight. And lastly, Chairman Kane and to the rest of the members of this committee, as vice president of my own community college student government association, and as a volunteer deputy registrar, and as a fellow parliamentary guru, I urge this committee to vote no on House Bill 6. Thank you so much for your time. I will be taking no further questions. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Villan. If I could, I do need to clarify one thing for you, sir. At the end, you referenced some institutions. You were here. I think initially you said you were testifying for yourself. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So not on behalf of those other organizations?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions if you want to entertain them? Okay.
Just one clarification.
Would you I'll recognize Representative Beckley if you would entertain a question from her.
Thank you very much for coming here twice. I do appreciate it. So we have House rules that is a mask requirement in committee rooms, and that is different than what the governor has. So we do have House rules, just like a small business does, that they can choose. And our rules are that in committee rooms, masks should be worn. It's being chosen not to be enforced.
Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Representative Beckley. Representative Fierro?
You mentioned community college. What community college are you the student government president?
San Antonio College, which is a part of the Alamo Colleges in San Antonio.
Absolutely familiar with it. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you. Y'all have a great night.
All right, the chair will call forward Ms. Linda Lewis. We'll have next up Darcy Wilbanks, and following that, Warner Schaefer. But Ms. Lewis, if you're available, if you could make your way to the podium, thank you. Good to see you. And if you could, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. I'm Linda Jan Lewis. I represent the Texas NAACP. I'm part of the NAACP National Legal Defense Fund. I'm part of our voter protection group. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and so my comments are not about Harris or Dallas County. They are about, I run the NAACP voter hotline during early voting for Central Texas, and because of my long-term involvement in voting, I receive calls from all over Texas. So I want to tell you something.
And Ms. Lewis, if I could, just for clarification, you are testifying on behalf of the Texas NAACP.
Yes, I am.
And are you for, against, or neutral on the bill?
I am against the bill.
Thank you.
I am.
Please proceed.
Definitely against the bill. First of all, this bill, we've heard a lot about what's happening to the poor poll watchers. This bill is an assault, and I would assent it's a racist assault on baby boomers. The people who work in elections are usually retired educators, retired government workers, retired military people, people who have the time to put in 18, 20-hour days so that our democracy can work. So this bill is going to provide free range for people to come to insult, to intimidate, to watch over, and to actually put in jeopardy the baby boomers that most of the election workers in Texas are 60 or over, the baby boomers who are trying to do their part to pay for what life has given them in the state of Texas. And I just want to report to you some things that have been reported to me that have already been reported to the National Legal Defense Fund, the Brennan Center, the Texas Commission for Civil Rights. In McLennan County, we've had a series going back at least 6 years. There are 5 early voting locations in McLennan County. One is on the grounds of historically black Paul Quinn College that moved to Dallas, but that property is the early voting location in the heart of the black community. The presiding judge there is one of our legacies. In the NAACP, we try to foster the next generation. Her mother was an NAACP president, and she was the presiding judge at the early voting location. The judge currently is there. Approximately 6 years ago, there were problems at the early voting location, and then she did what the election code required. She actually called the police, and had a candidate removed, a Republican candidate removed, because he refused and defied her. He was inside the polling place, shaking hands and soliciting voters. As a result of that, there has been an all-out war and assault on McLennan County's only African-American election presiding judge. Is my time up, or?
Your time's up, Ms. Lewis, but you'll have the opportunity to have some questions asked. If I could, though, before I do that, you introduce yourself. I think I heard you say Linda Jan Lewis. Is that J-A-N?
J-A-N-N. It's an old Texas name.
It's a great Texas name. Would you be okay if we amend your certification to show your middle name, Linda Jan Lewis? Is that, you're fine with that?
I'm
okay.
Fine with that.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony here. We're going to get that thing buzzing at us, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Busey for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lewis, would you finish telling us the rest of your testimony, please?
Yes. What I'd like to say is that we have had in Waco, Texas, and McLennan County what we call poll watcher overseer syndrome. One afternoon, the presiding judge is an African-American female. The associate judge, and that represents the Democrats, the associate judge is a Republican female. One afternoon, when the voting was a little slow, one of the African-American voting workers went into the kitchen. They're in a big city facility where there's a commercial kitchen. One of the workers went into the kitchen. There were no voters there. It was just a slow period to take her medications. The poll watcher took it upon herself to go into the kitchen to see what the election worker was doing without any voters there. That's just symbolic of all the things that have happened with poll workers in McLennan County. If there is a Caucasian, a white voter, the poll watchers stay where they are and they don't move. But if there is an African American or a Hispanic voter, then the poll watchers are all over the place. We've had the instance of a poll watcher raffling through the papers of the election judge, actually looking at the names of who signed in and what is going on. We've had poll watchers who have gone up while a voter is being assisted, telling the voter, you don't want to vote like that. You really don't want to vote for them. It's not an issue of the voters being protected by the poll watchers. We have a problem where we need the election workers who make less than a living wage, less than $15 an hour, being protected by the poll watchers. They ganged up on the presiding judge. At one day, there were 5 poll watchers from the Republican Party because they needed to come to see what was happening over there with all those black people because they were voting. The other issue is that in our community, the grandparents, Big Mama, a lot of grandparents bring their children because they want them to, and like me, they probably have some visual issues. They bring their grandchildren because they want them to see them voting. And during those times, the grandchildren sometimes assist their grandparents because they may have visual issues or they can't work the machine. if House Bill 6 is to pass, then we're going to criminalize children that are assisting with voting. I think that this vote does more harm for a problem that does not exist.
Ms. Lewis, I appreciate it. I appreciate your feedback and input. I, as you've heard me talk today, I share a lot of those concerns about this bill taking away the right to remove a watcher who's, showing signs of being out of line and intimidating. So I appreciate your input and your insight for us today.
Yes. I'd like to just close by saying that there were so many complaints in 2020 from the Republican Party about this one predominantly black voting station that the Secretary of State sent in an auditor, and the Secretary of State's auditor called for sanctions for the poll watchers because they were aggressive, they were intimidating, and they were racist.
That was the most recent election?
That was in the November 2020 election. Also in today's Texas Talking Points memo, there's a story about it by Tierney Sneed, and it lists some of the things I've talked about tonight. There also are some issues in The Guardian about what's going on. The issue is that election workers need more money, more assistance, and more support. I don't see why we need poll watchers to have more rights than the people who have sworn and are dedicated to make our democracy work.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Busey. Any questions for Mrs. Lewis? Chair recognizes Vice Chairman Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for being here and waiting all day to testify. I know you have a long history of service to Texas and McLennan County. I think you spoke briefly about your background. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your background is in working with elections in McLennan County, please?
Yes. I'm actually an Austin expatriate. I was in that early group of students at UT in 1965. I worked I didn't go to the LBJ school, but I went to the Bob Bullock School of Government. He mentored me, and when Mark White was Secretary of State, I was on his commission to look at how we can improve voting. I worked for the first Republican governor in 100 years, Governor Bill Clements, and I also worked for Governor Mark White. In my duties in those two offices, it was my job to oversee on behalf of the governor, the Secretary of State's legislation and its budget. And so I've been involved with voting since I registered to vote in 1965 when Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. And because I was the state's first African-American elections administrator, I run the voter hotline whenever there's voting going on, whether it is early voting or election day. I get calls from Central Texas, and I also get calls from people around the state. So I did get some calls from Houston and from Dallas on questions about elections.
And you mentioned, you gave some examples, and as far as like how you mentioned brown and black voters, how they're treated differently, and that you've seen, right? As far as
I've seen it, and it's also been reported to me. I'm the person that takes the statements and the affidavits, and I send it on to the National Legal Defense Fund, the Civil Rights Project, the ACLU, the people who are involved in coalition with us trying to protect voting.
And who all knows about these problems that are happening over there?
I'm sorry?
So who all knows about these problems that are happening over there?
In McLennan County? We report them through to the NAACP National Legal Defense Fund. We report it at the state level. We are in close partnership with the Civil Rights Project, the Brennan Center for Justice, and we also we have reported enough problems to the Secretary of State's office such that if we call, they know our names. I tease our election judge, presiding judge, that I called for a question and I said, this is McLennan County, and they said, oh, Anita, yeah, we know. It's a constant issue because frequently in McLennan County, the presiding judge has been given information by the election administrator that's contrary to what's in the election code. So we've had to arm ourselves by keeping up by what's in the code.
We've heard some testimony today from several witnesses that have said that if this bill were to pass, that it would be very hard for polling locations to be able to hire and retain election workers, right?
Absolutely, because, yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, because I'm the election lady. I've had, just because of the publicity of this bill, of these bills, and what's going on, I've had numerous phone calls from people saying, if this passes, I'm not going to work. I had to explain to a couple of people that the bill has not passed. There are people who are saying they're not going to work in the March 1st local elections because at $10 an hour, they don't want to be in a position to have to pay a fine or to go to jail if they make a mistake.
Can you tell us a little bit, can you tell us about the report issued by Dr. Jack Hill about these systemic problems that are happening in McLennan County, please?
Yes, Dr. Jack Hill is a retired college professor who's on our local NAACP voter team, on our civic engagement and voter team. And he was a poll watcher at the Quinn campus site. And so he observed that if there were several things, that voters came in and poll watchers came in who refused to wear masks, who were loud, who were dismissive and disrespectful of the presiding judge, who got into arguments with the judge as she was trying to instruct them that they were disrupting the polling place. He also observed as a poll watcher that if the voter was Black or Hispanic, that the poll watchers were all over them. If there was a Caucasian voter, the poll watchers didn't even pay attention to what was going on. We are not yet a colorblind society, and certainly not in McLennan County, Waco, Texas.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, these years of service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? And Ms. Lewis, thank you for coming to testify, and sorry for the delay, but I sincerely appreciate your service to the state, and that's quite an impressive history that you have in elections, and thank you for your commitment to the process.
Thank you, and I thank you for what you do, because what we do allows you people to be here to pass laws, and I hope that you will pass some laws that will, baby boomers, we are the people who run elections. Don't send us to jail because a poll watcher says that they think we did something.
Well, pray for us. We're working on it. Thank you. Lord knows I need it. All right. So let me see. Next up, we've got Darcy Wilbanks is our next witness. Following that, Warner Schaefer, and then Patricia Zavala we have next. So if you're in another room, please make your way here. If you would, please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
My name is Darcy Wilbanks. My position on the bill is that I support it, and I represent myself and the Greenwood Forest Republicans of Harris County. Thank you all for hearing us. Thank you for being patient and sticking this out with us. Since everybody's reporting how long they've been here, I've been here since before the Capitol opened this morning, waiting for this opportunity. I would like to make two brief comments to begin with. First of all, since there's so much discussion about poll watchers, I'd like to say that I've worked as a poll watcher, as clerk, and also as an alternate judge over the last 12 years. I would also like to bring up that poll watchers, to the best of my knowledge, are the only election workers that are not compensated. There's been a lot of talk about compensation for election workers not being sufficient. Poll watchers do not get any compensation. They are there strictly, voluntarily, and in service of their country. And I think that should be noted. So, that said, I'd also like to say that it's been brought up several times now that Microsoft and other corporations' positions on HB 6, in my opinion, aren't relevant because corporations don't vote. People do. So, I'd also like to bring up that Microsoft is one of the big tech giants that's been guilty of censorship of free speech, which makes their opinion about HB 6 even more irrelevant, in my opinion. They can keep their politics in Seattle. The 2020 election is the first time early voting was 18 days long. Talk about making it difficult to properly staff elections. Add 8 more days to early voting. On top of that, Chris Hollins, who is not elected, he was appointed because the county clerk resigned her position in the middle of her term. Chris Hollins changed the hours in the middle of the early voting period on the fly. So instead of the poll being open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., it was open from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. for 3 days. I worked the entire early voting period. I have a full-time job. I'm the mother of 5 sons. I have a lot going on, but I worked it. Real quickly, 24-hour drive-through, multiple voters in the same car. That presents a situation where there's tremendous influence among those voters. We're trying to eliminate influence on voters. We're trying to protect the integrity of their ability to make their own decisions. State's obligation is to make elections free and fair, not easy. Not similar to driving through a jack-in-the-box 24 hours a day. If voting is so important and precious, as we all obviously think it is, or we wouldn't be here, then it should be important and precious enough for people to plan and arrange for 12 hours a day over a 10-day period for early voting, and then if they can't make that happen, 12 hours for the general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbanks. Members, do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time and make the commitment to be here. Your testimony is appreciated, and we heard what you said. Thank you. Our next witness is Warner Schaefer. If you could please make your way to the podium. I see you doing that. On deck, we'll have Patricia Zavala and Carisha Rogers. So hopefully, if y'all are here in the room, we'll move forward. So, Mr. Schaefer, if you would please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
My name is Werner Schaefer. I represent myself, and I am in support of Bill 6. As a legal immigrant, the right to vote in free, fair, and secure elections is very dear to my heart. We naturalized citizens chose America for the values she stands for: liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. We took an oath to defend the law and the Constitution. As a young boy growing up behind the Iron Curtain, I learned early that only the presence of the US and their allies guaranteed the free democracy on our side of the Berlin Wall, opposed to the oppressive dictatorship of socialism on the other side. They had elections too, but they were neither fair nor free. Only the outcome was secure. I boarded my school bus at the very steps of our city hall, where JFK spoke the famous words, "Ich bin ein Berliner." My mom was in the crowd, and she often spoke to her 3 sons, what the impact of America was on us. My parents had little money, but they managed to send me to the US as an exchange student. I left here as a young man with the desire to return one day. The taste of endless opportunity and freedom would never leave me again. In 2005, I was back with a work visa, ready to build my future. Following the law, I finally reached my goal in 2011. I became a citizen with my Texan wife and our American-born twin boys at my side. Together with my naturalization certificate, I received a voter registration card. I had earned the right to participate in the greatest and oldest democracy in the world. And yes, voting shouldn't be easy. I have since voted in every election. Here's what I learned. We are the only OECD country without a universal voter ID requirement. Early voting options provide plenty of opportunity to vote. If you really cannot make it to the poll, you can request a mail-in ballot, which the Postal Service delivers to your home and even picks it up again for free. Dead people voting, non-citizens voting, multiple votes, that's unheard of and impossible in other democracies. Recent polls have shown that the concern about the integrity of elections is bipartisan. HB 6 addresses these concerns. Nothing here makes it harder for any Texan to exercise their right to vote. I cannot see how anyone in good conscience opposes this bill. If you do not allow this bill to pass, if you're advocating to further loosen the requirements on voter identification, if you propagate universal mail-in voting or allow ballot harvesting further, you destroy the faith of Texans in a free and fair election process, and that their vote counts. For us naturalized citizens who came here as legal immigrants, you diminish what we worked so hard for, to earn the right to vote as an American citizen. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Members, are there any questions? And appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
Proud to have you in America. All right, let's move forward with our testimony. We have Patricia Zavala is coming forward. Before we get to you, ma'am, let's go with Carissa Rogers and Rebecca Rogers. Spelled differently, so Patricia Zavala is about to address us. Carissa Rogers, Rebecca Rogers are on deck and in the hole. Ma'am, if you'd please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Thank you.
Hello, members. My name is Patricia Zavala. I represent JOLT, and I am here in opposition of HB 6. We are a statewide civic engagement organization that registers young people to vote across the state. And we believe in free and fair elections, that every American must be able to trust the process, or else the very democratic system itself breaks down. And I agree with, I wish he was here right now, Representative and Chairman Kane, that when somebody commits voter fraud, the process is no longer fair. And that the integrity of our election is of utmost importance for our democracy. And if there are individuals that are trying to commit voter fraud, we must take action and to stop it. I have many, many, many points elaborated here in the documents that I've submitted through the public portal online. There's many numbers like sections 3, 4, 5, and 6 that we're opposed to. However, after nearly now 14 hours of public testimony, I would rather take my time to point to some other numbers that I feel are really compelling. 205,000 young Latinos and Latinas turned 18 in this state every single year. That means that nearly half of the Texans turning 18 in this state are Hispanic. In addition to that, 49,500 Black youth are turning 18 in this state. That's significant, right? In addition to that, 19,200 Asian American and Pacific Islanders are turning 18 in this state. That means that every year in this state, 273,700 people of color are turning 18 in this state. That means that we are not a minority. We are a majority, and we have power in our diversity, in our numbers, in our buying power. We have economic power, we have political power, and we have people power. So this bill, HB 6, along with the many other bills that we are seeing during this legislative session that are intended to create election integrity, they're not going to stop us. They're not going to hold us back. They're not going to stop us from exercising our voice, our vote, and our power. So while I recognize the intent behind this law, which is benevolent, is to standardize the process across the board, is to make it free and fair and transparent, which I agree with. Who is against that? Nobody is against that. It is going to have a disproportionate impact on communities of color, on low-income folks, on the disability community. And while we stand in opposition to that, we recognize that you can't silence us. And we are strong, and we are beautiful, and we are diverse, and we are Texas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zavala. Members, do we have any questions? Ms. Zavala, I think Representative Busey has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Zavala, thanks for being here. Thank you for the work Jolt does. One of the things that I'm encouraged about last election is we saw, record turnout and participation from young Texans in 2020. Not that the numbers are great, but record turnout for Texas. We saw progress. We're making progress. I'm concerned about this bill stymieing that progress. Do you share that concern? If so, why?
I do share that concern, and one of the major issues with this bill is the poll watching provisions. I feel that a lot of Latinos already face a certain level of timidness when it comes to going to the polls. They feel like they're already being watched constantly, so to add that extra layer of surveillance, potential harassment, is just going to intimidate people to begin with. So my father, he's a Peruvian immigrant. He came here in the 60s, and even though he worked his way up from the bottom, he still doesn't feel comfortable participating in the democratic process. He's educated, he speaks English, he assimilated, he achieved the American dream. And he himself, now that he's 85 years old, doesn't feel comfortable going to the polls because he's afraid that he's going to be targeted, even though he has no reason. Like, he's a full citizen. So there's a certain level of intimidation going on, and I definitely do feel that this bill will perpetuate that and scare people away from exercising the right to vote.
I appreciate that. Are you able to speak to how, working in the field with young people and students, are you able to speak to how young people and students describe the voting process in Texas right now?
They're completely disengaged. I don't want to vote for that person because they don't represent me. I don't want to vote Republican or Democrat because I don't identify with them. There's a disengagement that young people have with the political process because they don't trust it. They don't feel like their voices and their ideologies are represented. So somebody mentioned apathy. I mean, where does apathy come from? It comes from not feeling truly represented in the political process.
Ms. Zavala, it sounds like we got work to do. Thank you for working to engage the young vote. It's so important in this state.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Busey. Before I move on, I did want to clarify, Ms. Zavala, I think you're testifying on behalf of Jolt, but did you say Jolt and yourself, or just on behalf of?
Just Jolts.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. I want to be clear on that. Members, any other questions?
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time. Good night. At this time, we'll call Carisha Rogers. All right, Ms. Rogers, you make your way there. Rebecca Rogers, she's a Rogers with a D, and you'll be next. And following that, we'll go with to Judah Rice, if I can read the handwriting here. So, but sorry for the delay. Ms. Rogers, can you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
All right, my name is Carisha Rogers, and I represent myself on the bill. Okay. I'm a longtime resident of Texas.
Are you for, against, or?
Sorry.
Nope. Pardon the interruption. Please proceed.
Yeah. So yes, Carisha Rogers. I'm a longtime activist and a resident of Houston, Texas. I'm here because the current bill that's up for a vote will cause more problems than our legislature have foreseen. It is already hard enough to vote here in the state of Texas, and passing this legislation will make it harder to do so and put this bill in legal hell as it has to continuously go through litigation. The entire point of our democratic process is to be easier and more accessible to our fellow Texans, and I voted by drive-through because I wanted to be safe and avoid people when I had COVID back in the summer. I was by no means coerced. I did it because I cared about more people than myself. It seems that a good bit of this bill is targeting the hardworking people of Harris County who have been working hard to make voting more accessible, and I cannot stand for it. So I'm here in the Capitol today to encourage you to vote against HB 6 to continue to have more accessibility to practice our First Amendment rights without them being accused of voter fraud. We should also protect the hardworking people who have to count ballots without disruption for poll watchers. They should be able to keep their reasonable distance, and poll workers should be allowed to do their job without possible intimidation. We do not need to make it harder for our clerks to find election judges. HB 6 hides under the guise of election integrity, even though most of the people who testified today who support this argument have only spoken hearsay. The arguments currently being brought to defend HB 6 have been hyperbolic and generally a waste of the public's time to have to come testify against this bill for a second time. We're currently setting a bad precedent that if the election doesn't go in your favor, let's just call it election fraud. A lot of the times I hear people who don't understand my position is that if I don't like it here in Texas, I should just leave. And I'm here to say that I cannot go because 1, I am a Texan, and 2, I give a damn about my friends, family, and community. And I will continue to fight until Texas is a state where accessible voting methods are hearing the people's voices. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Rogers, for that, and appreciate your testimony. Members, do we have any questions? And thank you for staying with us so late, and appreciate what you had to say. Good night. All right, next we have Rebecca Rogers, Judah Rice, and I'm going to call some of the names we've been calling that have not appeared. So we want to give everybody a chance if they're still in the building. Susanna Carranza, or Ashley Chang, Becky Bullard. All right, let me go through that list one more time. Rebecca Rogers, Judah Rice. Oh, here we go. All right.
All right.
So you must be Judah?
Yes.
Sorry to wake you up. No, but good to have you. If you could please state your name.
Yes.
Your position on the bill and who you represent.
Okay, so my name is Judah, Judah Rice, and I am strongly opposed to House Bill 6.
Testifying on your own behalf.
Yes, and I'm testifying on my own behalf.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
All right. So I just want to say that I am extremely opposed to this bill for many reasons. And I just want to start off with a little story from last fall. About a phone call I had with a voter. This is for a campaign. And I was making calls, and this person I talked to explained how they were not planning on voting. They were disabled and they had this, they were immunocompromised and they didn't want to risk getting coronavirus for exercising their right to vote. So they requested a mail-in ballot. They got their ballot. They qualified. They were going to drop it off at a ballot drop box. However, there was only one ballot drop box in the county where this happened, and it was too far of a drive. The person was working, and they told me, like, I'm not going to vote. So I talked him through, and I put him on hold, and I got in touch with the county, and I was able to arrange a way for him to get a drive-through vote with his caretaker. And even though I know that this bill that's before us today doesn't explicitly prevent someone like that from, getting access to a vote, it still really just shames them into exercising their basic right that's guaranteed by our Constitution. I'm also concerned about the parts of the bill that require the proof of disability for many reasons. I mean, access to doctors is a big one. We all know how expensive the healthcare system can be. And I think that is a real burden on a lot of people. In addition, HIPAA was never written in a way that protected private patient information like that from someone like an election worker. Who's to say that that election worker who asked for that proof couldn't then just go tweet it out or put it on Facebook? So I think that's a great violation of privacy. So I stood in committee last week to testify against Senate Bill 7, the counterpart to this bill. And one of the bills they heard was Senate Bill 4, which is the Star Spangled Banner Protection Act.
And Mr. Rice, I appreciate your vigor on this, but if we could contain our comments to HB 6 and not the Senate bill.
Yes.
That are really unrelated. We're really trying to focus people. Want to talk about that bill. Thank you.
Yeah. I was going to get back to that. Yeah. So basically, that's the bill that, in the name of patriotism, requires the national anthem to be played at publicly funded events. But what the real patriotic thing for this legislature to do is not to shame disabled people, many of whom are veterans who served and fought for our country and, suffered greatly in the name of fighting for our country, into voting their basic right. And honestly, this bill, it's an insult to the people of the state. And yeah, I thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Rice, for sharing your views. Members, do we have any questions? Thank you. Appreciate you coming in. All right. So let me go through a couple more names here. Colleen Vera, if you were available, if you could make your way here, thank you. And while you make your way here, I'm also going to mention Trent Poole. And while I'm at that, Susan Carranza. Susan Carranza's here? Okay. Just sit right there. Okay. Let's do this. I thought I had Colleen Vera coming up. Okay, I'm sorry. I just saw you move up when I called the name. Then let's do this. Ms. Carranza, if you'd please come forward and provide your testimony. State your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Thank you. And I'll have our clerk hand out your materials.
All right. My name is Susanna Carranza, testifying on my own behalf in opposition to House Bill 6. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a naturalized citizen, and I cherish my right to vote. It really saddens me that Texas is regularly ranked at the bottom of the country in terms of voter turnout, due in large part to our archaic voter registration process, the lack of no excuse vote by mail, and restrictive voter ID laws. I oppose House Bill 6 because it creates even more barriers, effectively discouraging people from participating in our democracy. And I believe our focus right now should be in making it easier for all eligible voters to vote and not harder. I am passionate about voting. I help people register to vote, and I completely support the Texas Civil Rights comment about making online registration available in Texas because it makes everything safer. I also help educate voters about the very complex election process in Texas I served and will continue serving as a poll worker on election day, and I have served as interpreter and assistant. As you can see, like this bill pretty much addresses like 20 of the things that affect me personally. Texans voted in record turnout in 2020, and the response that we're getting here is to just getting voter suppression bills to make it harder to vote instead of encouraging more people to vote so that we get up in the ranking. House Bill 6 has multiple provisions that discourage participation, including the limitation on ballot by mail distribution and assistant for ballot by mail, giving poll watchers way too much power with little consequences, as many people talk about it, creating numerous criminal penalties for election workers for potential mistakes and misinterpretation of the law, and complicating the interpreter and assistant's role. One example that, well, there's several examples, like being a citizen, the voter purge that happened a couple of years ago could have affected me, because when I became a citizen, I already lived in Texas and had my driver's license, and I'm not required, or there isn't any mechanism to change and go to DPS and say I'm a citizen. It's like what changes is my social security number. So it's like, based on that, it's really absurd to try to update the roles. I'm also affected because I'm a trilingual person, and because of that, I helped people vote, both as translator and also a lot of folks that might be service workers, or that they might have difficulty with the machine system. So I had to help both assisting a person and translating. And how do you explain that in a form? How do you have a person say, I need somebody to help me because I don't understand the machine? If they don't understand the machine, they don't understand the process. So this bill, I oppose this bill because it just makes voting harder, and it's very sad for me that I'm a citizen, that it took me a while to earn my right to vote, that Texas is working so hard to make it harder for everybody. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Carranza, for coming here and waiting and for testifying. And thank you for your devotion to the country and wanting to help the process better. We want the same thing. So with that, let me ask the members of the committee, do we have any questions for Ms. Carranza? Representative Beckley.
So you're saying you're trilingual. How many languages? What are the languages?
My native language is Portuguese. I speak Spanish to my in-laws, and English.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I'm also a volunteer deputy registrar, so.
Very interesting. Members, any other questions? Thank you for coming tonight. We're going to move forward with testimony. I'm going to backtrack a few names here we haven't heard from. I called Rebecca Rogers. Rebecca Rogers. I think that's 3 strikes. We're out. Colleen Vera. Yes, you were the next one I was going to call. Oh. Good. Just stay right where you are. Let me check. Is it Colleen Vera? Okay. Ms. Chang, if you can wait, you'll be the next witness up. Okay? Thank you. All right. So, Colleen Vera, if you would please. Thank you. Our clerk will hand that out. And while you're going to the podium, we're going to be hearing from Ashley Chang. Thank you for showing up. Trent Poole, Bill Sargent, Becky Bullard will be hopefully making their way here to testify. So with that, apologize for the delay. Ms. Vera, if you could please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Okay, thank you. My name is Colleen Vera. I'm representing myself in support of House Bill 6. I have served on Signature Verification Committee, Ballot Board, and Central Count. For 2 years, I've been researching ballot by mail in Harris County using the Texas Public Information Act. I found piles of ballot by mail applications in the exact same handwriting, often from the same precinct. You'll find some samples in your handouts, as well as a document that I discovered which shows that 2 of the first 3 persons paid by campaigns to pick up large stacks of blank applications had forgery convictions. I had to wait the 22 months required by law to view the actual mail ballots. In the precinct, which had 30 applications in the exact same handwriting, I found 30 paper ballots filled out identically, the same selections on all 94 races, marked with the exact same X. I posted my research on my blog, texastrashtalk.com, and then started receiving tips and an anonymous letter with the names of harvesters working in Harris County. I turned it all over to the AG, and guess what happened to those people? Absolutely nothing, because the statute of limitations is 24 months, and they need eyewitnesses. That's why we keep hearing there's no voter fraud, not because it isn't happening, but because there are so few convictions. And I'll tell you why, because nobody in the government is charged with stopping it. The bill increases the consequences of harvesting, but it does nothing to stop it. If you're truly serious about stopping ballot-by-mail fraud against the elderly and disabled, you need to stop it during the application process. You can't wait until after the ballots have been harvested. You need to require the county clerk or election administrators to protect the security of the process. For example, I found 73 completed ballot-by-mail applications, many in the same handwriting, which were mailed in the exact same package to the Harris County clerk. None of the applications had been signed by an assistant. That's 73 Class A misdemeanors in one envelope, and the Harris County clerk did not report it to the Secretary of State. And guess whose name was on the return address label? The same convicted forger who was the first one to pick up 50 blank applications. By ignoring these 73 misdemeanors and allowing the applications to simply move through the system, it appears as though the county clerk's office is assisting the harvesters instead of protecting the voter. Thank you so much for attempting to tighten security of our ballot-by-mail process with this bill. But in my handout, I gave you a bunch of suggestions that I think would actually make this bill even better. Thank you. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vera. Members, do we have questions? The chair recognizes Chairman Kane.
Hey, Ms. Vera, do you know who the forger was?
Yes, I turned it all over to the AG.
Who was the forger?
Well, I don't want to, I mean, the person was not convicted of a crime, so I don't feel right saying their name. I mean, that's...
I understand.
That's,
are you related to Alan Vera?
yes, I happen to be married to him.
That was my... He stole my question.
That's it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Do you give him all the smart things he says in this committee?
Oh, of course.
As a retired teacher,
I write all of his speeches, yes, of course.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? Mr. Schofield.
Mrs. Vera, first of all, I've been working this committee long enough to remember when Alan was barred from being called on before you because he would steal your stories and went before you did.
That's true.
But now, you sort of went, and you know this very well, but you sort of went past really fast a stack of ballots all in the same ballot applications, all in the same handwriting, where the person doesn't anywhere say they're assisting anybody. They're just filling out a bunch of applications. Where was this? What were the circumstances of it? How did you come by them? All of that.
There was a videotape posted online by Direct Action Texas back in 2018. And since I work on the Signature Verification Committee, I thought we were doing a really good job in Harris County of protecting the mail ballots, and we took it real seriously. And then the video shows how a harvester actually coming in, or it appears to be a harvester, and they're collecting the signature. And I'm like, oh my goodness, well, if they're getting the voter signature, we're collecting signatures, we're watching that, we're not watching anything else. So I did an open records request for the applications because I thought, well, maybe we'll find something there.
And the only thing they get from the voter is a signature, and then after that?
Well, in the video, it shows that the voter voted for one candidate and then signed. And it doesn't show after that. It's a really grainy video. But I thought, well, I'm a document person, so I thought I'll get the documents and maybe, I don't know what we're going to find, but we'll see what we find. And as you look through them, I mean, I'm a retired teacher. It's the same handwriting over and over, and it's like, oh my goodness. And I didn't realize until I connected it to the ballots that it was the same precinct because I didn't know the addresses. But we found 3 different stacks. So we call them A, B, and C because it was different writing. And now we're looking at 2020. We just started that, but now that we understand what to look for. But we were too late. By the time you actually see the ballots, that's 22 months. And then you have to wait 10 days for the open records request. And then you have to go look at them all and go through, pallets of ballots. And then by the time you compile it all and send it to the Secretary of State and he sends it on to the AG, your 24 months is up.
Now, you say that they would vote for one person, And that was, did we hear testimony? Were you here? Did you hear the testimony earlier?
I was listening in
It
another
said
room.
that was the vote harvesting technique. The voter would vote for one candidate, and then these people would take the ballot and vote for the rest.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've only seen the video. I'm just looking at the documents. I've never, I mean, I don't know these people. It's just really fishy. And then I received a tip recently that I never thought of, because we've always looked in the ballot board, if someone has been witnessed or assisted and somebody's filled out that section, we automatically approve it because, you know, they had a witness or an assistant. And so I got a tip that says, have you ever checked the name and address on those? Well, no. So I just picked out 4 that I had in through the open records. 3 out of the 4, the name and the address don't match any registered voters. So I don't know. I guess we'll start digging at that. I don't know. But I think that's the thing I put in y'all's suggestions is maybe it has to be the voter's real name and their voter registration address so that we could check it. But it's really fishy, and it just seems like something's going on. But by the time a citizen finds out, the statute of limitations is up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Schofield. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane for a follow-up question.
Yeah, one more question. Who is Gloria Palmer?
I've never met her. A candidate gave me an audio tape that he said is her, and it's posted on my blog. She explains how she provides this service.
What kind of service?
Ballot harvesting. She doesn't call it that, but it's through nursing homes how she collects the ballots.
Yeah, I actually prefer the word ballot trafficking. I know
That's
it's a bill, but ballot trafficking sounds like a better description. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Chair recognizes Representative
Colleen
Swanson.
Vera.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vera. You're not through yet. Representative Swanson.
Yes. Yes, I was listening in the other room, and Ms. Vera, I want to thank you for all your work you've done over the years. I'm very familiar with you. Are famous for the number of public information requests you do. And you cause headaches for a lot of elected officials and others. And that nobody does this research that just takes so much time, and you do it as a volunteer, and you come up with these patterns and things that no one would have figured out. And I really appreciate that. And I think one thing we did not really understand is what you're talking about that you cannot request some of this information till 22 months after an election, and then...
That's the ballots. You can't...
Okay.
A regular person is not allowed to see the ballots.
Right.
Because we needed to see if there was a pattern in the ballots. If
On the
had
ballots
anything to do.
themselves.
Otherwise...
So you can't see the ballots themselves for 22 months after an election. So then you immediately, because you're so on top of it, not that, other people wouldn't be that ready, and you do your request, and 10 days, and then you got to examine it all this time, and then the statute of limitations has run out. And so people may wonder, well, gee, why don't we have more convictions? But this is a lot of it.
I was shocked that I thought it's so obvious. We have this person, and then, oh, well, statute of limitations is up. So it's like, wow. Oh, my goodness. But, people need to know that it's happening because it's taking advantage of the elderly and disabled. It's not taking advantage of me. But, some of the stories we've been told are just...
But it dilutes really everybody's vote. So
well, that's true.
And thank you for coming this far and staying impossibly late. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson.
One more, Ms. Vera.
Ms. Vera. And I would say, I think Chairman Kane wants to ask you a question. I would just say, if you would tell your husband that if you're inclined to come, he can stay home.
That's right.
We'd just be happy to hear from you. But with
I have better
Chairman
stories.
Kane.
One more question. Who is Deborah Adams?
Well, she's another person that we looked at. I don't want to. Okay. I really don't want to accuse anybody of something that they haven't had.
Okay.
Any,
Understand.
I don't want to get sued.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All the information I had, I gave to the Attorney General. I didn't use any names online.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Vera. Let me just backtrack on a couple of names here. Becky Bullard. Becky Bullard is here, okay. Becky, you're going to be up next, but I promised Ms. Chang. Ms. Chang was, there she is. You were hiding behind the podium there. If you would please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
The world was not built for short women. Okay.
Oh, don't complain to me about things not being the right height.
You know, I hear ya. Yes, my name's Ashley Chang. I'm representing the Asian Pacific Islander American Public Affairs Association as a board member today. I am here to testify against HB 6 as a fundamentally anti-democratic assault on our voting rights. I'm a native Texan, and I voted as soon as I could when I turned 18. But I want to tell you about my mother, because her voting story is a little bit different. She immigrated here from Taiwan in 1977. She was 21 years old. And as I mentioned, her voting story looks very different than mine. Growing up, I'm ashamed to admit I was a little bit of a brat. I looked down on my mom as if she wasn't good enough because she didn't speak English as well as the other moms. She couldn't help me with my homework. And I always thought that she didn't care about politics. I thought that she was apathetic about politics and what was going on in our communities. But as I grew older, I realized that she wasn't apathetic about politics, that politics were apathetic about her. And I've seen as I've gotten older that there are already so many inherent barriers for Asian Americans in our voting systems when it comes to language accessibility, when it comes to an understanding of how these processes work. And she always wanted to vote, but she didn't know how. She thought it would take too long because she worked full-time at her restaurant. And even worse, she was afraid. She was afraid that she would do something wrong. And we need to be making voting more accessible, not more difficult. HB 6 will make voting lines longer. It will shut people out and keep turnout low. It will instill more fear in our communities around voting. For people like my mother. And I became a VDR in 2017 to register my mother to vote for her first time. Literally 40 years after she became a U.S. citizen. That is 40 years that she was paying taxes. That was 40 years that she had opened and was running her business. That was 40 years she was employing hundreds of people in the state of Texas. 40 years that she was serving thousands of people. That is probably hundreds of thousands of sesame chicken and egg rolls that she had churned out there. That she was a part of her community. 40 years of her being an American who deserved to have a say in this democracy. And she was so proud. The day that I held her hand and I walked her through the produce section of her local grocery store to take her to vote for her very first time in 2018. But do you know what happened? We got there and she was told that she wasn't on the voter rolls, that she had to fill out a provisional ballot, and ultimately her vote didn't count. And it was exactly what she feared. You know, that is exactly why she hadn't voted for 40 years. Because she didn't want to show up in this room and to have people look at her and tell her that she didn't belong. And that is exactly what happened. And I tell you this story because I mentioned I grew up here. I have a bachelor's degree in communications. I graduated summa cum laude. I have every privilege in the world. I'm getting a master's in social work. And somehow, I guess maybe even I couldn't figure out some of our unnecessarily complicated voting systems. Maybe it was a small error on my part. I have no idea what happened and why she couldn't vote that day. I will never know what happened and why that right was taken away from her. But the thing is that HB 6 would make my failed attempt to empower my mom that day a crime. And I can't imagine why we would do that to our citizens and those who are trying to help others to empower their right. We should be working on safe and secure online voter registration, universal and secure vote by mail, and I just want to say that even despite the existing barriers to voting, especially for our Asian American communities in Texas, that we made unprecedented gains in the last presidential election. We increased our voter turnout statewide by 88%. That's 3 times more than the general population increase in turnout. And I don't want to see those gains, I don't want us to lose those gains because of HB 6. And I will say that my mother was one of those new voters the last election cycle. But HB 6 is just another attack for our communities to be able to be seen, of other eligible voters like her who deserve reasonable access to our elections, have a voice in her own government. Do not take away the power from us as Asian Americans, as people of color, as immigrants. It is unnecessary, it's unconstitutional, and quite frankly, it's un-American. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. I've got to tell you, I'm finding it kind of hard to believe that you got a degree in communications, summa cum laude, after listening to that presentation. That was outstanding. Thank you, and I appreciate the passion with which you delivered it. I am hopeful that although that was a tragic story, that in the provisional ballot, that you don't strike me as a quitter, nor does your mother, and that we're not quite through with this story. And let's get that fixed so that all Americans that are eligible can vote. That's what we all want. So, members, let me open it up. Members, do we have any questions? Representative Beckley.
My mother has a similar story to your mother, except we have a bird store, not a Chinese food restaurant. So, but very similar story. Her first time voting was in 2018, and had been a citizen for years, and had to do a provisional ballot as well.
Thank you, Representative. Members, Representative Jatan.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your testimony. Sorry I missed the first part of that. But as a Korean mother, or a Korean American, my mother immigrated here from Korea and went through that same process of becoming a citizen, and did get engaged in the election system. And I know a lot of people in the Asian community that, it's more of our custom to just, do our work and go about our lives and not worry about the election process and the government component of this whole thing. And so I agree with you, and I understand that we need to get more of the Asian community to come out and vote. I can tell you, as a joint author of this bill, the things that we need to do to maybe address voter registration and some of these other things are not things that we want to address in this bill. I think that what we're trying to address in this is making sure that if your mother was able to vote on this last election cycle, and when she eventually does, we're protecting that vote. And we're making sure that it's not stolen by ballot harvesting or stolen by someone attempting to assist her, and not allowing her to vote the way that she wants to on there. And so I completely agree, and I hope you understand that's the intent of this bill, is to protect people's votes. And so
I understand that's the intent of the bill. I worry about the actual unintended consequences and the fear that will be created by not allowing people to assist others when they're voting. People with disabilities, people like my mother with issues with language access. So I think I just urge you to look carefully at this bill and make sure that you're protecting the rights and not creating more fear around voting for immigrants, especially in our Asian American community.
Sure, and I understand that concern. And one of the stories that we continue to hear about the assistant in the polls is the abuse, where someone offers to take them in to assist them with voting, and when they're done voting, they didn't get to vote the way that they wanted to. And so we're trying to avoid that abuse. And so by having a form, by having the oaths and adjusting the oaths to where it's more understanding of the fact that you can't steal someone else's vote. That's the intent of this, is to protect people like your mom from having that vote stolen from them. And so I just wanted to share that to make sure it's kind of understood that that's the intent of this bill.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I just hope that you look at the impact of the bill and not just the intent.
Thank you, Representative Jatan. Other questions? Representative Fierro.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. And your point is very well taken, that it's those unintended consequences that the authors have that may result or could result, that are going to result from this. It's the fear of going to the polls and the fear of doing something wrong, not dotting the I, not crossing the T. It's going to come along with potential prison term. And those are the fears that it's going to keep us as minorities and people of color from going to the polls. So thank you for sharing your story, and I hope I hope the committee hears it.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions? Ms. Chang, thank you for being patient with us, and sorry we missed you the first couple of times. I'm glad you stuck around. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Becky Bullard, I think I had you up next, but also had named Trent Poole. Are you in the room with us, Trent Poole? Not here? Okay, that was third strike. Mr. Bill Sargent? Okay, you snuck up on me. You're moving forward. You seem a little anxious there, Mr. Sargent. All right, just sit tight. And then we got there. And then the next one will be Renee Perez. Renee Perez? All right. Joseph Murphy? Julie Oliver? Leave that in the back. Okay. Come back to that. And Jesus Montalvo? Jesus Montalvo? And Juan Manuel Gonzalez. All right, good. We got you there. Okay. I'll keep this thing moving. Sorry, Ms. Bullard, for making you stand there patiently, but I appreciate that. If you could please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, my name is Becky Bullard. I represent myself, and I am here against this bill. This morning, Chairman Kane said that the public has concerns about...
One little second. Okay, so if you could, you are Becky Bullard. You are against the bill, and you're here to represent yourself.
Correct.
Right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. At the start of the hearing, Chairman Kane said that the public has concerns about election integrity, and that's the impetus for this bill. I don't know if any of the committee members here have had the opportunity to work an election, but I am certain that most of the public has not. I think it's difficult for folks who have not worked at the polls to grasp how secure the process is there. I've had the great honor of serving as a presiding election judge, and it's the clearest window that I've had into the integrity of our elections. Election judges and poll workers must swear an oath. We are given training. Everything is heavily documented. We are watched. From what I've seen in Travis County, there exists tremendous cooperation between Republican and Democratic judges at each polling location to ensure that every vote is validly cast. Every poll worker knows how sacred our duties are. The pandemic has made it very difficult to recruit experienced election workers. In a recent election where I was the presiding judge, the only other person at my poll who had ever worked an election before was the other judge. Every single alternate judge and clerk was working for the very first time because so many of the usual poll workers are over 65, at higher COVID risk, and had stayed home. These new young poll workers were all incredibly scared of making a mistake. If election judges and clerks are under the scrutiny of an undetermined number of poll watchers who have not been required to go through training, who have a partisan interest, who have the power to make accusations against us, and I can't remove them if they're harassing us or voters, I can't imagine many poll workers would be willing to submit themselves to that, especially those nervous first-time poll workers. Election day is long and exhausting and high pressure. Add in the threat of a menacing or combative poll watcher that I don't have the authority to kick out, and I'm not sure even I would sign up to be an election judge again, which breaks my heart because election day is my favorite day. I also see how nervous voters are at the polls, and attendants of voters who require assistance are terrified of messing it up for the voter that they're helping. I worry that this bill would cause these voters and their helpers to sit out the process entirely. If the public has concerns about election integrity, I don't think the solution is passing new laws that make it harder to vote or recruit election workers. I think the solution is better communication to the public about our robust, bipartisan, existing election procedures and enforcement of those procedures. I think that would really put folks' minds at ease, as I now rest at ease having worked elections myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bullard. Members, do we have questions? Thank you for staying late with us tonight. Appreciate your testimony. All right, I think we had up next Mr. Bill Sargent. Mr. Sargent, while you make your way up there, Renee Perez. Renee Perez, if you're in the room or out in the hall, please make your way here. Joseph Murphy. See his name there. And Jesus Montalva. Okay. But I did see Julie Oliver and Juan Manuel Gonzalez. Please be prepared. Mr. Sargent, thank you for your patience. If you please, you know the drill quite well. Name?
My name is Bill Sargent. I'm the former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections of Galveston County. I am in strong support of HB 6.
And you're testifying on?
And I'm testifying on behalf of myself.
Thank you, Mr. Sargent. Please proceed.
Mr. Kane, this bill is an excellent bill. I strongly support it. But of course, everything can be improved. So I want to give you some ideas of how to improve it. But before I do that, I want to tell you a couple of things. One is people who are afraid or threatened by poll watchers, maybe they have something to hide. I have had poll watchers at my polling locations for over 12 years, and I always welcome them. It's a teaching experience for them as well as for me. It's transparency. That's what it's about, and it's about accountability. Now let's talk about how we can improve this bill. I want to look at the very last article having to do with enforcement. You did a great job on getting on requiring the judicial system to go ahead and to expedite cases related to election fraud and violations of the election code. The problem is you don't have real-time enforcement. If there've been a lot of witnesses here who've talked and said, what has happened, and then by the time they get anything accomplished, the damage is already done. We need to take care of that. The one way of doing that is to have election marshals. I would propose you have DPS officers be election marshals, and the good point about that is there's no fiscal note. I talked to the sheriff of Lee County, who used to be the third highest guy in DPS, who said they can do what we want them to do, which is respond within 3 hours during early voting or within 1 hour on election day to possible violations. Now, how do you do that? You get the Secretary of State, so we don't send these people on wild goose chases. You get the Secretary of State to be a clearinghouse for that. I've talked to Keith Ingram. Keith says we've got in our budget enough for eight positions, and we have $2.7 million in our budget request. And when that happens, I've got the people and the resources to do that. So you call Secretary of State's office, they say, oh yeah, that's a violation, and then they go ahead and disperse the election marshal to the scene. That's how you get the job done. That's real-time enforcement. Let me demonstrate it, Mr. Carty, if I can, with you. All right? Let's say you're a poll watcher, and I'm your judge, and I say, here's what you're going to do. You're going to sit in that chair. You're not going to move. If you want to talk to anybody, you talk to me and me only, and that's it. And if you're not going to do that, you're out of here. Do you understand that? Okay. What I just did is I just violated the election code. But by the time you go to a court, it's too late. So there's one other thing that needs to be done here. Secretary of State's office will act on things that have to do with voter rights, but they don't really go after violations of the code. Section 31.005 of the code says that, is the part that says they have to take action on voter rights. We need to add to that section, and it's in what I handed out to you all, is a provision that says, and to enforce the election code. That way they can be this clearinghouse. That way they can dispatch the other. Now, I know I'm out of time, so just two things that someone might want to ask me a question about. One is to do with personal examples of voter fraud that I've witnessed, and the other has to do with giving you information about what the rate of throwing out ballots by mail.
Very good.
Thank you,
Sergeant. Thank you for your testimony. I think Representative Swanson has questions for you that may sound strikingly similar to those that you just suggested.
They sound identical to what you just suggested. Could you please answer those two questions that you thought somebody might?
I can. And one thing I neglected to say is that Paul Betancourt over in the Senate has a bill that does basically what we want to do. Does it from a little different perspective, but his bill, which is 1589, I believe, it does something similar to that. And one of those bills ought to come to fruition. Two examples in Galveston County of voter fraud. One was where a guy in the 2012 election, some people are just stupid what they put on Facebook. Because what they did is this guy voted. He has a condo in Galveston, so he sent a ballot by mail in to vote for Mr. Obama, and then he goes on Facebook and says, "Don't worry about voting at the election because I voted for Obama already in Galveston, and I'm going to do it in person in Minneapolis. We got him because we watched it. When that ballot by mail came in, we looked at it, we opened it up, made sure it was voted, put it back in, sealed it, and processed it. But it cost him $4,000 because we went after him. The second example is a person who is not a U.S. citizen. He voted in 6 separate elections until he went to serve for jury duty and said, "I'm not a citizen." That case is now with the AG. So it happens. It's not some nebulous thing that people say it doesn't happen. That, 1 or 2 cases doesn't happen. Bottom line is it does happen. It happens all across the state. Now, Heather Hawthorne said that 20% of her ballots by mail were rejected. I talked to her in the hall after that, and I said, "Heather, that sounds awful big to me, because that's not what we're seeing in Galveston County, your neighboring county. She's in Chambers, we're in Galveston." I checked. We had a total of 13,423 absentee ballots in Galveston in the 2020 election. 246 of them were rejected. That is 0.081%. Less than 1% of the actual ballots by mail that were received in Galveston County were rejected. She admitted to me out in the hallway that hers was just a guess, an estimate. So when somebody says 20%, that's not the case.
Thank you.
And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Mr. Sargent. And actually, I think a similar conversation. I think sometimes this can be a little confusing, and I think digging into those numbers would bear out. They are what they are, and I'm sure that the Chambers County numbers aren't dissimilar from what you've seen in Galveston County. So.
Well, and she admitted that she thought that was probably a high estimate.
And I think there was some confusion about how she heard the question, but be that as it may, those are statistical figures, and they are what they are. So, but thank you for being here today. Members, any other questions of Mr. Sargent? Thank you.
God bless you all. Thank you.
With us. Good night. All right. Let me go back to Judy Oliver. If you can make your way to the front. Juan Manuel Gonzalez, I think you're going to be on deck. Is it Renee Perez? This is the 3rd time going. Renee Perez? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Joseph Murphy, are you in the room? Don't see anyone here. And I think we've given plenty of time to make it over. And Jesus Montalva? Jesus Montalva? Okay, well, we're trying to make sure we give everybody the opportunity, but right now what I've got, and I will tell you, and Mr. Chairman Kane, give you a little heads up, I'm going to complete the list that I have of witnesses who have registered to testify, and upon the completion of the testimony of, let me see what we got here, Julie Oliver, and then following that, Juan Manuel Gonzalez, I will be passing the gavel back to you. All right. Sorry to make you wait while we're trying to get things organized. Lots to do to keep trains running on time at 11:20 at night.
And I've passed my
Oliver,
bedtime.
if you could please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Okay. My name is Julie Oliver, speaking on behalf of myself, my dad, my son, and everyone across the state that this bill is going to harm. And I'm testifying
Oliver,
today in strong opposition to House
Ms.
bill.
Oliver, I'm sorry to interrupt, and we're going to have ample time. Just, we have to make sure that how you testify comports with how you registered. And I think on your registration, you just showed testifying on behalf of yourself.
You got it. Then.
Well,
Yep, you're right.
Is that correct?
That is correct. That is what I wrote.
I understand what you're saying. There's other people similarly situated, but for the record,
yes.
Your name is Julie Oliver. You're testing on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So, committee members, Mr. Chairman, my name is Julie Oliver, speaking on behalf of myself today, testifying against this bill, in strong opposition to this bill, because it's un-American, it's unpatriotic, anti-veteran, racist, classist, and unfairly discriminates against people with disabilities and working-class Texans. This bill is going to hurt Texans. Most immediately, it harms Texans with disabilities. Texans like my dad, a disabled Army veteran.
Texans like my son Brack, who suffers from a rare immunodeficiency. It harms them by putting extreme, transgressive documentation requirements in place that will make it harder for Texans with disabilities to cast their vote. This bill is especially harmful to working-class Texans. It puts the contempt that Republican politicians feel for the working class on full display for everyone to see. For the working mom who works 3 part-time jobs, when is it convenient for her to vote? After her shift ends. This bill aims to make it harder for working-class Texans to cast their vote. I don't expect the Republican politicians cowering to the unpatriotic mob who attacked our Capitol January 6th to have any courage today. Their minds were already made up for them by the mob. But today, I'm calling on the corporations who have contributed over $500,000 to Texas politicians pushing these bills to loudly, publicly denounce them. Thank you, American Airlines. Thank you, Dell. Thank you, Salesforce. Thank you, Microsoft. I hope AT&T will cease its contributions to you, Mr. Chair. If you want to do business here in Texas, they need to prove that they support American democracy and oppose this bill. I've also heard that the reason for this bill is because votes have been taken away through harvesting or assistance. But not one person has come forward today to say, that happened to me. Not one. So I've got 3 words for you. Indicted Attorney General. You want to go after fraud? Start with Ken Paxton, who has been under indictment for 5 years for defrauding his fellow Republican legislators out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and who is currently under FBI investigation for accepting bribes. I don't think he has any business investigating our elections. HB 6 is a Jim Crow voter suppression bill, and Texas deserves so much better. Texas should be a beacon of democracy, not the capital of voter suppression.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. I appreciate your testimony. And all I can say is free speech is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I would ask the audience to please refrain from applauding or booing or hissing. This is what this is all about. So thank you for testifying. Members, do we have any questions? Chairman
Ms. Oliver, I believe in your testimony you had said this would prevent a working mother from voting after work, or something like that. Did I hear you say something like that?
When her shift ends.
When her shift ends. Where in the bill would it do that?
The part of the bill that says that voting at 7 is totally safe and secure, but voting at 7:01, if you get in line at 7:01, it is no longer safe or secure.
I don't think that's in this bill, ma'am.
You don't have provisions that cap the hours from 7 to 7?
No, ma'am, you're confusing that with another bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. I'm sorry, Ms. Oliver. Before Ms. Beckley just walked up here, I want to make sure you may not have heard the testimony. Any other members have questions of Ms. Oliver? Okay. Thank you for staying up late with us tonight. Appreciate your testimony. All right, let's move forward with Juan Manuel Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, what I'm going to do upon your introduction, I'm going to yield the chair back to Mr. Kane. But if you could, please, you've heard the drill. Your name, who you represent. Actually, I'm going to have 4 questions for you. Your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, and then personally, I'd like to know where you got that hat.
Mexico.
All right.
Mexico.
Let's answer the first 3 questions for the record. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Juan Manuel Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of the Latinos for America first, and because as a poll watcher from Rio Grande Valley, also I witnessed many things that, in my opinion, were not right in a democratic voting process.
And
plus,
sir,
I also support.
Are you for, against, or on the bill?
Plus, I also support HB 6.
There you go. Sorry to cut you off. Please proceed. Thank you.
For example, when I was stationed inside, I was told by the judge to sit in a corner by the voting area, and told that I had to sit there and not leave for a minimum of 5 hours. While sitting there, I witnessed several voters that would ask for help. These guys walked in and would stand by the voting machine and look around and say, "I need help." And then it was either a young lady or a young man that would come out and stand by them. And I don't know what they did because I was sitting way off. Also, when my friend and another poll watcher came to relieve me, I went outside to my GOP pop-up tent and witnessed 2 different cars with paper plates. And in South Texas, they're called los politiqueros or politiqueras. These are people that go and bring people to vote. On intervals, they had 3 to 4 people in their car. The guy would come out from inside with a bucket. They all threw their IDs in there. Never checked to see if somebody was in the car that looked like the ID. Went out, brought the little portable machine and was handed into them. And the guy stood out there. And most of the time, I could see him. They would pass it to the driver, which is the politiquero, politiquera. And they would proceed to do the voting. Then after they finished, a big tent with a lot of barbecuing going on, they would come up, a guy would say, well, how many plates? I didn't hear him, but he would come back with 3, 4, 6 plates into the car. And then they would leave. I should do like somebody we know that hands this to somebody to read it instead of following my own handwriting. I witnessed the driver in the voting procedures. Before they finished, the person would approach the car and do all that. So what I'm saying is, after a while, the same cars would bring other people, and they had paper plates, not to be identifiable. They had paper plates on their cars. And this, according to some people that I befriended, became friends with, they were Democrats, because they didn't like me. They said, this is Democrat country, get out of here. They didn't like me there with my other signs that I had there. And I guess they respected me a little bit because of my white hair. So, and in the car, I didn't see people with a lot of white hair. Just like the guys that were inside that didn't know what they were doing. They spoke both languages. And another person would stand by them and do all that punching into there.
Mr. Gonzalez, if it's okay, the time's up, but we're gonna hear some more from you. Can you tell me, you began by telling me, so you were a poll watcher?
Yes.
And so you were excluded from doing your job? What happened?
Correct, because I was told to sit. That was where I was supposed to be stationed.
Who told you to sit down?
The judge.
Wow. I wish you had testified just before the last witness. Were you?
I had an assigned place to be at.
Yeah, but they made you sit down. You weren't able to move or observe.
Correct.
What is your understanding of what a poll watcher is supposed to do?
Observe.
Yeah.
And make sure that nobody comes up and does what they were doing. Mm-hmm. Because this person would just come in, but because it's my first time doing this, I felt intimidated and not wanted to be coerced or allowed to leave.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for being here and for waiting this late.
Since last night.
Did I hear you say when the politiqueras brought up, drove a voter to the polls, which in and of itself is legal, mm-hmm. that the election workers handed the voting
apparatus,
use an iPad or whatever laptop, you use, to the politiquera rather than the people that are supposed to be the voters?
The politiquero or politiquera was driving.
Right.
They had 3, sometimes 4 people in there, and it would be handed over. I could see that it would be handed over a lot of times, not all the time.
You witnessed with your own eyes,
yes,
the politiquera or politiquero doing the voting rather than the voters.
Correct. It would be handed. And the person that handed the laptop, whatever it's called, again, it's my first time doing this, would just stand out there and wait. And then he would take it back inside, bring it back out. Yeah. With the other IDs.
And that sounds exactly like the kind of illegal assistance that we've been talking about all night. Thank you for taking the time to come up here and tell us that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Fierro.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for your testimony. Just so I can understand, when I heard you say that they grabbed the iPad, the voting machine,
iPad, yes,
and handed it through to the person who was going to vote, Mr. Schofield asked you if the person driving was the one who voted on the machines.
a few times, yes. I saw it.
Wait, so a few times?
Yes.
Because the minute I heard you say he handed them, then Mr. Schofield asked you, and you said, no, he did, and now it's a few times.
Yes, a few times.
Okay.
Because other times, you know, it wouldn't be handed over. Okay. But a few times I did see.
I said I didn't hear that the first 2 times.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Gonzalez? And Mr. Gonzalez, by the way, I see you're from Westlaco.
Yes.
Traveled a long way. Thank you.
Yes.
Have you been to the Capitol before?
When I was very young.
Well, welcome back to your Texas Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
It was in my high school. Very young, long time ago.
That's neat.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to give you all a few ideas on who's on deck. So I'm going to read a few names, and so I'm not calling you up. I just want you to have an idea. Rosemary Clouston, Tamara Colbert, Alexei Swirsky, Andre Villaplana, Manfred Wendt, Latanya Whittington, Selena Z, Michael Williamson, Griselda, Kelly, Alex Burnell, Charlie Bonner, and Rick Briscoe. Any of those people in the room? Yeah. I couldn't hear you, ma'am.
Rosemary Clouston.
Okay. Rosemary Clouston, I see you're here on behalf of the Texas Democratic Party.
That's correct.
And you're against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
And you may begin your testimony.
Great. Good evening. I want to start by noting TDP's strong opposition to this bill. All this bill does is make voting by mail more difficult, add more criminal penalties, and remove our elections officials' autonomy. None of this serves your constituents, the voters of Texas. It will only prevent good, professional folks from working in our elections and prevent voters from having their voices heard. In 2020, my voter protection team ran our voter assistance hotline, poll watching operations for Democrats across the state, and liaised with election officials, which provided me with insight and experience on several facets of the bill, notably poll watchers and election judges and clerks. First, let's talk about poll watchers. I trained hundreds of Democratic poll watchers in 2020. Just to be clear, I know this is not the case for all parties and all candidates, but no one that we credentialed was untrained. My team was in touch daily with dozens to hundreds of poll watchers. I assure you, the poll watcher provisions are solutions in search of a problem. Our poll watchers are trained to observe the election to ensure that voters' rights are protected, and every eligible voter can cast a ballot. And that's the thing that I think we're missing from a lot of this conversation. We've centered the poll watchers, not the voters. And we're concerned about their rights, but really the rights that we give to poll watchers are in service of the election and in service of the voters themselves, and making sure that the eligible voters are able to vote. And I think this conversation has been really derailed, focusing on the wrong thing. But our poll watchers were able to observe and do their jobs, as were the Republican watchers. Some polling places and ballot board facilities were small, and sensible social distancing was enforced, requiring poll watchers to be a little bit to the side or to be maybe a little bit cordoned off. But in the rest of the country, they called this a common sense measure to prevent people from getting COVID. What our poll watchers did report to me were other untrained poll watchers who obstructed official processes and unnecessarily held voting up to nitpick procedures that they didn't understand because they didn't understand the law, they didn't go to training, they didn't follow the processes. So this bill would prevent a presiding judge from maintaining order in their polling place. They would not be able to remove a poll watcher using a racial slur or sexually harassing clerks, since none of those constitute an offense related to the conduct of the election. This defies common sense and is an abrogation of their duties as an employer of the clerks. Mr. Opiella earlier suggested that the solution is to bring in law enforcement. As we have seen time and again in other areas of our society, the police should not be called for activity that is not illegal. For example, yelling or using inappropriate language. I've seen police called more to polling places in Black and Latino communities, and we know that people on whom police are more likely to be called are Black and Latino. Additionally, bringing in law enforcement can often escalate a situation, not de-escalate it. We do not need more police presence in our polling places. That is the opposite of a solution. We're looking toward de-policing many other parts of our society and removing the police from situations they don't need to be in. We should not be bringing them into our polling places more. Happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Ms. Clausen, correct?
Clouston, like
Clouston.
Houston.
Great. So is it your opinion that the presiding judge should be enforcing criminal law and not the police?
It is my opinion that the presiding judge should be enforcing the election code in their polling place, and that it is their job to keep order in their polling place, including preventing people from causing disturbances and discouraging people from voting by causing a problem in the polling place, like offending an entire race of people if the poll watcher was to use a racial slur, for example.
What do you see the purpose of a watcher as?
To ensure that every eligible voter who comes to that polling place is able to vote.
And who appoints a watcher?
The county Democratic Party can appoint a watcher in most partisan elections, as can candidates.
Yeah.
And folks opposing or supporting a ballot measure.
I was under the impression watchers were there to observe the conduct of an election and actually be watching election judges and election officials. Am I wrong?
In my opinion, yes. Our election judges are appointed by the political parties. And I know that our county Democratic parties take that as a huge responsibility of theirs to make sure that they are finding their best and their brightest folks to be able to serve in those election judge roles. And so I know that we have some really capable, amazing Democrats serving as election judges, like the one that you heard Ms. Lewis talk about earlier today in Waco. And so those folks are the ones that are serving in those capacities as election judges, and they're conducting the election and doing the best that they can. And our poll watchers are there to be another set of eyes and ears and make sure that things run smoothly, but they are not there to police our poll workers. That they're not their managers, that is not their job.
Yeah. I would maybe disagree. I wouldn't
Clearly.
say their job is to police them, but I do think their role is a maybe a bit adversarial. The presiding election judge would be there by the majority party. We got an alternate election judge by the other minor party in that instance. And the role of the watcher, though, is there to be a check on that system. They're actually there to observe the activity and to ensure for their candidate or their ballot measure or their political action committee or whatever it is to make sure no funny business is going on or to observe that things are happening by those alternate judges or those presiding judges. So I think we're always going to have that tension. And that's actually literally the role. That's why we created watchers, at least I believe so, is a check on that system, and not just because maybe some people don't trust their party and so they want to have a watcher for their candidate or other things. So I think we're always going to have this tension, and it brings a balance to ensure that everybody feels as though their voice was heard and nobody was pulling any wool over anyone's eyes. Am I wrong?
You are. So I've heard two different things that you said there that I think are quite wrong, or actually one that is quite right, maybe, that is that if there's a tension, that's exactly what you've heard people come up and testify about all day today, that tension is what's going to get out of hand when you give poll watchers unbridled access to the polling place. Many of us, I hope, have been managers of people at various times in our lives. At the end of the day, there needs to be a boss. There needs to be a person in charge of the polling place who sets the rules and who, at the end of the day, says this is what's happening and this is what's not. And that boss is the election judge and the presiding judge. And I have had more than my share of disagreements with presiding judges in this state and their interpretations of things. I have called many an election administrator about those concerns. But for a polling place to run smoothly, you need someone who can say, yes, this voter, this is how we're going to do it. This is what needs to happen right now. Because otherwise, that voter is going to be standing there for an hour while you wait on hold with the election administrator, or while the poll watcher goes on a diatribe for an hour. Ain't nobody got time for that. We've heard a lot about working people who need to get in and out of the polling place because they got kids at home that need help with homework and a lot of other concerns on their plates. And already we know that there are sometimes 8-hour lines long in Texas, which some provisions that your colleagues have suggested will only exacerbate. The other thing that I heard you say was about people's feelings. I've heard a lot over the last couple of times that we've been in this committee room about people's feelings about our election. You know why people don't feel great about our election? Because Republicans have constantly undercut confidence in this election system. I do not know of a single voter that has ever gone to a polling place and said, "Where's my poll watcher?" That said, "Where's someone watching this system?" They go in there and they expect that the people who are the election judges and the election clerks have been properly trained and are there to do their job and conduct that election. They are not expecting someone to be looking over their shoulder to protect their rights. That is not what they expect when they go in there. If they have a problem, they think that they need to call the election official or the Secretary of State. They're not like, "Where's my watcher?" That's not how people are thinking about this situation, and most voters do not even know about the existence of a watcher or whether that's that person hanging out over there. That's not how they're approaching the polling place. So I do not understand how your version of events, where this situation where you have unbridled watchers who can do anything and everything they want in a polling place, leads to voters having more confidence in their elections.
So what would you say to the people who've testified here today about how they've been excluded as watchers, or the fraud they've seen, and how they believe there should be a check on the power of an election judge?
I again don't think that that's the right question to ask. The poll watcher's rights are not that, I am not that interested in that situation, but let's go to the deeper question of what is the real concern there about why that poll watcher was excluded, or what was happening that was a concern that they weren't there. What I've heard is people saying, "I couldn't see everything because I was in a corner." Well, did you have a conversation with your election judge and approach this? Did you call the county election official and say, "Hey, could you give this person a call?" That's what my poll watchers did, and we had a conversation with the election official, and it was resolved within an hour or two. So maybe other folks need to have better poll watching programs, but in my program, it worked out pretty fine for most of our folks.
I'm glad you have a good program.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at my proposed section 33.0016. It discusses watcher's duty. You don't think a watcher should be able to just call to the attention of an election officer any observed or suspected irregularity or possible violation of law? They should just keep their mouth shut?
Of course they should. And that's exactly what our poll watchers do and what they currently can do. You go to the election judge and you say, "I observed this happening. I think this, in many cases, what our watchers are saying is, this voter, I think they should be able to vote a regular ballot, not a provisional ballot, because they said they don't have ID and they weren't offered a provisional ballot. That's improper. They should be offered a regular ballot if they have a reasonable impediment. Can you ask your clerk if that's a thing that they should do?" Or, "Excuse me, I think this person was told that they can't vote, but they didn't, follow the proper procedure and call the elections office, or, maybe offer a provisional ballot." Of course those things happen.
What if they saw an election officer doing something wrong? Like, I don't know, maybe failing to scan a ballot or
What do you mean by scan a ballot?
I guess you don't have a paper ballot backup. I don't either. Sometimes.
They do here in Travis County,
Okay.
sure. You mean
maybe they failed to run it through the scanner, or
So
they didn't
the poll workers shouldn't be doing that to begin with.
I don't think that if they saw it happen, they're like, "Oh, that's a problem." Should they tell the election judge that was a problem?
Of course.
Okay, and in that instance, would they be watching out for the voters, or actually watching to make sure an election officer is doing their job?
They're looking out for the voter in that case, because what you've described is a situation where a voter's ballot might not count.
Yeah. I get it. Maybe we're using different words. I think their job's there to make sure that all those other people are doing their job so that the voter's taken care of. But
I agree that the primary concern should be that the voter's taken care of.
and that's what this bill's all about. It's about to protect the voters and to make sure that election officials don't take advantage of them. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Vice Chair Gonzalez.
All right. I have a few questions, and so I know that some of your. Can you tell us just a little your background as far as like what you do with elections, what kind of work experience you have in doing elections work?
Absolutely. So I'm the voter protection director for the Texas Democratic Party since the beginning of last year. So got to spend all three of the 2020 elections in Texas, our primary and both of our COVID-riddled elections. And prior to that, I worked particularly in training at the National Democratic Training Committee, which allowed us to focus very heavily on our poll watcher training this year and make sure that we were providing every option for folks to get good quality interactive training despite the pandemic. And prior to that, I spent 3 years at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law in Washington, D.C., running their national nonpartisan voter protection hotline and helping support poll watching programs in states like Florida, Pennsylvania, New York, and some other places.
So, so in your your time of running the voter protection program for TDP, can you just tell us about some of the issues that were reported to you that you saw that were happening across the state of Texas?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we heard a lot, we have a voter assistance hotline where voters can call and ask any questions they have or report any problems they have with the voting process. And we got about 30,000 calls from Texans last year, and many of them were about mail ballots. We had so many voters call and have questions about, am I eligible to vote by mail? Big one in 2020. And I am not sure whether I am eligible. I'm not sure how to get a mail ballot. I need an application. That's a big one that we hear. I need a vote by mail application. Or maybe I was sent one, my husband was not. He needs a mail ballot application. So we heard a huge need from voters who are eligible because of their age or because of their disability, who did not have ready access to a vote by mail application, and we're asking the TDP to send them one. So one of the parts of this bill that is really concerning to me, and I know we've talked a lot about that vote harvesting provision, but when I first read this, if a voter calls our hotline and asks us, I need a vote by mail application, and we send them one and they're like, okay, and send me some of that Joe Biden literature that I see, or send me that bumper sticker, right? I'm a big supporter. And I put both those things in the same envelope and send it. I'm campaigning for a candidate, and I'm encouraging someone to vote by mail with an official vote by mail application. And I'm a paid staffer of the TDP. Did I just fall into your vote harvesting definition?
No.
So I think that's I'm so glad to hear you say that, Representative Kane, because as a Democrat in this state, right, working for the TDP, last year hearing from the Attorney General's office over and over again about disability provisions and who was and wasn't eligible to vote by mail, I can say that it was very nerve-wracking for a lot of progressives and a lot of civic engagement organizations being threatened in that way of, if you give someone wrong information, if you help someone vote by mail, and it turns out that they were maybe not telling the truth, that we would be targeted as helping them to do so. And so I'm really glad to hear you explain how you would interpret this vote harvesting provision to protect my staff and me.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would question that, because I mean there were I had some of these same questions with the AG's office earlier today, and some of the questions that I asked, I mean, it sounded like even my family or my friends, helping a candidate when their election was kind of on that borderline. It could potentially fall right into this bill that could be criminalized, right? And so I would disagree with that. With that statement. But so when an issue is reported at a polling location, can you kind of run us through how you guys how that gets resolved?
Sure.
And does it get resolved?
Absolutely. So it is our goal for any issue that is reported by a voter or a poll watcher to be resolved at the lowest level of escalation, right? So if a voter calls in and they say, hey, I was at my polling place and they said because I didn't have ID, I couldn't vote, we talk to that voter and coach them on self-advocacy, right? Can you go back in and ask the poll worker if you could have the reasonable impediment form? And then I'm also going to call the election official for that county and say, hey, it sounds like maybe your poll worker at this polling place is a little confused about these provisions. Could you call them and make sure that they understand about the reasonable impediment form and are offering that to everyone who is eligible? And 99 times out of 100, that's the end of it. In a case where the voter goes in and does that, or where our poll watcher reports it and they've talked to the poll worker and said, hey, they're supposed to get this reasonable impediment form, and the poll worker is not doing that, then we do have to escalate that in a different way to that election official. Say, hey, your poll worker's not offering this. Can you please follow up with them and make sure that they do that? And I think that's another thing that I've heard today from I heard a lot of lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on TV as my joke. Yes, are we still on April Fools? So people were talking about litigation, right? And what happens in the courtroom. 999 out of 1,000 times, this stuff doesn't make it to a courtroom. So what the judge says and how the judge would interpret it is not the reality. What happens is that a poll worker or an election official or one of our county chairs goes to the code themselves and reads the plain language of the statute. And when the plain language of the statute says that the poll worker can't throw out the poll watcher, they say, my hands are tied, I can't do anything about this, right? And so that is going to be deterrent and problematic for our folks on the ground, because that's what the plain language says and tells them that they can't do. Regardless of how a judge would interpret that, that's how it is implemented on the ground.
And so of those things that were reported, what would you say, if you can, I mean,
sure.
Say what was like some of the bigger issues, like that was it poll worker training, maybe not giving correct information? Is it poll watchers? I mean, what were some of the big issues that kind of came up?
Yeah, so one of some of the issues that we saw that were pretty prevalent were mainly, like you said, poll worker training, where someone makes an honest mistake, where they don't offer that reasonable impediment form, or they tell someone that they can't vote when really the situation is that they should go to the county elections office and vote a limited ballot, or some other nuances like that that are really tricky. And, you know, I do this work full time and I have staff that do this full time, and you get into a lot of nuance that is challenging for folks to be perfect on. And so, yes, there are steps in that process, and sometimes it does, you know, get heated. And we saw in a number of cases there be those challenges at the polling place, and it was, in order to maintain that order at the polling place, really necessary for that election judge to be that final authority. But to your specific question, mainly that poll worker training, where I would really encourage y'all, if we're really concerned about these problems at the polling place, and as Representative Kane says, you know, someone needs to look over their shoulder. You know, in most jobs, if your staff isn't doing their job as well as they should, you offer them professional development, and you coach them and you support them to get better at their jobs. So I would really encourage this committee to instead consider funding poll worker training and making sure that we are paying poll workers across the state to attend that training for both election judges and election clerks, because that's one of the things that we hear as a deterrent for folks going to training, or for that being really fulfilled in its entirety.
You took my last question, but thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Members, any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
Do you think we should have some sort of standards for the poll watchers?
I think that is a very interesting question, because, you know, as Representative Kane and I have clearly illuminated, I think sometimes the two parties have very different experiences and suggestions and interpretations of what our poll watchers' jobs are. So I would not be comfortable necessarily with some of those interpretations being how the poll watchers that our party and our candidates' poll watchers are trained on, because I'm training folks to be a voter's advocate when that's needed. And I don't know that that is the same training that they would receive from some other folks. But I do think that there is, you know, some basic Texas election code and procedures that is incorporated into our training that everyone in a polling place could benefit from. All the poll watchers could benefit from. So I think that potentially some standards, thinking about that, there is an online course that the Secretary of State offers for election judges that goes into election law. I would be open to that and think that that could add value. I think, you know, I'm maybe too much in a 2020 mindset, where I know our election officials had space constraints and all of those things for training, and a lot of times they focus on the machine. So I don't know if the poll worker training is the right way to go, but as far as some standards and expectations, I wouldn't have any objections to that.
Thank you. Members, any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Pause. We're getting a good photo for you. Thank you, Ms. Cliston. Hold on, we're going to get it. Ready?
Thank you. Thanks, Representative Gonzalez.
Okay. What's your name, sir? Colonel. I know you've been there a while. I've been seeing you through the hearing.
David Carter, representing myself. I'm for the bill, HB 6. My introduction to myself is I'm an election judge in Bell County. Been serving about 10 years like that. I was also a watcher at Central County this last election. The two things that have caught my attention most tonight, or today, is on the subject of assistance. At my polling place, before the polls open, by standard rules, I and the entire election staff are put under oath to give proper assistance, not any illegal assistance, and that's all spelled out in the oath. The other part of that is that everyone who comes in needing assistance, and I have people needing assistance every election, they get the assistance that they need. And I don't understand any of this hypothetical scenario stuff about people not going to be able to get assistance. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever from my experience. The other issue besides assistance is watchers. That's been a lot of time spent on watchers today. And this is how I sort this out. The watchers, are they predators who are stalking the staff and the voters that come into the polling place, or are they the victims? Now, there's been a lot of supposition that I think kind of anecdotal that the watchers have been predators, have been misbehaving. I don't see any bills introduced with lots and lots of testimony and affidavits that indicate that there's any problem with the watchers being predators in the polling place. What I hear is very, very serious allegations and affidavits and evidence that the watchers have been the victims, and that's why this HB 6 needs to be passed. It's the biggest protection for watcher rights. And watcher rights means the rights of all citizens to have a fair, untarnished election. One other thing here is there's been mention briefly of chain of custody. This, for the first time in my 10 years, I took the flash drive out of the DS-200. And our typical procedure is you take your ballot box that's locked and sealed, all your election supplies and your USB drive, and you take them to a central place in Bell County. It's not as big as Harris, 48 precincts. And you turn that stuff in. And always I've just handed in my this flash drive too. This time, because I'd heard about chain of custody, I kept the flash drive, said I want to hand deliver it to the Central County station. And they were a little surprised, but they took me through the locked door, and I gave it to the guy who was inserting these things into this accumulator and watched him until it was put in. And that, to me, that should be standard procedure. Nobody should ever touch that thing except the judge and the guy putting it in there, or something similar. If they're not the judge, then it's got to be a chain of custody. It's documented. How much time? Another 30 seconds? I can't see the thing. Okay. So, to me, we've heard a lot of theoretical speculation and I think some false narratives and versus proof of law breaking. And there's plenty of proof of law breaking all over this country and in Texas. Thank you very much.
Colonel, could you tell me about this document you've passed out?
That's just a suggestion for you, Chairman Kane. It references a particular section on page 17 of today's committee substitute at the very last line. Has to do with the issue of allowing someone other than the legislature to waive or change or ignore state law. The Secretary of State has been doing this for years. And that's
Would you say, though, it does say, unless the alteration, waiver, or suspension's authorized by this code, and the legislature is the one who made this code?
Well, here, the point is, in my mind, I'm kind of a simple person, but in my understanding of constitutional republic is that the people establish a constitution, establish a government, and give it certain duties. usually limited. It's supposed to be limited.
Yes.
In the Bill of Rights of Texas, Section 28, it has that two-liner there that nobody can modify.
Article 1, Section 28 says, no power of suspending law shall be exercised.
And
except by
that's the quote. I did the research after the hearing was canceled last week. I went to the library and did that research. And Vernon's Texas Constitution annotated is also quoted in that document. That's why it's an email to you.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure the rest of the committee also had a copy of it. That's why I'm handing it in to everybody.
Thank you. Well, the way we're envisioning this, I believe, if you're going to go look, you'll find that Judge Cooley's comments on state constitutional law would say the proper way for a legislative body to suspend a law is to do it upon the occurrence of an event, meaning the statute says when blank happens, something takes place. So when there's these circumstances, something can change, and that would be technically how we'd write it in the statute, unless otherwise authorized. That doesn't apply. It'd be the legislature saying it, as opposed to a member of another branch, such as the executive or the judiciary. I have had a few people come to us with this, and we're trying to look how we can give people the assurance that it's not to allow any other branch of government to do so.
Yeah, the Constitution is pretty clear about the three departments: executive, judicial, and legislative.
Yes, sir.
They're not to be mingled.
Article 2, Section 1. You got it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your legal expertise, sir.
I'm glad you read the Texas Constitution.
Thank you.
Members, any questions?
All right.
Thank you. Tamara Colbert. Alexei Swirsky. Andre Villaplana. Got one. Mr. Andre Villaplana, I've got you representing yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I wanted to come up here and I wanted to talk about the gap that this bill creates between people who need assistance, but do not know that that assistance is available to them. And that is a result of the chilling effect that this bill has on many of the good-hearted citizens, many of whom are in the Capitol today, whose only aim is to help maximize the representation in our representative democracy. But I know that that chilling effect is the intent of this legislation. I know that this bill purportedly seeks to improve transparency, but reduces the efficacy of oversight by forcing larger crowds into fewer polling spaces, that entrenching an inherently partisan individual with free roam over a polling site and making them impossible to remove unless very specific circumstances are met is dangerous to voters' objectivity if they feel that they are being overly observed. And I understand that that is the intent. And I think that everyone in front of me understands that that is the intent of this legislation. That there's this falsehood being purported that these poll watchers who are inherently partisan in nature should be the final authority over objectivity in our electoral system. But that diminishes the sacrifices that are made by election judges who get into being election judges from a pure love of democracy. It undermines their status. And it creates a situation in which there is an imbalance of power and and as previous speakers have said before, an unclear chain of command in terms of who is in charge of a polling site. And so if someone is being abusive and they are a poll watcher, there's nothing to be done. I would also speak to a portion of this legislation which creates appendices of death certificates, gathering information on deaths to presumably, given the history of this country, result in voter roll purges. And when we purge voter rolls, it often results in mistakes where people with the same names and the same birth dates are removed from voter rolls despite having legitimate, despite being eligible voters. They're removed from voter rolls and their rights to democracy are denied. I think that it is no coincidence that the city I'm from, San Antonio, Texas, there are many people who share names. There are many Jose Garzas, there are many Juan Garcias, there are many Christian Martinezes, and that these people would be most susceptible to mistakes during voter roll purges that are based on death certificate appendices. And I think that very few people in San Antonio have the repeated name of Briscoe Cain, for instance. I think that this is inherently targeted towards individuals of color who might share similar names. And I believe the intent of this bill is purely and simply voter suppression, that any possible example of voter fraud must be balanced against the reduction in our democratic system's objectivity. That when we assign equal power to partisan poll watchers as we do to objective election judges, that we end up with an inherently partisan election, right? That the individuals who are inherently partisan and cannot be removed from polling sites will inherently have an effect on what comes out of that polling station. I don't believe that we should entrench partisanship in our election process at the level of having individuals who have free roam over election sites, who have free roam to film voters. I believe that that harms the privacy of voters, which harms their ability to cast a ballot without fear of consequence. That's it.
The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Hi, you do realize that the election judges are partisan, right? Whichever party has the majority in that county picks the election judge.
Right, but I feel that
they're partisan. The guy watching them to make sure they're doing a job is partisan. That's the balance that gives both of us the opportunity to believe that this is being run correctly.
Right.
So your idea is that the partisan election judge should be able to kick out the other side's poll watcher so that there's only one side looking and nobody watching them.
No, I believe that there should be a clear final authority in removing potential abusive behavior from polling sites.
And how many examples of this abusive behavior do you have?
Well, we currently have the ability to remove poll watchers from polling sites.
My Democrat colleagues have been asking for specific examples. We got specific examples all night of partisan election judges kicking out the people that are supposed to keep an eye on them.
Right, and I think that that's a certain and particular interpretation, right? That these instances of kicking out poll watchers.
In other words, you got no examples.
Do I have any examples, right? You want me to point out a specific instance in a specific city or something like that?
Anything you've witnessed.
Right. Here's the thing, is that I am a citizen and I am a voter, right? And if I go into a polling station and I see that someone is filming me and I see that they are wearing a MAGA hat.
Under the law, they are not allowed to film you while you're voting.
Right. But when we have
no one is.
Right. But you are allowing individuals with free roam over polling sites.
No. They're required to be allowed to be somewhere where they can observe the conduct of the election. They don't get free roam. They can't walk into you.
But I feel
when you're in there in the booth voting, they can't be peering over your shoulder.
Right.
They can't do any of that.
And if they do so, then
they're violating the election law and they can be removed. The bill says if they're violating election law, they can be removed.
Right.
But they can't be removed for as...
The bill also provides a lot of vague language around things like criminalization of obstructing, for instance, a poll watcher's view, right? And I think that instances like that are capable of misinterpretation. For instance, you brought up a prosecutor earlier, and we asked for, and there were many questions of examples of what would and would not be a violation of, for instance, assisting someone with retrieving a mail-in ballot? What would and would not be prosecutable? What would and would not be prosecutable as election fraud if you were to obstruct a poll watcher's view? And we were talking about limitations of spaces, right? Whether a poll watcher would necessarily be able to be in full view of everything that they're supposed to oversee in a polling site, if the space does not allow it, that might open up election officials to prosecution. And you brought up prosecutors who said that their interpretation would not be that voting, that spatial restrictions could be construed as obstruction. But I would say that the danger lies in that individual's interpretation and its capacity to change, or a judicial interpretation of this vaguely worded law and its capacity to change.
Well, thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Villaplana? Mr. Villaplana, I must say, your accusations of the intent or motives of this bill couldn't be more wrong. It's an order, and it's okay to say maybe you believe that would be the effect or something, but I think racism and hatred and discrimination is a disgusting and ugly thing. We may view the world differently, but that's
no, I think it's disgusting and ugly, and I think it's also disgusting and ugly to purport yourself as an opponent of racism while writing and enacting racist laws.
Thank you, Mr. Villaplana.
Thank you.
I see Alexi Swirsky now in the room. I believe she was called earlier. You were right before Mr. Villaplana. One moment, though.
Yes. I'm a presiding judge, alternate judge, and poll watcher in Harris County for the past 4.5 years. Worked almost every election. There is very little understanding of the legitimacy and role of the poll watcher in elections. According to Texas election law, poll watcher is as legitimate a position as an election judge and clerk. When I worked a poll a few years ago, the presiding judge physically blocked the two poll watchers from being able to observe the voter check-in area. She was 6 foot tall at least. She even physically bumped the 5'1" college girl that was a poll watcher out of the way. I informed her that obstructing poll watchers is against Texas election law, and all she would say, and I had the statute and everything to quote to her, is, "I'm the presiding judge. I can do whatever I want." She put the Harris County Director of Elections on speakerphone with the two poll watchers and myself. I had the same response. I couldn't even finish my sentence trying to quote the law to him, including the statute number. And he would say, "She's the presiding judge. She can do whatever she wants." And that's all I could get out of him. And that's literally what he said. Somehow we got the county attorney to come down to the poll. He tried to talk to her and explain that obstructing poll watchers, which she was literally physically doing, is against Texas election law. She would not listen to him. He was there quite a while trying to get her to understand this. Finally, he tried to talk to her one more time, and she literally ran away from him in the parking lot. I will never forget this 6 foot tall judge on election day running in and out of cars, weaving in and out, running from the county attorney of Harris County on election day. So he left, and she was allowed to continue obstructing poll watchers and kept her position the rest of the day. So this bill is something that has language that I can show if I feel necessary as a poll watcher or an alternate judge to call the police when a presiding judge is literally obstructing poll watchers. Please vote this bill into law to improve the integrity of Texas elections. And I would also ask, I didn't quite understand the penalty, that there be a strong penalty for a judge that obstructs poll watchers, and also for any election administrators that are complicit in that. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Ms. Swirsky, did you say when this happened? What election this was in?
It was in 2019.
2019. So it's not a 2020 election.
Correct.
And where was the polling place?
I'm sorry, what?
Where was the polling place?
Iglesia Bautista Baptist Church in my precinct, where I'm in the Republican precinct chair, so I have a responsibility to be the alternate judge on election day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you, Ms. Swirsky. Thank you for being here all day. I'm glad we got to hear your testimony. Thank you. The chair now calls Joshua Houston. Joshua Houston in the room. Okay. We're waiting. We'll see you. Joshua Houston? Okay, I'm gonna pass. Okay. What is your name? Is that you, sir? All right, Joshua Houston, I've got you. It's shown that you are here on behalf of Texas Impact and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Joshua Houston. I'm the Advocacy Director at Texas Impact, and we're here opposed to House Bill 6. Texas Impact is the membership organization for mainline Protestant, Jewish, and Muslim denominations in the state. The poll watcher provisions and the vote harvesting services definition would adversely affect our membership. We actively encourage and recruit our membership to be election judges for their counties. Our membership is 50% Democrat, 42% Republican, and 8% mixed in their primary voting histories. Excuse me, I ran over here and I'm short of breath. Their diversity helps counties find alternate judges of the opposite party from the primary judge, especially in more politically homogenous counties like, say, in Travis County or Nacogdoches County, just to throw a couple of contradictory, opposite examples, I should say. So should the poll watcher provisions in this bill become law, we would have qualms before encouraging our membership to be election judges again. We have witnessed behavior by poll watchers that is more adversarial than observing. HB 6 disempowers those election judges from both parties from maintaining efficiency and order. We appreciate the removal of the criminal penalties for removing a poll watcher. That reduces our qualms. But we agree with what others have testified and asked questions about, that the language of 3.01 and 3.06 are contradictory and confusing, especially for those little old church ladies that make democracy work. Additionally, something does not need to arise to a fistfight in order to be considered as a disruption. If a judge is sidelined having a 15-minute argument, then that line is going to back up as that judge is taken out of processing voters and long lines disenfranchise. Additionally, active conflict at a polling location, or really anywhere else for that matter, can be intimidating to some people and some voters. On the vote harvesting provisions, the criminal penalties relating to vote harvesting and the distribution of applications for ballot by mail are vague at best and overbroad as applied. During the July primary, several of our churches undertook campaigns to get their members who were 65 and older to vote by mail, which included mailing and hand delivering applications for ballots by mail to parishioners. Now, neither Texas Impact or our congregations ever endorse candidates, but 501c3s can and often do endorse on ballot measures, and it says measures in the text. Now, with respect to the Attorney General's office, we agree with what the NAACP testified to about the language of this new committee substitute. We read it to be that we would be felons if we, A, distributed those applications for ballots by mail, 2, during a local or constitutional amendment election, and if we have taken a position on one of those measures on the ballot. Now, we've read the does not apply section on page 16. It is unclear to us what constitutes, quote, direct interaction with an application in the presence of a voter. So, for instance, the University Presbyterian Church of Austin called its members, so that's interaction, and even hand-delivered applications, so that'd be in the presence of the voter, just to make sure that they received an application. Now, we can't tell what specific activities would arise to a felonious level.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. I'll let you go a little over, but I will say there are 143 remaining witnesses. So this time, I have to pause you, but maybe someone could ask you a question if that's okay. Members, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay. So, my apologies, Mr. Houston.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, sir. Young man, what was your name? Alex Bernal. The chair calls up. Mr. Alex Bernal.
Give me one moment to get situated.
It's spelled B-I-R. Mr. Bernal, Alex Bernal, I've got you here on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Alex Purnell. I'm a voting rights advocate. Tonight, my comments are going to address Section 505, specifically altering, waiving, or suspending election standards, practices, or procedures without the permission of the Secretary of State. I'm pleased to see that the committee substitute eliminated the original criminal penalty for public officials who innovate locally, but I'm simultaneously disturbed that the knowing standard for those possible violations has been deleted, meaning that the ground for what can be considered a violation has widened considerably, and therefore the power to sue counties has as well. So what might these future lawsuits be about? I want to try and translate what altering and wavering election practices means to me as a voting rights advocate. It means we do not see our 254 counties as partners in election innovation. That means some of the things that we saw in Harris County in the 2020 election, like moms that were using drive-through voting, could become unavailable without the permission of the Secretary of State. Obviously, we heard a lot of stories about moms using that option because they had kids in the van. Right? Just making it more convenient for them to participate in our democracy, which is, I think, a value we should all uphold. It could potentially mean that things like 24-hour voting, a method that data from Harris County demonstrates that voters of color use more, and let's remember that voters of color are also disproportionately represented among non-voters, could be done away with because it's not explicitly expressed in the election code and would require the permission of the Secretary of State. It means that sending vote-by-mail applications attached with clear eligibility guidelines could be disallowed by counties because it's not something that the Secretary of State explicitly approves, nor that the election code necessarily prescribes. But in these lawsuits, in these litigations, we saw higher courts continue to agree with Harris County, and the only virtue doesn't come just from the opinions of the courts, but the addition of voters to the process, right? Tens of thousands of voters participated. And so what I'm trying to do by pointing out this particular section as being problematic is avoiding a bunch of frivolous lawsuits that should ultimately be a question of what we're doing to increase people's participation. There's no bright line in this standard. When you remove the phrase knowing, the demonstrated impact of these reforms is that more eligible voters voted. What provision in this bill stands to do that on its own, increase the number of voters participating? I think we have an obligation to do that to meet the energy of young people. voting in record-breaking numbers. My colleague earlier, James Slattery, mentioned, if this bill was really concerned with its own language, it would implement things like online voter registration, which I think young people would ultimately approve and be confident in and adopt widely and support. So that's why I'm speaking out against the bill today.
Thank you, Mr. Brunel. I'm glad you stood up and told us your name, because I didn't want to skip you over.
Sure.
You're among friends. I understand the nervousness. Members, anyone have questions for this witness? Representative Schofield, you're recognized.
Mr. Brunel, it's not so much a question as a shout out. My legislative director, Emily Knaubb, tells me that she competed against you in debate in San Antonio.
That's true.
Hi.
That's true. We've known each other for about a decade, so it's good to hear her name, and it's good to know that she's still an advocate and still working on policy, and send her my best regards.
Will do, and thank you for being here tonight.
Of course.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you. Thank you for your story. The chair now calls Rebecca Schenker. Rebecca Schenker. About Richard McKenzie or Savannah Kumar. If you're in the overflow, please come to the other room. So it'd be Savannah Kumar, Richard McKenzie, Rebecca Schenker. How about Kirk Pack? Pake? Excellent. The chair now calls Rebecca Schenker. One moment, ma'am. I'm going to try and remind some more to get in the room, though. So, Richard McKenzie, Savannah Kumar, Kirk Pack.
Pake.
Okay. And Laura Presley, Cassandra Carter, and Marcia Strickler. Rebecca Schenker, I have you shown as here to testify on behalf of yourself, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Hello to all you hardworking late night representatives. I live in Fayette County. It's a rural county of about 26,000. I've lived there 4 years, and in that 4 years, I have worked almost every election. Sometimes as a poll worker, but usually as a judge. I've been every kind of judge, alternate, co-judge, presiding judge. And I want to talk to you tonight about what I see as a judge in this bill that I think has implications for the safety of the election. So I'm talking in particular about the poll watching component of this bill. And I see that there's accountability for me as a judge. If a poll watcher comes in, I need to handle the polling place correctly, let them observe. But I do not see any accountability at all for the poll watchers. They have no criminal penalties. If a poll watcher does something shy of illegal behavior, but improper in a polling place, for example, harassment, I, as a judge, have no recourse. I cannot leave, and I cannot kick the poll watcher out. Now, to say poll watchers are good guys and there is never going to be harassment would be naive at best. There will be harassment. We have set up rules which give the poll watchers impunity if they want to harass the poll workers. And I'm speaking here about the workers. If they want to make lewd comments about the young clerk that is working in my poll. If they want to play the trombone in the polling place. If they want to do yoga in the corner. If they want to stand 12 inches behind me all day and shadow me. None of that is illegal. None of that is election fraud. All of that is harassment, and I would have absolutely no recourse. It is my position not to put myself in the position where I can be harassed. I would not be an election judge if I felt that I could be subjected to harassment for the entire day. That is not a situation that I'm going to put myself in. I'm an experienced poll worker. I'm an experienced judge. In my county, I am counted on for my experience. They put me with inexperienced judges when we work elections. If I were to stop working elections and move to the role of poll watcher, where I would have no liability, then it would be less safe in my county. I'm one of the stalwart judges in the county. But this is indeed the situation that I feel this bill sets up, that it was much safer for me to work as a poll watcher with impunity and absolutely no accountability than to act as a judge where I have no recourse if someone misbehaves. So that is the main issue I have to discuss. And I'll take questions if anyone has any. But I know it's late.
What would you suggest the bill say to address?
I would suggest that harassment should not be allowed. I'm not going to try to wordsmith it, but there should be absolutely no harassment. Right now it just says voter fraud, encouragement of voter fraud or something. So harassment of poll workers should not be allowed. And I would also suggest there should be some accountability. There's accountability for the judge, criminal accountability for the judge, and none whatsoever for the poll workers. So that is an uneven distribution of power. And it encourages poll workers to misbehave if they are so inclined.
Are you aware that harassment is a defined term in the penal code? It's a crime.
No, I'm not. And you know, as a judge, making the decision of whether to kick someone out, what I consider harassment and what is legally considered harassment is not something I would know the difference about. I'm a judge, and I don't see this as illegal behavior. If they're singing in the polling place, I don't see that qualifies as illegal behavior. Maybe it would, but I wouldn't kick them out because it doesn't look illegal to me. Or maybe I would kick them out, risking the criminal penalties that would come with it.
Would that be harassing or annoying? That's what I'm struggling with. An amendment was put into Senate Bill 7 saying that, and people are talking to us. We're here on 6, but be confused about using such a broad word that could give an election judge the ability to remove somebody because they thought it harassing unless it elevated to a defined term. But it's something we'll be looking into.
You know, kind of above my pay grade here, but I'm an election judge and I'm trying to run a proper polling place.
Please know that we're not trying to make it hard for you. Members, any questions for this witness? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Did Richard McKenzie happen to come in the room? Hi, Mr. McKenzie. I've got your name as Richard McKenzie. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're for this bill. Is that correct?
I am indeed.
Please proceed.
Thank you all for your dedication and for and for your public service. I really appreciate it. I'm here to implore you to refocus on the really critical issue with election integrity. And I realize that it's not the focus of your bill right now, but I hope that as things come out with the stuff that's proceeding in the Senate, that you'll have an open mind. I fear that the electronic elements of election integrity are absolutely critical, and we are incredibly vulnerable. When you look at the SolarWinds attacks, when you look at the Capital One's attacks, when we've got machines tied up to the internet.
This is going to sound petty, but it's really, really important. I am required under the rules of procedure of this body to ask that you can find remarks to the contents of the bill.
Okay.
Please. It's important. I'm not trying to silence your speech, sir. Could you tell me about maybe how election fraud is affected by this? Is it election fraud?
My fear is it is election fraud, and that's what's underlying all of our concerns here with the coercion of people and assistance and everything else. Election fraud is the issue, and when we ignore the software vulnerabilities, the fact that we count the total number of votes and we assign a weighting factor of that total to particular candidates. That weighting factor is, who knows how it's controlled or input. This is all we are building. We with this bill are constructing a really firm house, and we're protecting, we're putting good solid shutters on it or something, but we're leaving the key in the lock open
Mr.
wide.
McKenzie, I must tell you, there are bills, and there are bills that this committee will hear that I believe go towards the concern you just expressed. We can't do it all. And
I don't wish to take more of your time than I appreciate.
But I want you to know, there are things that are moving through this chamber, or that this committee will be hearing that speak towards that. And maybe someone in my office could give you an idea of those bill numbers so you could watch them.
One other little element here that I've heard much concern about, that the intrusiveness of this bill, and just to point out, we live in a society now where everybody's around these little spies. We got, we're listened to, we're watched all the time. We've got, Amazon is making deliveries with the video monitoring through everything. They monitor how their hands move and everything as they pack packages. Our votes matter, and we need to have transparency that's available to the public as well as just the poll watcher. Confining, I think it's a great move forward to be able to enable the poll watchers to video stuff when they see what they think is a transgression. But I think that it should be much broader than that, and that kind of transparency and accountability needs to be expanded.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Thanks for bringing it back towards the bill. It wasn't being an insult. It's just some funny rules a bunch of lawyers made up. Members, any questions for Mr. McKenzie? Thank you. Thank you for being here and coming to your Capitol. And if you have questions, I'm sure my office can tell you about some of those bills that address those things. Savannah Kumar. Howdy, Savannah. We got your name down as Savannah Kumar. You're here on behalf of the ACLU of Texas, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good evening. My name is Savannah Kumar, and I'm an attorney representing the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against HB 6 today. HB 6 creates and expands over 15 criminal offenses and subjects a wide range of people to prosecution for conduct that could be the result of just an innocent mistake. This will deter people from participating in our election system due to a fear of criminal prosecution and incarceration. While HB 6 has many troubling provisions that we've heard about in the past 16 hours, I'd like to focus my testimony on two aspects of the bill that we think are especially damaging. First, HB 6 would chill the voting rights of all Texans, but in particular, it would chill the voting rights of people of color and people with disabilities. HB 6 makes it more difficult for U.S. citizens who need language assistance or people who need any other sort of assistance in order to vote. And in Texas, the burdens of this bill would fall largely on the Hispanic, Asian American and Pacific Islander, and disabled communities. For example, under Section 4.01, people who are providing assistance to voters are required to fill out a form that we've heard about a lot today, describing the manner of assistance that they'll be providing and why it's necessary, and doesn't put any privacy protections into place for the information that's disclosed. Individuals are likely to be intimidated by the need to fill out such a form and worried about the consequences of making a mistake on it. And more generally, by expanding the number of elections-related offenses, HB 6 gives our Attorney General even more tools to prosecute people of color. Our office, the ACLU of Texas, has analyzed the prosecutions that have been pursued by Attorney General Ken Paxton over his time in office since he assumed office in January 2015. And we have found that at least 72% of the prosecutions pursued by that election integrity unit appear to have targeted Black and Latino individuals. And we believe that these numbers should raise serious concerns. Second, HB 6 subjects people to prosecution when they make unknowing or innocent mistakes while participating in our election system. And even if HB 6 is an effort to codify a zero-tolerance approach to voter fraud, I think we could all agree that no quest for zero tolerance should sacrifice individual voters or their ability to access the ballot or the polls. And as just one example, a new offense created by Section 5.04 makes it a crime for people providing assistance to violate their oath that they take. but this section contains no knowledge or knowing requirement, which means that even people who make an innocent mistake under this section when they're assisting their loved ones might be subject to prosecution. And in fact, the change to the oath requirement doesn't align it with the definition of perjury under section 37.02 of the Penal Code of Texas, which states that a person commits an offense if with the intent to deceive and knowledge of the statements, meaning they make a false statement under oath. So HB 6 actually criminalizes innocent and unknowing conduct in a new way. And for these reasons, I oppose HB 6. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions for Ms. Savannah Kumar? No? Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kumar, you were just talking about at the end the fear of innocent mistakes, and can you elaborate on that a little bit? Specifically, how courts might interpret in a way that could prosecute innocent people and throw them in jail?
Absolutely. So our main concern with this is that is a concern with vaguely worded criminal provisions, as many are here in HB 6. And the issue is that there's a possibility that they could later be interpreted by the courts to criminalize innocent actors, especially in places where there is either a knowledge requirement in place, but it's unclear what part of the action that knowledge requirement applies to, or when there's not even a knowledge requirement at all. And I gave one kind of example in my testimony, but I'll give one more if that's helpful.
Right.
So a new offense created by section 5.01 can be interpreted as criminalizing an election judge who, as the text of section 5.01 states, knowingly provides a voter with a form for an affidavit if the form contains false information that was entered on the form by the judge. And so here, our concern is that the knowing requirement could only apply to giving that form to the voter, but not necessarily to the information that was entered into the form. So we can imagine a situation where a judge writes down some numbers, or for example, like an address, down incorrectly by accident, and that judge could be subject to a state jail felony under section 5.01, which is really concerning and could even deter judges from giving out these forms.
Would you mind, in your free time, when you have some time, sending us some ideas about how to clean this up so we can avoid making sure in this bills that we can share with the committee about how we can clean it up so we can avoid any language that will leave it open to prosecuting innocent people by making mistakes. I'd love to have that input so we could share it with the bill author and hopefully make some changes to it.
I'm confident that the ACLU of Texas would love to provide that input. Thanks for asking.
We'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the chair recognizes Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for your testimony. In between the work that Representative Busey just delegated to you, would you mind sharing with us the data you have in regards to the prosecutions from the AG's office? Because apparently they don't keep that information, and you can send it through the chair so you can send it to all of us.
That sounds wonderful. I'd love to.
Yeah, actually, thank you. I do have a question about that. How do you know, I don't know, the demographics of these people?
So that's a great question, and unfortunately, as we heard today from the representative from the AG's office doesn't track race-related
But how do you know?
information.
How does the
And so I just wanted to first highlight that that's something that we find concerning because it's important to understand whether there might be bias in prosecutions. But to answer your question, Chair Kane, what we did in trying to evaluate this information is we used a combination of tactics. So we got a list of prosecutions pursued by the Election Integrity Unit from Attorney General Ken Paxton's Election Integrity Unit, and we analyzed the information there.
And how did you analyze it? How do you know where these people, who they are?
So we used a combination of tactics. We looked at public information and court records regarding the individuals.
Do court records say somebody's race?
Often arrest records, et cetera, will list a person's race on there. And other public information as well. And in addition, news articles we looked at as well. And then finally, we made reasonable inferences based on people's surnames.
Oh, on last names.
Exactly.
In Texas, I think it could be kind of hard off of someone's last name. They could be married to somebody. They would have maybe a Spanish surname or as members of this body could have different names. But I understand. I'm just curious.
So just to address that, I mean, first of all, I want to re-emphasize that we think that it is incredibly important for the Attorney General to note this information, because there's no way to know whether there is biased prosecution occurring if you're relying, on other organizations to do that work for the Office of the Attorney General. So first, we think that that's really important information to track, because any sort of disparity in prosecutions on elections-related offenses would be and should be a concern for any public official. But beyond that as well, again, we took care to look at a variety of different factors, and at minimum, this would show that there is this heightened prosecution of people who appear to be Latino or minorities in Texas.
I just want you to know, in my opinion, of the goal of this bill is to make it apply to protect all Texans, regardless of those things. That's why it's neutral in its contents towards that, and I wouldn't have it any other way, but I respect your opinion. Thank you. Members, any other questions for this witness? The chair recognizes Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Ma'am, would you say that Texas has a clear history of discriminating in the past when it comes to voting rights?
I think, yes, it does.
And so, and if you don't, I don't know how familiar you are with the Voting Rights Act and like Section 2, but do you know some of the factors that they look to determine intent? I mean, it's going to be rare that somebody says, yes, I want to discriminate, and sometimes it's not with the actual intent to want to discriminate against somebody, but in effect, it discriminates, certain people. And so I don't know if you can speak to some of that.
I think that's a really important question about the disparate impact that certain types of provisions can have on people of color. And I know the Voting Rights Act takes care to ensure that all people, regardless of their race, have access to the ballot. If it would be helpful, I'm sure my office can look a little more deeply into that issue to make sure that we're giving you good information about the specific ways that this bill interacts with the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any other questions? Kirk Pate. All right, I've got you down as Kirk Pate. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm opposed to HB 6 in general, and specifically to the watcher at a central counting station to observe vote tabulating. I believe this is section 3.11, subsection 127.008. And let me frame my concern this way. Over the past 6 years, I've served as the tabulation supervisor in Fayette County Elections Office. I think today, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've not heard anybody else testify as a tabulation supervisor. So what I'm going to say is from my perspective in that role. I don't know if any of you have ever served as a tabulation supervisor, but during Election Day, when I'm there, I'm standing, not quite as long as I've been here all day, but I'm standing there a long time. We use an ES450 scanner, and I stand literally approximately this far from it because it's got a touch screen. You feed in ballots here, they circulate and come to the output bins. So I've been doing this 6 years. There's still things I learn about the process, especially when we just switched to this new machine about a year ago. I'm concerned that a watcher who comes to my area, my vicinity, and is going to observe the process, as I keep hearing about, is going to have a real challenge understanding what I'm doing. They're not going to, unless they have training and development, they're not going to understand what I'm doing on the touch screen. They're not going to understand what I'm doing with the ballots that hit certain bins on the output. They're not going to understand what I'm doing when I transfer certain ballots to the resolutions board. They're returned to me, and I scan them again. So I'm concerned about that. So inquiries along the way while I'm doing this have a huge potential, I think, for simply delaying that process. So being there 6 or 8 hours during the day, mostly standing, questions, inquiries, whoever this watcher is posing those questions to has the potential of making it 10 hours, 12 hours, if there are a lot of ballots to scan. So I'm very concerned, and I've not heard, there's been a lot of discussion about training of watchers, but I've not heard any discussion about training on the scanner itself. And so it's not easy. So I would suggest that some consideration be given in training a watcher who is meeting this particular provision, be qualified and competent to observe me. Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Pate? Thank you, Mr. Pate. Thank you for your time and patience today. Good call. Latanya Whittington, Selena Z, Michael Williamson, Griselda Unkeli, Charlie Bonner, Rick Briscoe, James Simmons. What was your name, sir?
Charlie Bonner.
Okay, one moment. Mr. Bonner, let me just take some notes so I can see how many times I called some of these people. One moment.
Absolutely.
All right, Latanya Whittington. It's 3 strikes. Or we've called 3 times. Selena Z. Griselda Unkeli. Okay. Mr. Bonner, got you down as Charlie Bonner. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Proceed, sir.
Thank you so much, and thanks for all the testimony here tonight. I'm speaking in opposition to the bill tonight as a volunteer deputy registrar, a role that I've been in for 7 years now, and I've registered hundreds of voters, mostly young people on the campus of the University of Texas at Austin. I do that work, and I think it is the hardest, maybe worst volunteer job in the world. This state makes it extraordinarily difficult to register and to vote, as we've heard testified many times tonight. This is the single hardest state in the country to register and to vote in. And we've heard lots of commentary this evening about concerns around our election, but the truth is, it is extraordinarily difficult already, and we should be doing everything that we can to make it easier on folks to vote, for all eligible voters to access a ballot. Now, I work specifically with young people, as I said, many first-time voters. And the biggest thing that we have to do is build trust in our elections with those people to show them that their vote matters. I take this extraordinarily seriously, that people come to me to be part of this system. I'm a representative of this government as a VDR. They come to me for information on how to be a voter. And laws such as this that criminalize simple mistakes or make it where there are increased criminal penalties around handing out vote by mail applications and these sorts of things have a chilling effect on these first-time voters who are concerned and confused about this system. So we have great concern about that aspect of this bill as we're focused on building a new generation of Texas voters, the youngest and most diverse electorate in the country. So for all of those reasons, I'm standing in opposition to this bill today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bonner, you said you work with students here at the University of Texas. As we keep it relatable to this bill, we just saw record turnout and participation for young Texans in 2020. Can you point to some areas in this bill that you're concerned, if you are concerned, that might stymie that turnout moving forward? Because even though we had record turnout, we got a long way to go in Texas to get our youth involved.
Absolutely, absolutely. Still ranking so low in overall turnout, but really the new increases in turnout are being driven by this new generation of voters. I think you're absolutely correct. I'll say some of the most concerning portions for me are this expanded access for poll watchers that I think is going to have a chilling effect and increased intimidation. This state, as we've discussed, has a long, ugly, and racist history of voter suppression and voter intimidation that is well documented at this point. And I think the broad language of these sections increases the likelihood that these communities of color and marginalized communities may be further impacted and targeted by poll watchers.
Well, Ms. Bonner, I appreciate it. We need to get participation up in the state. I'm sure we all agree with that up here, and so working to get young people involved is so important. Thank you for what you did.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Bonner, members, are there any other questions for this witness? Thank you. By the way, I like your jacket.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool.
I'm like, if you take this bill down, maybe we can get you a jacket or something. Let's do an all switch. Just an idea.
I like your style.
Yeah.
I like your style. I appreciate it. Last time, Rick Briscoe, James Simmons. Hi, Ms. Simmons. I've got you down as James Simmons. You were here on behalf of yourself, and you were for this bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Okay, I've worked as a poll worker since I retired in 2016, and I've worked 2 presidential elections, a gubernatorial election. I've worked early voting. I've worked election day. I've worked as a clerk. I've worked as an AJ. I've worked as a PJ. So I'm pretty versed on what's happening. What I saw during the 2020 election was a massive increase in ballot issues. There were numerous elderly people that came in, and the poll book would show that they had requested a mail-in ballot, and they had not requested a mail-in ballot. So we actually had to set up, it took 2 clerks to process everything. We had to set up tables just to process the mail-in ballots, and that took away from doing other duties at the polls. And what happened was the first day, if they were to tell you that they didn't request a ballot, there was a form we filled out. We could go in the e-poll book, we could cancel out their ballot and go ahead and let them vote regularly like anybody else would vote. Then the next day they changed the rules and they said, no, you can't do that. What you have to do is have them fill out the ballot form and then vote them provisionally. And so what concerns me is if someone had gotten their ballot and turned it in, their provisional ballot would not have counted because they've already gotten that ballot. Mm-hmm. And so that was, and I connected the dots to that from listening to the testimony. That was all of the ballots that Harris County sent out to the people over 65. That's why we saw that surge. And I think if we have that, that's going to cause a problem. So I'm against that. We need to clean the rolls up. We should have 1 legal vote for 1 U.S. citizen. And I have a suggestion for you on the poll watcher. The Secretary of State puts out a guide that has the poll watcher duties in it. It tells them what they can do, what they cannot do. All you have to do is state that you cannot kick or relieve the ask the poll watcher to leave unless they have repetitively violated the Secretary of State poll watcher guidelines. And once you've done that, because it tells them they can't talk to a voter, it tells them about going outside for the telephone. It says what they can do, what they can't do. So if you put that in there, I think you'll solve your problem. That way, as a presiding judge, I could ask them to leave if they're violating the Secretary of State poll watcher guidelines. And and then that would solve your problem. But with what I have seen in the 2020 election, with the fraud and the things that are going on, if you don't do something, if you don't fix some of this stuff, you're worried about not having voters, you're not going to have voters. I'm going to have a hard time getting my wife to vote because she feels like it's useless, that people aren't listening.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Simmons. Before we go, members, any questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Now, one moment, though. Representative Schofield, do you mind moving for a moment? Let me go take a break. So I'm going to give Representative Schofield the gavel.
All right. Is Gerald Welty in the room? Lori Gallagher?
Nope.
Okay, the chair calls Lori Gallagher. And while she's on her way up, Matt Long and Jeanette Hormit and Gerald Welty, if you're still in the building, make your way. And who are you?
Gerald Welty.
Okay, I will call you next after Miss Gallagher.
Representative Schofield, I was called to serve as a Marcia before they were, so I'm not sure how this yet. Presley.
All right, you're on here.
Yeah, I was called.
Okay, we'll call you after. We'll just keep taking people. Okay, so we have you down as Lori Gallagher testifying for yourself on the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
I am testifying in support of this bill.
Now, hang on, are you testifying in support of the bill or neutral on the bill?
In support.
Okay, then can we change your registration? You registered neutral.
I did.
You did. Can we change that, or you want to be neutral?
Well,
It's up to you.
We can change it.
Okay, so you'd like to be for the bill.
I would like to be for the bill.
All right, has the clerk noted that? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Again, my name is Lori Gallagher, and I live in Williamson County, and our results are unknown in Williamson County today. They were unable to be generated. Our election administrator, Chris Davis, is on record in the Williamson County Commissioner's Court saying he cannot stand by the election results. He is the head election administrator for the Texas Association of Election Administrators and was testifying in here today. On November 2nd, Williamson County Elections Department discovered an unprecedented software failure that resulted in the precincts, the voting precincts not being associated with the voter on their ballot. Another unprecedented software failure with the 10X pollbook software systems was that the wrong ballot styles were giving out to voters, and there's no way to know how many ballot styles were wrong. This is all on public record. There are hundreds of us that know it. There are hundreds of us that have been asking for help, and our representatives have been silent. I called our GOP Steve Armbruster and asked him to be a poll watcher for the reconvening, meaning the reopening of Central Counting Station, and he granted me access to be a poll watcher in Central Counting Station. This is for the period of November 10th through the 16th. This is when everybody thinks the election's over and all the counting's been done and the doors have been locked. And here, our elections department is hand sorting 234,000 early voting in-person ballots without any watchers. And when I went to go and watch the proceeding, Chris Davis, the elections administrator, denied me entrance into Central Counting Station. From there, I walked outside to my car, called Judge Betsy Lambeth in the 425th District Court, whose order opened Central Counting Station. She said, call the county attorney. I called the county attorney's office. County attorney's like, oh, call the Secretary of State. I call the Secretary of State's legal department, and they're like, why isn't he letting you in? Why isn't he letting you in? Because Mr. Davis didn't believe that hand sorting 234,000 early voting in-person ballots was central counting activities.
You could try to wrap up.
Yeah, the results to the election are unknown in Williamson County.
Thank you. Do any of the members of the committee have a question for Ms. Gallagher?
Absolutely.
The chair recognizes Representative Swanson.
All right. I'm so glad you came back from, I remember you last week, and it's like, thank you for coming back and to tell this. Now, are you saying Chris Davis is your election administrator?
Correct.
Okay, and so you reported, so I was going to ask if you'd reported all these problems, but he's the one that wouldn't let you in.
That's correct. And I reported all of them. It's on record in the Williamson County Commissioner's Court on November 10th. You can see Christopher Davis say that they absolutely sure, very confident that our results will match up after they did this hand sorting into 94 different piles.
Wow. So did you ever report this to the Secretary of State?
Yes, it's been reported. It's been reported to everybody, but nobody will do anything. And so I sit here as one of these hypothetical disenfranchised voters that has been disenfranchised because I was a voter that went in there. And I mean, I am a voter that knows that our election results are unknown right now as we sit here.
And he said to whom that he could not certify the vote?
On November 17th Commissioner's Court meeting, he told the Commissioner's Court
Chris Davis told the Commissioner's
Chris
Court
Davis
Williamson County.
In Williamson County, he tells the Commissioner's Court that he failed to generate the mandatory precinct level results as required by law.
Because of the software glitch.
Because of the software glitch, and then unprecedented software glitch.
On your e-poll books.
On the 10X e-poll book software systems. Not only did, when a poll worker, when they would hit print, if there was a system or something, a slow system, it would queue up that ballot every time that worker hit the print button. So this led me off into the last 4.5 months has been super exciting. I've done Public Information Act requests. I've received the incident log for our county, which logs all the errors that happen at every single polling location, over 850 errors.
Whoa.
One of those errors, let me read it, one of those errors says urgent. One of the touchpads on 3 consecutive occasions printed a ballot style that differed from the ballot style displayed on the screen. Each time we spoiled this ballot and reissued it, at which time the ballot showed the correct ballot style. If we did not catch this, each time the voter could be denied the candidate or proposition selection to which he or she is entitled.
Okay, now, while this is important, we need to stay on the bill. So do you have any questions on the bill?
Well, I'm a denied access poll watcher that I've gone through every possible representative that I can. I've been berated. I've been laughed at. I've been demeaned. And this is my only shot here.
And so you feel that if we had a statute that required them to not kick you out, that you'd be able to do your job in the future without...
No. I believe that it is our right to know the results to our election.
But it would have helped if we'd had this law, is what he's getting at.
Yes.
Because we do have to stick to
Yeah, I
the
agree.
bill.
Yes.
Okay, so being able to get in there and watch would have helped.
Yes.
Okay.
But I was eventually allowed to get, so after I called the sheriff's department and nobody came, GOP Chairman Steve Armbruster called me and told me to be at Central Count at 8:30 on Friday morning. This is on Friday, November 13th. I show up at 8:30 on Friday the 13th, and the election judge says it's time to unseal the ballots. And then the head of our voting systems said, we unsealed them last Friday. And they proceeded to roll 234,000 ballots in cardboard boxes that were sealed with clear hacking tape. There were no tamper seals. There was no chain of custody. I could have reached my hand into the ballot box and grabbed a handful. This is a plain old Jane cardboard box that our ballots were being stored in. So as a poll watcher, it was important for me and for these other poll watchers to be in there and see this and document what's happening. But the problem is we have no standing. I have no standing as a non-candidate. Chris Davis laughed at me and said the Republican majority legislator didn't do anything. He did not do anything, did not put a mechanism in the 2018 legislature that would allow me or anybody else to audit him.
Okay, well, so you're in favor of this bill?
Yes.
Do any members have questions for the witness? Ms. Gallagher, thank you for your time this evening. The chair calls Gerald Welty. Let me wait for you to come up here a second. Here we go. My information is that your name is Gerald Welty.
Yes,
you are testifying on.
If you'd like, I'd just like to say good morning, Chair Kane, Vice Chair.
Well, before you testify, your name is Gerald Welty. You are testifying on behalf of Convention of the States and yourself?
That is correct.
And you are for the bill?
I am.
You may proceed.
Texas voter registration card, that in case there's anybody that's come before you and hasn't presented it, there it is. I am a registered voter in Texas. I want my rights preserved. I do not want my rights given away because this bill is watered down. This bill is exactly what is needed to preserve my rights. We've already seen at the national level what has happened to our election system because the voting rights have been removed in this country. They've been taken away illegally from the citizens. We'll never find out the truth on everything that occurred in this last election, but it's devastating to see the results of it. What you've presented here is exactly what the state needs. We need to have the integrity in our voting system. We need to have it protected. And from what I've seen so far, if anything, you haven't gone far enough. That people are creating a travesty to our voting system. They're robbing us of our votes. They're robbing us of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They're doing that by taking our votes away from us, telling us that we should give everyone the vote, that we should water down our systems. And the people who are saying these things, unfortunately, are the people who haven't earned the right to vote. And I say they haven't earned it because they don't know what they have. They don't know what this country has given them. Therefore, they take it for granted, like so many other things that are so good around us. They take it for granted that this voting system can be opened up to anybody, and you can let the man in prison vote, whose vote has been harvested. You can let the person that just came across the border whose vote has been harvested to stand up there and vote and take away your rights, take away your one vote that counted. And they don't realize it. They don't realize what they've been given. I will not surrender my right to legally vote. And rights lost are never regained.
Thank you, Mr. Welty. Perfectly timed. Does any member of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you very much for your time and your patience.
Thank you, sir.
The chair calls Marcia Stricker. Give us a second for your name to pop up.
Yes.
Here we go. Your name is Marcia Strickler. You are representing Wilco, We the People, and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. What I've heard here today is a lot of integrity issues and some maybe fraud issues. Fraud's a very strong word. Integrity is a very important word in the way I was raised. I've worked the polls since the early 1980s. I've been a clerk, I've been a judge, alternate judge. I currently work as a tech support field services representative for Williamson County on election day, typically, sometimes early voting, but this November, it was election day only. What I saw on election day is were many irregularities. I use the word irregularities because I'm not a judge and I can't determine what's fraud versus what's irregular. But I know what I'm looking at. I know the equipment. I'm highly trained in equipment and in software. And from the very beginning of the morning until the very end of that night, I witnessed hardware issues, software glitches, process problems, communication problems. I witnessed judges spoiling ballots. I witnessed voters receiving incorrect ballots. I witnessed people electioneering within the 100-foot marker. I witnessed unidentified people hanging on a hotspot at a certain polling location. I witnessed a lot of things. Back to the bill, I think this bill is very important. I also poll watched twice in November. I poll watched what Lori Gallagher spoke of and witnessed what she went through. I witnessed poll watchers being turned away when they should not have been. I witnessed seals being broken when a judge said that poll watchers should be able to view it and they were not allowed to view the process. I witnessed myself as a poll watcher, election workers on election day, election employees, full-time election employees under Chris Davis's management communicating to me about irregularities that went on during the election. I do believe, and I also was told not to get too close to the DS450s and the DS800s when they were doing rescan. I was not able to be close up and view. And then I also
Thank you.
Experienced many other anomalies and irregularities.
Do any members of the committee have a question for the witness? Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to hear more about the problems, especially anything having to do with this bill, that things that you were, if you weren't allowed to see things as a poll watcher, irregularities you saw as a poll watcher, that kind of thing?
The 2 times that I poll watched 2 projects during the November election cycle, one was the precinct level recount where we reopened central count. A judge ordered Chris Davis to reopen count, and I actually volunteered, got paid for it to help manually sort the 234,810 early voting ballots. And so in a sense, I was working it, but I was also poll watching it in a sense. I wasn't a poll watcher, but I was watching the process. And poll watchers wanted to watch that process. A judge ordered Chris Davis to allow that to happen, and they were refused to do so. So seals were cut, ballots were removed, and sorting all took place in a 5-day period without any poll watchers being allowed to watch the process. So that's one example. Another example is a second poll watching experience that I participated in that was a proposition that was being reviewed that for a $300 million fire department proposition that affected 5 counties. And we went to do the poll watching at the election office, and one of the participants, the lead participant, did not want to wear a mask. And there was a problem there with even though our governor had said poll watching doesn't require masks, police were called, and a second wave of police were called. And the net of this is we were kicked out of the election department, and we're not able to do the recount at this election department. We had to find another location, where Chris Davis then brought the ballots to these 5 precincts to an alternate location because he refused to let us in without a mask. So that was a poll watching problem too. There were several poll watchers there, and for 3 hours we debated and communicated to the election administrator what our rights were, what the laws were, what our governor said, what our attorney general said regarding the masks, and we were denied to do that in that election office. We literally had to move to another location. And then even when we moved to the other location, there was still some poll watching experiences. I was a poll watcher and was called out by Chris Davis for getting too close to the ballot and touching a ballot, because there were several ballots there that had no signature on it. None at all, no stamp, no signature. So I was trying to call out as a poll watcher which ones I was seeing that had no signature. And I was told very abruptly and treated very poorly. I was actually treated very poorly as a poll watcher on 5 occasions. And
give us your best ones. We can. 1:30.
That's it. I'm sorry. So those are the 2 examples to answer your question. That okay. Probably the gravest examples, but there's many more in my affidavit.
Okay, and did we get a copy of that?
The affidavit? It's currently a current lawsuit that's pending an election contest, and so I'm not sure that we're doing that right now. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You will get a copy of it, and I do believe your chairman has one.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. The chair calls Laura Presley, and while she's making her way down, it will be the chair's intent after that to call Cassandra Carter, Matt Long, and Jeanette Hormut. So if you're anywhere in the building, make your way towards the hearing room, and we will be happy to call you. Now give me a second for your name to pop up here.
Yes, sir.
There we go. And it says here that your name is Laura Presley. You are representing True Texas Elections, and you are for the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You may proceed.
Yes. Okay, well, committee, I wish Chairman Kane was here, but he's not. But committee members, I'm really grateful to be here. My name is Dr. Laura Presley, and I founded True Texas Elections. We're a not-for-profit organization, and I have personally trained over 300 central counting station watchers around the state of Texas over the last 5 years. And we formed what's called the Joshua Council. It's a council of all of our watchers around the state, about a couple hundred of us, and we are Christian, and we're of the Christian and Jewish faiths. We believe that our elections are the representation of our free will that our Creator gave us as a covenant as His creation. So we believe that true and honest elections are God's work. So our Joshua Council has been all over the state of Texas, and we have never been kicked out of any location in the last 5 years. Not one. And I've trained them. We have other trainers around the state. One thing that I want to let you guys know about this bill, I really like this bill. What we've heard a lot today is a lot of stories of possible fraud, story after story after story. I'm more interested in what's next. What can we do to prove the fraud and adjudicate it either civilly or criminally? So I look at the bill, and it really does a lot to help us do that. So I want to kind of direct you to the intent that really kind of puts it together. That this code, a public official shall construe the provisions of this code strictly to affect the intent of the legislature under section 1.0015, that's page 2, line 14 through 16. If the election code is consistent, that really helps in these cases to identify irregularities, illegalities, and fraud. So what I'd like you to do, the Texas State Constitution, and I think Chair Kane brought this up earlier today, that in Article 1, Section 28, it says only the legislature can suspend the laws of Texas. It is your responsibility to make and suspend laws. The one section of this bill that I want to talk about that really no one other than Colonel Carter talked about is on page 17, line 27, where you talk about unlawfully altering the election procedures. One thing I'd like you to consider is at the very end of that, you have...
Dr. Presley, if you could make your best point, you've got your 3 minutes, so give us your best shot.
Okay. And if anybody would like to ask me questions, I'd appreciate that. It says that the election official may not alter, waive, or suspend an election procedure mandated by law unless the alteration is authorized by the code. What we have today is there are probably 3 statutes that allow the Secretary of State to alter the code. They're not the legislature.
Okay.
So
Let's
if anybody
see
would like to
anybody
ask
panel
me,
has any questions
like
for you? Does anybody on the committee have any questions for Dr. Presley? The chair recognizes Mrs. Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm like, can you tell us the 3 real fast?
Yes, ma'am, Representative Swanson. It is 52.075 that allows the Secretary of State to prescribe the content of a ballot. What's happening is there's waivers given to counties to not consecutively number a ballot on these ballot marking devices. For example, Dallas consecutively numbers, but Travis County, Williamson County, Bexar County, they don't because they have a waiver from the Secretary of State. Only the legislature, in my opinion, should make that decision, not the Secretary of State that doesn't have the authority to suspend law. And I gave you in your handouts, the second handout is the waiver letter from the SOS. And we've heard some things about that and why this section is so important. Another thing that's being waived right now are the audit logs. And you heard this from Wes Bowen, the Ballot Security Board Republican guy in Dallas County. The audit logs today for the ballot marking devices do not meet the administrative code that says you have to have the number of ballots that are being read by precinct. I do a lot of analysis on these election contests and election cases around the state. Today, with these new ballot marking devices, the audit logs do not record the ballot numbers like they did before. I can't audit the election right now because it doesn't have it, and the Secretary of State is in charge of that decision of whether those logs have it or not. They certify the equipment. Those are the two biggest waivers that are being given out right now that are problems. The logs don't have the ballots that are being counted. You have the ballot numbering being waived. And then the third one is in something we talked about a couple weeks ago. Counties are counting early vote days before Election Day. And I have that handout again if y'all would like to see that, but it's Texas Administrative Code 81.36A5 that says early votes are not to be revealed before Election Day, and they are all over the state of Texas. The Secretary of State in this moment is waiving law. And there are, in my handout, I've given you what I'm proposing is y'all repealing these statutes that give the SOS the ability to do your job.
Okay.
That's it.
Any other
questions?
Any other member of the committee have any questions for Dr. Presley? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Cassandra Carter. Is that you? All right, give me a second for your name to come up.
Okay.
There it is. You are Cassandra Carter, and you are representing Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc.,
That's right.
and you're against the bill.
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And thank you for having me today. There are 75 chapters of Delta in the state of Texas, representing over 6,100 voters. We were the ladies here today in red. Since 1913, members of Delta Sigma Theta have been voting rights advocates, voter education proponents, and voter participation champions. We understand the importance of the power of the vote. Texas voters have shown that we want to be engaged in the electoral process, and it is for that reason I am before you. Today, we oppose House Bill 6, an anti-democratic, anti-voting bill that has been proposed to further suppress legal votes in the state of Texas. We believe this bill meets the classic definition of voter suppression, as it would not only discourage, but in some cases prevent specific groups of people from voting. The following tactics are blatantly racist and marginalizing to our communities. House Bill 6 strips voters' rights, financially burdens local governments, discourages poll workers, elevates partisan poll watcher power above election official authority, bans drive-through and outdoor voting, restricts voters from dropping off completed absentee ballots, shrinks early voting periods, creates new costs for disabled voters, and increases burdens on voters with disabilities to access assistance at the poll. Delta Sigma Theta's membership in the state of Texas and the communities we serve may face insurmountable barriers to voter registration and voter participation should this measure pass. We recognize that these tactics are not as blatant.
Ms. Carter, could you give us a second? Members of the committee have asked the folks in the back if you would do us a favor and take your conversation outside so we can hear the witness. Go ahead, Ms. Carter. Thank you.
We recognize that these tactics are not as blatant as the beatings, lynchings, jailings, and intimidation used in the past, but while subtle, they are just as dangerous to communities of color. Our ask is simple. We want free, accessible, and fair elections for all eligible Texans. Deltas stand ready and willing to fight, as we have done since 1913, to sustain the right of all Texans full and fair access to the right to vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have a question for Ms. Carter? Thank you for your time. Are Matt Long or Jeanette Hormut here? Are you Matt Long? Yes, sir. Okay, in that case, the chair calls Matt Long, and give me a second for us to get your name.
Okay.
There you are. According to this, you have registered as Matt Long, representing the Fredericksburg Tea Party and yourself.
Yes.
And you are for the bill.
I am testifying in favor of House Bill 6.
Please proceed.
I've been poll watching and training poll watchers for the last 8 years. The first time I was in Central counting, I was told by the judge they'd never had a poll watcher before. And I even ended up having to explain the rules to the judge as he kept trying to engage us all in conversation. And as a poll watcher, you are only allowed to speak to the judge under certain circumstances. I didn't know when I wrote this last night how prophetic it would be, but it says, I wrote this last night. I could stand here for the next hour telling you stories of poll watchers being harassed and even verbally abused as they were doing their jobs. You will hear other testimony out of Fredericksburg, Jeanette mainly, concerning the 400 out of 2,000 total ballots cast that had no chain of custody. That's 1 out of every 5 ballots. Our poll watchers have been threatened with arrest. Our poll watchers have been kept in cordoned off areas, unable to hear and see all what is going on. We had drive-through voting even after the governor and attorney general had announced a stop to this practice. The election judge, by the way, this is in Fredericksburg. We're not in Houston or Dallas. The election judge in a recent election said that one of the reasons we were roped off was that several of his employees had quit after the last election as they did not like people looking over their shoulders. I advised him to tell the new hires that there would be people looking over their shoulders, and if they did not like it, they should probably not take the job. We have been treated as second-class citizens, and even worse, our poll watchers appear to have more knowledge of the law than our election judge does. During the last several elections, we had to call the SOS election hotline to complain of violation of election laws. Every single time we called, the SOS had to tell the judge that we were in the right. In fact, in the last election, after a long talk, the last talk with the Secretary of State, the election judge, announced that he had a different interpretation of the law than the Secretary of State, and we were going to follow his interpretation. In fact, we've been told on 2 occasions by the election judge to take me to court. Take me to court is what it is. My biggest issue is that there is no immediate recourse. When we see obvious violations of election law, we can't call the sheriff and have the election judge cited or arrested. Calls to the SOS are helpful, but in 2 situations, the election judge ignored the Secretary of State and went ahead with his violation. The judge looks at this scrappy bunch of poll watchers and knows that we do not have the financial ability to hire a lawyer and take the issue further. They abuse the law knowing that we have no real recourse and that they will pay no price. I think HB 6 is a great bill. However, unless there is a mechanism for a citizen poll watcher to hold election officials unaccountable quickly and absolutely, then it is just a bunch of pretty words on a piece of paper over in Austin. Please help us hold election officials accountable. Please support the average citizens volunteering to keep our elections honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Long, the bill includes an expedited judicial process to make sure that you can get these things tabled. Would you consider that as a poll watcher? Would you consider that helpful?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's the most frustrating thing when we know the law better than the judge, and we're trying to sit there and the judge says, yeah, I don't care, because they know full well nothing will happen. And we've heard that over and over, and I have been here since this morning, and we've heard that over and over all day.
Well, thank you for staying this entire time. Do any members of the committee have a question or more for Mr. Long? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
I believe I promised to call Jeanette Hormut next. If I'm mispronouncing your name, you're probably the only Jeanette here. Oh, Jeanette Hormuth.
Yes.
There's a TH, and I didn't have an H over here.
Yes.
Jeanette Hormuth, and you are testifying for yourself, and you are for House Bill 6. Is all that correct?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
And I want to thank you all for all the hard work you did on this bill. I really appreciate it. I am a real-life poll watcher. We're from Little Fredericksburg, Texas. I'm one of the people that Matt was talking about. I've been a poll watcher now for 3 elections and a recount. And I started last November 19. In 2019, I had a ballot measure on the ballot, so we thought it'd be a good idea to kind of keep an eye on things. I didn't figure anything would happen. We're in a small town, and I just believe everybody's going to be on the up and up. And I thought, but it'd be good practice for this election because we knew this was a really important election. So we thought we would train and learn. So we got training from Laura Presley's group. We were really trained up, ready for the job. Went down there, and we were blown away. I was just shocked. I'm from California. I would expect stuff like this from California. I've been here for 30 years. I'm so thankful to be in Texas. But I came a little later in the day. They went through a bunch of things, but when I got there, there was colored tape on the floor, duct tape, bright colored, 2 boxes. One kind of near where the tables were, and one near where the computer was. But they were several yards away. You couldn't see anything. You could watch. We were spectators. We were not poll watchers. And when I pointed out the law to the election judge, I said, well, my understanding is, and I showed him the law, we should be able to this and that, the other thing. He said, well, I'm in charge here. I have discretion. And I said, well, it doesn't say here if you obstruct a poll watcher, it's a Class A misdemeanor. And he basically said, this is the way it's going to be. Another poll watcher said she couldn't see the computer. She had bad eyesight. And she also said, the law. And he said, I'm not going to get in a pissy fit with you, a pissy contest, is what he said. It was very intimidating. We didn't know what else to do. At that time, we didn't know what kind of recourse we could do. So we sat in our little box. We could not see the vote sorting, the counting. We couldn't watch the computer. They had another computer in another room called the vault. We weren't allowed in there. That was the results that were being sent to the SOS. We never saw any of that. Anyway, so at the end of the day, all the ballots were on top of their boxes. They said, we're all done. You all have to go. They pushed out the door. We're going like this because everything wasn't done. We find out they didn't leave till 3:30 in the morning. They pushed us out at 12. We ended up actually asking for a recount. We're in a lawsuit right now because there were so many, I'm not going to go into all the details, but lots of irregularities. The main thing is we were obstructed every single time. The last one, can I just say one major thing that happened? This last election, and this is after we've already contacted the Secretary of State. Secretary of State sends some email saying he's in the wrong. He continues, he'll say, see you in court. Or like he said, I have a different interpretation. Finally, one day I said, can I make a phone call to call the Secretary of State? When I showed him, I said, you realize you're knowingly obstructing the poll watchers. And I said, can I call the Secretary of State? We'll get a clarification. He said, yes, if you go out, you can make a call, but you have to go out the door. If you go out the door, I'm not letting you back in. The last thing is we all showed up this last election. He rejected 3 of us, the main poll watchers, the most experienced, for no reason. He had the cops there right away, said if we didn't leave, we would be arrested for criminal trespassing.
Thank you. And a lot has been made tonight, or this morning, this afternoon, and tonight, of the fact that the presiding judge has the powers of a district judge. A district judge does not have the authority to abrogate the law.
To break the law, exactly. When we tried to explain that, they wouldn't let us talk. The police didn't know. They just say, well, he showed them a paper that said he's a district judge. So we spent all day. Finally, I got in the evening, and same thing. He had the watchers over in a
roped off area, which he knew wasn't right. And so we had no recourse. So
Do any members of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you for your time, and thank you for waiting till this late hour to have your
Thank
say.
you, sir. I'm used to it. I'm a central county poll watcher. We usually leave at 3 and 4 in the morning.
Now, I should have teed up some witnesses, so we'll see if Andy Braun is in the room, and if not, if you're in a nearby room, and I haven't seen Lon Burnham all day, but Lon apparently signed up to testify, and Robert Green. Yes. Okay, you're here. So I will tee up the other witnesses while we're there. Andy Braun, Lon Burnham, Teresa Thomas, and Dan Chandler. If you're in the vicinity, make your way towards the room, and we will call you next. At this time, the chair calls Robert Green.
Long day.
And my understanding is your name is Robert L. Green. You are representing the Travis County Republican Party Election Integrity Committee and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that your understanding?
That is absolutely correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been a precinct chair, an election judge, and a VDR for about the last 10 years. And I'd like to say that I haven't found anything in this bill that would punish voters, although some people had said that it punished voters or it suppressed voters. But as any genuinely impartial observer would report, every Democrat argument against the multitude of provisions in the election integrity bills that are being filed in state legislatures across the country devolves into the specious claim that the provisions therein are A, discriminatory, B, racist, and are somehow constitute voter suppression of some subgroup of voters. It's unadulterated BS, but they really, really don't care. So they maintain a drumbeat of divisiveness aided and abetted by the plethora of sycophantic talking heads in the mainstream media. But now for the unvarnished truth about HB 6. It is not voter suppression when citizens demand a fair and transparent election process and vote tabulation. It is not voter suppression to expect proof of citizenship to register to vote. It is not voter suppression to demand a government-issued photo ID from anyone who registers to vote, votes by mail, or personally appears to vote at the poll. It is not voter suppression to expect cooperation, excuse me, it is not voter suppression to expect cooperation among state agencies to purge voter rolls, say in the 6 to 9 months before any primary election, and monthly from the list of people disqualified from serving on a jury, to remove voters who have died, moved from the county, or are non-citizens. Mass mail-outs of ballot applications and ballots that we've heard about here today should be strictly forbidden, and anyone wanting a mail-in ballot or absentee ballot should be required to request it, along with proof of their identity. Also banned should be ballot harvesting to prevent fraudulent manufactured ballots from being cast in bulk. And any mail-in ballot should be required to have a postmark no later than E-Day or be received by the central counting headquarters in the required sealed envelope no later than the closing of polls on E-Day. Every legally cast vote must be counted, but no illegally cast vote must ever be counted if we wish to restore voter confidence in the integrity and the accuracy of the voting process. To everyone, if you belong to a political party that discourages a true and verified vote process, ask yourself what your party's motivation could possibly be, other than the desire to cheat and manipulate the vote totals for their own political benefit. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Do any members of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll see you on the next bill. We usually do.
I don't know. I might have to try and
All right, is Andy Braun, I think it's B-R-A-U-N, or W, not sure. Andy Braun around. Okay, again, if you're off site, you make your way towards us. I have not seen Lon Burnham all day, but is Lon Burnham in the area? All right, Teresa Thomas. Is Teresa Thomas, that's you? Okay, and then while you're making your way forward, it'll be the chair's intent to call Dan Chandler, Michelle Mostert, Karen Collins and Michael Williamson. So if any of you or any of them, let us know after this lady finishes testifying. My understanding is that you registered as Teresa Thomas and that you are testifying on behalf of yourself and that you are for the bill.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I ask for your support for protection not only for election law, but for the physical protection of the electorate. Currently, all balance of power is with a paid, non-elected official election judge. As a poll watcher, I was threatened, intimidated, verbally abused by the election judge if I dared report the witnessed election violations. I felt helpless. When I was pinned against a door I thought he was opening fully for me. He stepped 3 inches from my face, removed his mask, glared and said, "If you go out of my chain of command, what I am comfortable with, there will be extreme pushback." The spittle came out. His face was red and angry. "I'm sorry. Reliving this again." He was red and angry, and at the conclusion, he smiled. His threats were real, and he has my address. In short, he refused to void surrendered ballots, allowed live cameras for 4 days, verbally disparaged a religious group, saying he kept it hot in there to remind Muslims of how it was when they don't repent. He allowed clerks, deputy specialists, and students to all use cell phones. But I was threatened if I dared, I would be removed. A clerk reported to me when I initially reported to the site that she was being attacked, harassed, and bullied because she was an African-American Republican. She begged me for help. All I could say was I was there to observe. I did witness her cry out at one point during my time there. I went over to her side as she was calling out, "I didn't do it, I didn't do it." When I walked up, he said, "Yes, you were forcing the voters to use hand sanitizer." She said, "No, I was simply showing them where it was." After he saw me walk up, he said, "We're golden." She sat down in a chair. She bowed her head over her knees and looked at me and said, "Can you please help me? Tell me who to call." Another clerk then came to me and said, "You being here, will it change anything?" I simply said, "I'm here to observe."
You're obviously very affected by this event, and we've heard a lot
I'm sorry.
of people today talking about the poor presiding judges that are going to feel intimidated by somebody watching them. But very clearly, you were intimidated by a presiding judge who...
Sir, I didn't let my grandchildren come to my home for a week. It took me 3 days to write the report because I had to consider what kind of harm would be done. This threat was real.
We thank you for having the courage to come and testify to us today. It says here you're from Tomball, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm not too far away over in Katy. I'm sure I'll see you back at home. But thank you for coming up here to testify. And do any members of the committee have any question for the witness?
Please look me in the eye. Please. The county clerk was supposed to call me. They did not. The report was made to them. The SOS didn't call. I need each one of you to protect me and my family. I need each one of you to protect African Americans and Muslims. I need each one of you because the system has failed me and has failed the Muslim community and the African American community. I have more information, but I understand it's late.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, do you want to reclaim the gavel?
Am I done, sir?
You don't have to. You can rest if you want.
Any more
got Okay. All right. In that case, we're gonna try one last time to see if Lon Burnham has made his way into the area. Okay. Don Chandler. Michelle Mostert or Mostert? That's you? Okay, as she's making her way up, after her, Karen Collins, Michael Williamson, Bradley Hodges, and Richard Moser are next.
Okay.
Wait, hang on, let me, here we go. My understanding is your name is Michelle Mostert? Mostert, excuse me. You have registered that you're testifying for yourself and that you are for House Bill 6.
Correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I really like this bill for many, many reasons, as others have explained. But there's components that I feel need to be added at some point, somewhere, somehow. I really think that the software that is being used needs to be eliminated completely. We need to go back to paper ballots. We need to do one-day voting. I'm sorry, didn't mean to hit that. One-day voting. Definitely, voter ID. As far as mail-in ballots, there has to be a reason that they get the mail-in ballots when they request it. And I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. The other thing is...
It's all right, just take your time and just tell us what you...
Yeah, the other thing is what I have found out is that the cities and the towns do not count their ballots. They give the thumb drive to the county to count. That's where more fraud can happen. Need to do something about that as well. So, that's where I think that the cities and towns need to count their own ballots. Then you can give it to the county, and then you can compare and see if they're the same. But they can flip votes and stuff like that. And, this last election especially has just been, so wrong. I mean, there's so much evidence of fraud throughout the entire country. And I have a lot of friends that will never vote again. And if election integrity is not changed, I will not either, because my vote will not count. It really won't. And Trump won.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Is Karen Collins here? No. How about Michael Williamson? Michael Williamson?
No, I'm Dan Chandler.
Oh, Dan Chandler? Well, in that case, the chair calls Dan Chandler. You take your time while he's getting up here. Again, if Karen Collins or Michael Williamson, Lon Burnham or Andy Braun are around, we will go next after the current witness to Bradley Hodges, Richard Mouser, and Kenneth Moore. So, Okay. My understanding is you have registered as Dan Chandler. You are testifying for yourself, and you are for House Bill 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Well, I want to thank you for inviting me down here, because now I know who I am. I'm the antithesis of cancel culture, the antithesis of cultural jihad, if you will. That's what all this is. I'm for Pepe Le Pew and Dr. Seuss. I'm for the DPS and Mahia. I don't want them getting killed.
And sir, if you can testify on the bill.
I'm getting there. I don't want this torn down, because this is what the devil wants right here. I'm an evangelist. He's the one that told me to come down here. That's the way I look at stuff. The Bible is my go-to source of information. And so I speak in those terms, and I speak about God and the devil, right? The devil wants this. He hates that. He wants to tear that down. If he can get that, he'll take the statues, but he'll take everything else. But, and what he will take is the right to vote, the very essence of Americanism, democracy. That's what he wants. That's what he wants right here. We got all kinds of people here. I want to thank these. You got some of these, and they'll come up here and just bawl their eyes out how intimidated they are, how offended they are. You know what? When you start talking about the very bedrock of America, about the lives of the policemen, about my life, your life, about tearing down everything, they can be offended. I offend people for a living. I'm an evangelist. A man cannot come to Christ unless he's offended, unless the Holy Spirit will convict his heart. I don't care about offending people.
Right.
If somebody's offended about...
But under our rules, we have to confine our testimony to the bill. So if you can
okay, we're talking about voting. And what you're doing is it's a murder. It's murder in America to compromise democracy, to compromise our voting process. You know what? I don't really, as far as you or any of you, I'm not here for you. I'm here for him. I'll let him decide. As far as all of you, you're breathing, but I don't know how long that'll last. I don't know. Depends on what he does. I'm asking him, and I'm asking the rest of you. We'll pray about this, because God can do something about it. They can't. They think they're in control. I say that you're not.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Does anybody here have any questions for the witness? All right. Well, thank you for being here this evening.
Welcome.
All right, let's see. Bradley Hodges. You got Bradley Hodges? Okay. In that case, the chair calls Bradley Hodges. Give us just a second for your name to come up.
Brad Hodges, self and for.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing the bill. I know it's a lot of work. I would classify what I observed as a poll watcher in Travis County last election as an abomination. Probably the most, I would classify it as most egregious instance of voter suppression of all time. So I personally owed a favor to a candidate here in Travis County, Marilyn Jackson. So I got certified by her, not by the county, in spite of the county, actually, to serve as a witness for her election, since she couldn't be everywhere. It was, didn't know what I was walking into, just observed. I witnessed a very smooth operation with I would say, it went as well as it could possibly go, and I saw zero instance of intimidation or harassment at all. I did see election fraud, however. This was, as I've testified before, towards the end of the night, brought in a crew of locals with Williamson County IDs, freshly minted in their back pocket, to vote in a Travis County election. And RJ, the alternate judge, caught it and said, "You got to go vote in Williamson County." What my observation for that was that the system works when you use it, and if you don't use it, you're just going to fortify the most secure stolen election in history. That's all it is. So that's it.
Does any member of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you very much. All right, now, I'll still try again to see if Karen Collins or Michael Williamson are here. Again, I don't see Lon Burnham, but Lon, if you're here and I just don't see you. All right, Richard Mouser. I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly. Give us I get called Schofield all the time, even my mom. Hang on just a sec. Thanks for laughing at that. I know it's late. Here we go. You have registered as Richard Mouser, and it says COS Action. Are you testifying on behalf of COS Action?
Yes,
and you are testifying for the bill?
For the bill, absolutely.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so we covered all that. I'm not going to go over everything. You guys have obviously worked on this very hard. I really appreciate your work on this and your intent. I think it's right and I think it's good. There's rough edges, of course. It's going to be imperfect when you're done. You'll fix it again next time. It'll never be perfect. But this is better than what we got now. What we have now is a total shit show across the entire country. Right? I mean, come on, guys. Let's be honest. It's an absolute shit show. And you guys have to fix this.
I appreciate your passion. Let's try to maintain decorum.
I will. Now, I have something new for you, though, so I'm not going to drag us through the mud again. There's one provision that I understand is in the Senate bill to keep private donations from being made.
Remember, we have to, and
I understand it.
And I know you're not all lawyers, but this gets highly technical when we go forward. So we have to contain our testimony to the bill, not a Senate bill or.
Right. I'm recommending it. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Sorry, I'm such ignorant about how all this works.
Believe me, most people are, and you're better off.
Gladly so. Absolutely. So there's a provision in there to prevent county governments from accepting private donations for funding election administration. Actually, they allow $1,000. And to me, it's like, why would you allow a dime? Money corrupts. Why would you allow a dime? Why would you want to do that? So I propose that you guys should say it's zero, because you're going to love the list of counties that got donations from a group called Center for Technology and Civic Life, funded by Zuckerberg. 15.1 million to, wait for it, Dallas County. 9.6 million to Harris County. 1.9 million to Bexar County. 1.8 million to Cameron County. $289K to Hayes County. Money doesn't come without strings. We all know that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for this witness?
I have articles written before the election, before the 2020 election about these sums that I mentioned, and about legal actions taken in Louisiana, Texas, and several other states that'll sound familiar, Wisconsin, Minnesota, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
So if you
appreciate
want
your
that,
testimony.
I will.
I'm sorry, does anybody have questions?
Sure. Thank you.
Is Kenneth Moore in the room? All right. The chair calls Kenneth Moore. My understanding is you have registered as Kenneth Moore, testifying for yourself, and you are for House Bill 6.
Right on all counts.
Okay.
You'll have to excuse me because, like everybody else, my head's a little pickled. And good morning, members. I am the chairman of Ballot Integrity Committee for Missouri County Republican Party. I've been involved in elections in one capacity or another for the last 10 years, both in Harris County and in Missouri County. I have I am a former member of the HCRP Ballot Security Committee under Alan Vera, and also a former member of the Republican Party of Texas Election Integrity Group back before it became an SREC committee. I've been involved in training poll watchers, mainly in a support role, setting up for classes and doing videos and things like that. And of course, I've been an election judge. I got a bucket of things to talk about, and I won't get to all, I'm sure, so I'll just talk until I run out of time. And
Why don't you just tell us the most important things that you waited this late at night to make sure we knew?
Well, what I want to do is talk about some of the things I've heard testified on during this today. One of them that came up a little while ago was a young lady talked about taking her mother to the poll. And her mother obviously didn't have a voter registration. Well, that's easy to fix. You know, register to vote. It's easy to download the forms, you fill it out, you mail it in. That's how I did it when I moved to Missouri County from Harris County. There was the other one talk about going there, and she had left her ID at home, and so she had to vote a provisional ballot, or she said she didn't vote at all. And again, that's easy to fix in the current law. You can vote a provisional ballot. You've got 6 days to cure it. Go to a courthouse and take care of it. There's been discussion about poll watchers. Okay. In brief, poll watchers have the right now to stand wherever they have to see and hear what the election workers are doing. There are a lot of don'ts here. They do not talk to voters. That's a no-no. You do not touch the equipment, and you do not watch people vote. You don't have the right to do that. Election judges, we talked about, now they have less power, and I don't see how that's true. 32075, which is mainly what we're talking about modifying here. Subsection A and C are still there. You still have the power of a district judge. You still have the charge to maintain order in the polling place. And I don't see how it would keep you from removing anyone who's being unruly, who's disrupting the elections, including a poll watcher. What you cannot do is send a poll watcher out for just any reason. There's only very specific things you can send them out for, short of criminal activity. Well, I guess that's it.
Mr. Moore, you were correct, and you've been a faithful attendee, so we should give you a season ticket to our hearings. But I believe the chairman has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Chairman Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Let's say, I'm just curious, your experience as election judge, and you're telling us things that, you can keep decorum. And so we've heard people discussing concepts of harassment and I'd love to see the right kind of language. But if, let's say someone, I don't know, gosh, right now we're all tired. I want to say being annoying. Again, that's a subjective term. They're interrupting, or they won't stop talking to voters, or they're being loud. What could an election judge do?
Tell them to go home.
Okay, and what would the reason? What would the reason be?
The test I would give is you're disrupting the elections. If there's a creating environment that people can't vote, they can't think, they can't talk, they can't concentrate what they're doing. Are they doing things? Are they talking to voters? Are they communicating with voters? Are they intimidating voters? Things like that. If you're disrupting the elections, I would tell them to go home.
And what did you say the charge of an election judge is?
To maintain order in the polling place. I think that's subsection A.
I agree.
I've only had, I had one occasion where a fellow came in and I saw him loitering, and so I finally pulled him over and asked him, why are you here? And he said, well, I'm a poll watcher. Okay, so where's your appointment letter? Well, I don't have one. I just kind of appointed myself. And I had to explain to him, you can't do that. Someone has to appoint you to this position. And you need to leave. I had another situation, back in January, my committee, I had a poll worker debriefing. And one of the election judges talked about a poll watcher that was going around talking to voters. And I said, well, you warn him and you tell him to leave. Oh, but I'm nice, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to be mean. You got to maintain order. You can't have the poll watchers go around talking to people and disrupting things. But that, that'll be the test I give.
Okay.
Are you disrupting the elections?
Yeah. So that qualify under harassing voters when you're talking to them, bugging them would
absolutely
be that. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Moore.
Does any other member of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, would you like your gavel back?
So maybe it's been a while since we've done it on deck, but so I'm going to read 5 names: Manfred Wendt, Russell Buford, Heather Broughton. If you're here, by the way, give me a hand raise or something. Andy Brown, Julie Campbell, Leslie Currens, Linda Dernan, Danny Diaz. Any of those people? All right, so that's your first call. Randy Bellamy, Tara Beulah. 1 second. Craig Party. Greg McCarty, I've got you representing yourself and you're for this bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir. All right. It is kind of early in the morning, so good morning. And rather than try to stumble over my words, I wrote them all down, so I'll go quickly. Hello, my name is Craig Liccardi, and I am a precinct chair, a deputy voter registrar, an election judge, and central count poll watcher. I'd like to suggest one minor modification to the bill. I'd add a nullification clause so that the federal government passes something like, I don't know, H.R. 1 that would upend everything this bill does. We can tell the corrupt swamp in D.C. to go pound sand. So I may run out of time. I have to add this comment in. I added it just a little while ago. There's been a lot of testimony that this bill disenfranchises, leads to voter suppression, makes it more difficult for people to vote, et cetera, et cetera. It's racist, it's classist, harassment, all kinds of things. But what I failed to hear from, except for maybe 1 or 2 people in a very limited scope, is anybody quoting anything out of the text of the bill that actually causes the problems that they mentioned. And it's just an observation from somebody that's read the bill from cover to cover, from front to back. I want to give you a handful of examples of voter fraud and corruption, and then end with an analogy if I have time. In my home county, there was a lady passing out these postcards, and it had, who to vote for the school election. One of those was her husband. Not a big deal, right? Except she was a teacher, and she was giving it to students in the school during school hours, and then the parents when it's time to do the pickup. She didn't get into trouble for that. What she got busted for was when the deputy sheriff showed up and she was in her car filling out a stack of absentee ballots. Yeah, that resulted in some jail time, and he lost the race. Let's talk about dead voters. We had somebody in our county return, well, the family did, the dead person didn't, return back an application that was mailed to them for a mail-in ballot, or an absentee ballot, saying, why did you send this to us? He's been dead for 17 years. Brings to mind that 8 or 9 years ago in the state of Texas, we tried to clean the voter rolls of the deceased, and several Democrat-aligned groups sued and won, and in a spirit of levity, were able to keep that segment of their voter base on the rolls. Let's talk about official oppression. Here in Travis County, there was someone that was assigned as a duly authorized central count watcher and ended up spending the night in jail, not because she did anything wrong, but because the folks in charge locked all the Republicans out of the central count location here in Travis County. She was arrested and jailed, even though she had authorization to be there. The folks tallying the votes were the ones in criminal violation of the code. So now imagine this situation. Imagine a husband and a wife, and they walk into a polling location, and they have the list of Democrat voters, elected officials they wanted to vote for. The Republican co-judge picks up his phone, checks him out, and says, yep, you're registered to vote, but not here. So I'll have to give you a provisional ballot. Okay? So then when he does the provisional ballot, there's a green envelope, and you've got several options of why you're giving the provisional. Option 2 is because they're not registered anywhere. Option 6 is, would be valid in this case, you're registered, just not here. But the Republican co-judge puts the wrong thing on there, lies on that form, and then the The Democrat presiding judge sees it, calls him out, makes him change it. He catches an attitude and says, well, if you say so, I'll do it. Now, any reasonable person would be very upset over that situation, and rightfully so. But I got to be honest with you. I wasn't entirely honest with the story. Everything about the narrative is correct, except that couple was a Republican couple that lives down the street from me in my precinct, at my polling location, and it was my Democrat co-judge that committed fraud and tried to intentionally disenfranchise their ability to vote. Are you still as outraged? Now, I know I'm done, so...
No, Mr. Clardy.
Yes, sir.
Licardi.
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that?
I made my Democrat co-judge fix it, and it was fixed. I don't believe those votes ever actually counted anyway, unfortunately. I went back and checked later. But, yeah, if I could continue on with that, I don't know if I have the ability.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair to the other 112 people remaining right now.
I know
we can
Representative
also
Swanson was
take
gonna ask me a question, but
members, do you have any questions for this witness? You did see? I mean, you've seen fraud and you're troubled.
I have. As a matter of fact, yes, Chairman Kane. In 2018, for example, there were images that I saw myself of voter registration forms. Remember, in 2018, there was kind of a big race in Texas between somebody named Ted Cruz,
never heard of him,
some Irishman from El Paso, I think. There was a certain party that mailed out.
We'll be respectful of them, though.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Okay. There were some voter registration forms that were mailed out, which isn't illegal, but it is illegal when you pre-mark the citizenship box, yes, U.S. citizen, and it's going to folks who are not U.S. citizens or even Texas citizens. Yeah. And we know that because some of those honest, legal immigrants tendered those back to authorities to show that, and those were mailed out by the Texas Democrat Party.
Well, thank you, Mr. Licardi. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Your testimony is important.
This bill is great because we need integrity. We need it, and we need God in America.
I agree. Thank you. Angela Smith. There she goes. All right. Good morning, Angela Smith. I see you are here on behalf of yourself and the Fredericksburg Tea Party, and you are for this bill. You may proceed with your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Proceed, please.
Thank you, Chairman Kane, and thank you all who are serving on the Elections Committee for your service to our country and the great state of Texas. I have served as a Central Count poll watcher for 3 election cycles. I'm just going to give you the following of what I have seen. I went there to do my civic duty and was met with utter contempt from the judge and the election administrator. I'm just going to kind of give you a laundry list. The election judge violated section 33.007 by not allowing the proper number of watchers to be appointed. He just told us he had decided how many people he wanted in the room. The election judge violated section 33.031 by disqualifying me as a Central Count watcher by claiming that I was being rejected based on his own eligibility requirements. The election judge presented me with a list of expectations that required my signature at one of these times that I worked before I could enter the counting station. When I told him that I couldn't sign the form because it violated section 33.056, he told me that I would not be able to enter the room. I again told him that he was violating Texas code, at which time he answered, "I'll see you in court." The election judge detained me during the November 3rd counting after rejecting me for service. Instead of allowing me to leave, he said he was having me arrested, and it appeared he had premeditated this. He stated that he was charging me with harassment, and immediately not only was the county there, the city police show up because we are within the city limits. You know, I'm a volunteer. I'm not even paid anything. These are the exact same hours that I have worked doing poll watching, and I did not realize I was signing up for this kind of abuse. I spoke with the county judge the same day because I was never let in. I tried to tell him that election code was being broken. In the end, I was forced, like I said, I was forced to leave or be charged with criminal trespass, of which I had zero recourse. And this is what I want to say. We are lacking real-time enforcement. It is serious. I almost make myself sick thinking about having to go back and do this kind of work. I have been locked out of the building. I've been told to sit in a boxed area or an area designated by tape on the floor. And I've seen others verbally abused. I've witnessed the absence of a chain of custody, disappearing election administrator, which you don't see for another hour. She's off in another room talking to someone. Cell phone use by clerks in the central counting station, pickup trucks and county employees coming and going from central count building after hours while thousands of early vote paper ballots were being housed inside the building. No armed security was hired to secure the ballots. I'll finish quickly. I volunteer my time and talents to the glory of God. Never did I think that by serving as a central count watcher that I would be met with so much contempt, abuse, and outright intimidation. I believe that increasing the criminal penalties to a felony for election admins and these judges that violate election code, permitting central count watchers to have a camera and audio recording device so that we will actually have some evidence like the vice chair asked for earlier, reducing the early voting time and requiring a paper trail will go far to ensure that our elections can be trusted.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't think anybody in this dais would tell you to give up on whatever that is you're working on, okay? So please stick with it.
All right.
What you're doing.
Thank you.
Time.
Thank you.
You got my list. I already went through it. One moment. Sherry Harrell. Tommy Hendricks. That's a good idea. Tommy Hendricks. Sherry Harrell. Mary Talley. Okay. Mary Hurtado. Frank Holman. Barbara James. Louise Joy. Sherry Harrell. Tommy Hendricks. Mary Talley. Michelle Hodson. Frank Holman. Mary Hurtado. Barbara James. Louis Joy. We're walking around the room getting some names. Kristen Bickham. And if anybody's in any of the overflow rooms at this moment, if you please make your way to this committee room, there's no reason for you to be in an overflow room. So please come over here.
raise the temperature just a little bit. That's why they're in the overflow. There's warmer over there.
Kristen Beckham. Kristen Beckham. Heather Bland-Ho. Heather Bland-Ho. If you're in the overflow room, please come to this room. Young man, what's your name? Starts with a C. Chair now calls Jeffrey Clemens. Hey, Jeffrey, I've got you here. It says you were an Austin College student, Commission, Houston, Tilliston, NAACP, Texas Rising, and yourself. That's who you're on behalf of. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're here to testify against House Bill 6.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good morning, committee members. I'll try to keep my testimony short. I did have some written testimony that I'll have to give back to you all at a different point. But I wanted to start out by saying that the previous elections that we had in 2020 were some of the best that we had in Texas in over 20 years, and probably in the state's history. We saw 66% of registered voters turn out, and we saw 52% of all voting age population people turn out. I think that's definitely something that we should be proud of as a state, but I fear that HB 6 is actually going to make people more skeptical of our elections and sow more trust or distrust in our elections rather than trust. And moreover, I think that this bill is going to have a disparate impact on college students across the state of Texas, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to represent the College Student Commission. We represent over 100,000 students here in the city of Austin. And some of the provisions in the bill, I think, are going to make college students less likely to want to volunteer to be things like poll workers or to even show up to the polls for the fact that we have this Section 3 that gives all these innumerable powers to poll watchers. When I was an election judge for the first time last summer, I don't think that I would have wanted these partisan and untrained poll watchers to come into the polling place and turn what should be our tiny temple of democracy into an arm of the carceral state. We've heard some people give testimony tonight, and we've heard some suggestions from the committee that we should be bringing police officers and DPS officers into the polling place, but I don't think that necessarily makes our elections more secure or improves our capacity to actually enforce election law. I think that election judges are pretty well trained to follow the election code, and we do our best when we are presiding over these elections to make sure that they are secure and safe for all Texans. So I don't think that it justifies creating a preemptive criminalization of voters or the election judges by creating this quote-unquote adversarial environment that you say is going to be beneficial for our elections, which I actually disagree with, since I think that our elections should actually be ecumenical. I think that we should have a good working relationship between the poll watchers and the election judges if we're to have poll watchers. So I fear that provision of the bill is going to adversely impact the capacity of poll watchers to, or poll workers to want to actually go out to the polls. Additionally, I think that we could be working on different and better solutions to improving the confidence in our elections here in the state of Texas. For instance, we could implement a robust civic education. There's civic education bills that come out every year in the legislature, and they don't end up in our curriculum. But I think that that would go much further and go longer ways to instilling confidence in our elections among young people and people all across the state of Texas. Additionally, doing things like having universal mail-in voting or online voter registration like some other people have mentioned. So I would hope that the committee members vote in opposition to this bill, at least as it stands right now. Perhaps there are some amendments that exist that would make this bill allow this bill to protect the integrity of our elections, but also make our elections more accessible and inclusive for all people who are going to be involved in them.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Members, are there any questions for Mr. Clemens? Mr. Clemens, I just want to say, enjoyed your testimony. Appreciate the term. I believe you said tiny temple of democracy.
Yes, sir.
It's great. I think you probably already know you've got a bright future, and I expect to be probably seeing you in state houses like this or in D.C. Thank you.
Absolutely. You'll see me probably back in this committee soon.
Yes, sir.
You all have a good day.
Mary Duty? Yes. Well, don't just sit there.
She's trying. Oh, man, I'm so
I could run a mile before this thing started. Let me give you these here, and I'll make it quick because Lord knows I've gotten an education today.
Now, how do I pronounce your last name, ma'am?
Duty, as in on and off, hazardous duty, D-U-T-Y. Did you get the wrong Mary?
No, I got you.
Okay.
We just got a D-Y-U-T-Y.
Oh.
D-U-T-Y.
The way I was
We're gonna adjust it,
writing.
but we know what it is. Mary Duty, Chair, McLennan County Democrat Party.
Yes.
You're here in opposition to this bill. You're against it?
Yes.
You may
As it's currently written, I think we're on the third rewrite, right?
Hey, this is the committee sub right now.
Okay, and I think we can do some more tweaking.
She's against the bill.
Against the bill.
Okay.
Anything else I need to say before we get started?
You may begin.
Okay. I was really excited to be down, and I stayed because I came last week and we didn't get a chance to talk. So I went home and I tried to figure out what I could do to marshal my. May I take this off at this point? Thank you. It's hard to talk through these things. I was going to get all my people to start making phone calls in our county. I know you're looking at this thing going, what the heck is this? This is a 3-page thing that I printed off of the state website. I went to find information about how I could get people in McLennan County to start having their voice heard. So I ran to the state website, and we've had a lot of people talk about specificity, and we want certainty in our lists, and we want certainty in what we're doing. This is the first page that says, here's what you do. When you go over here on the second page, and it asks you to hit the button to get the list of representatives so that we can call all of our representatives, you discover, when you turn to page 3, that it's the 85th legislature.
Wow, do you think it was hacked by the Chinese, maybe?
No, I don't think it was the Chinese. I think it shows that the people that are keeping records have to work at what they do as well. We're counting on the government to put these lists together so we know who to vote for and we know who's legal and who's not. DPS is going to give, all day long we've heard about this list comparing to that list. And the very committees, I mean, we're sitting in a room full of people. This says Dennis Bonin's still here.
There's a lot more people on this list you failed to circle that are.
Oh, I know. I stopped at Stickland.
You're just only circling the Republicans that are gone?
Well, it just seemed like that was a bad year for Republicans. No, my point, sir, and I don't mean to diminish everybody's concern about what we're doing here, because I didn't drive all this way, and I mean I didn't stay in labor this long for 3 children. Okay.
Yeah.
If we're gonna work on making our elections free and fair, and not suppress votes, and really treat this with the seriousness that the blood of our children demands, as they tried to get people to vote in Iraq, and we saw people die over there, and we buried people over there. We've got to do this right.
Wow.
Agreed?
I agree, Mary. Would you say we should have never gone to that war?
That's not my...
I would agree with you if you had said it. That's fine. If we
well, no, my son decided to go, and I was going to support him.
We would support him. I just mean...
Yes.
We should...
And I was a Vietnam generation. I wasn't a veteran. No, what I'm saying, sir, is we're asking everybody to toe the line and keep the list, and we don't have a list of the people that are in this House of Representatives right now.
Well, that's a good point, Ms. Mary.
And not to be, I did mean to blind the child y'all up to a point, but I just thought, some lighthearted stuff at the end of the day,
You did a great job. You might have brought some energy to this diet.
Sausage and legislation, you don't ever want to know how they're made. I rest my case.
That's very well. Thank you so much.
But really, seriously,
blessings.
Thank you.
Very kind. That was fun. We needed that. Thank you. Lauren Sullivan.
Good morning.
One moment. Let me
You go for it.
Let me get the pop up on the screen.
Absolutely.
Ms. Sullivan, I've got you. Lauren Sullivan is your name. Young County Elections Administrator. That's who you're here on behalf of, and yourself, and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Yes. I am the Young County Election Administrator. After the last, I think we're on hour 19, maybe 20. I don't remember where we are. I may be looking for a career in used car sales because it looks like maybe they have a better reputation than elections administrators. Mr. Clardy said something earlier in the day, and I actually had a conversation with my children a little bit later. Election administrators get a bad rap because we're where the buck stops during an election. Our names are in the paper. Our reputations are on the line because it's our office.
I can't empathize with that.
I know. I had a conversation with my son who'd had a really bad day. And I told my husband, I said, I have to stay, even though I don't have a hotel room tonight and I have a 4-hour drive ahead of me. I have to stay because my children need to know that what their mom does every day is this important, to stand here and tell all of you that my job is to make sure that every vote counts. Every legal vote counts. I love listening to the legislature. I watch you guys like it's a freaking football game. Like, this is my time of year. I love it. Heather said we're election geeks. I prefer the term nerds. I do. Okay, so on to the bill. I appreciate the changes made to Section 308 that now allow me to go in and support my temporary, generally a little bit older employees who do this for 2 weeks every year. They don't remember the training always. Section 4.01. My concern there, that's the assistant that we've talked about all day long. My concern there, as far as the Elections Administration Office goes, is that those are now going to be public record pieces of information. And so if you come in and you have to have an assistant because of a disability, and that person writes down that you have a disability and names that disability, I now worry that I'm going to be holding HIPAA information. I have a master's degree in rehab counseling. I was going to be a drug counselor, by the way. I don't know how I got into elections. The commissioner twisted my arm one day. But I'm not trained in HIPAA. I didn't go to school to be a doctor. I don't want your information. It scares me. And now knowing that that could be public information is going to be difficult. My last section I want to talk about is the election officials' ability to provide applications for ballot by mail to voters.
Let me do this real quick.
Absolutely.
Your time's up, but will you tell me about the election officials' ability to apply?
Absolutely. I'd love to tell you about that.
Voters,
yeah,
please?
that'd
Thank
be great. For the last several years, after talking with the attorneys at the Secretary of State's office, I've been sending out applications to voters on active status who are over 65. That constitutes 33% of my voters. I'm a county of 12,000 voters. 10% of those voters are voting every single time and are a lot of the reason that the people are in this building. I fear that this could be now a state jail felony. Many of those voters do not know that they're eligible to vote by mail, and the convenience of having the application mailed to them from my office, which is the office officially named as the election officials office for the county, that's very convenient for them. We do watch that process very closely. We know our voters. We know them well. I can name, and a lot of times I can recognize signatures when they come back in the mail. Sending out these blank applications to active voters is not much different than the county clerk sending out blank voter applications to people who are getting married. Okay?
Ms. Sullivan.
Absolutely.
If you send out ballot by mail applications to everybody.
Not everybody. Active voters over 65.
Okay.
By direction of, or by advisement of the Secretary of State. I've called several times to make sure that that was still okay.
Understood. Members, any questions for this witness? How old's your son?
My son is 11 years old. He came 2 years ago, and we spoke with Mr. Schofield while he was with Pat Fallon. He is quite adamant about several pieces of legislation, and I would love for him to come and tell you all about them because he knows a lot.
I didn't think you'd remember that. I was looking at you when
I know. I kept waiting on you to go.
People don't.
Well, that
Yes.
sounds fun. You sound like a bright son. I'm sorry you had a bad day.
Well, it's okay. We're 11 years old.
Hope you get back.
One last thing I'd like to leave you with.
Go ahead.
Please remember, in making legislation that targets some of these things that you see in large, very urban counties, they are often quite detrimental and quite hard for rural counties. And I'm so sad Representative Clardy has left the room. Rural counties have a hard time adhering to things that Harris and Travis and Dallas County can do. We don't have the funding, we don't have the people, we don't have the room in our courthouses. So that would be my only other thought.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time that you all have put into this.
Rebecca Broughton. And then up next, by the way, it's going to be Marlene. Someone with first name Marlene. We'll figure the last out later. All right. Rebecca Broughton.
It's Broughton.
Broughton, thank you.
Like you brought on.
It's got the OU, Broughton. I see what you mean. Rebecca Broughton, you're here on behalf of yourself. You are for this bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to read the top portion of what I gave you real quick, and then I have some comments about some other things. I have read, and I am in favor of changes to HB 6. It is so important, especially nowadays, to convey election integrity to the American people and to punish those who try to commit fraud. One of our God-given rights is the freedom of choice. It was brought to my attention before the 2020 election that a group of political affiliates, sorry, I can't read, it's early, were allowed access into the mental facility. They brought gifts of clothing and food for the patients. They also brought mail-in voter registration applications. The patients were told if they filled out the forms that they would mail them. They were also told if they voted a certain way that it would make it better for them inside and outside of the facility. This happened to my son. They had convinced him it was the only way to vote. I would like to ask that somebody would include the mentally handicapped individuals as they are easily persuaded to Section 4.04, Section 86.010 Election Code, and or anywhere a voter 65 years of age or older is referenced for their protection of voter integrity. And the reason I would like for y'all to think about putting it in at that position, because I do understand how people 65 and older can be manipulated, and also people with mental illness can be manipulated. My son is on his medication now. He makes his own choices. I've been able to tell him about each party and the one in the middle, and then I gave him a choice. I'm a voter registrar. I'm also a election judge and a precinct chair. And so I feel like it's my job to, as a mother, to inform him but let him make his own decisions, just like I would anybody else that's coming to the election site.
That's good.
They were talking about phantom voters way early. I wanted to share something with you. Back in 2012.
Please make it brief.
Okay. In 2012, I was an election judge. I went to sign somebody in to vote. It showed that they had already voted in another precinct. I called downtown in Bexar County, and I was told to go ahead and let that person vote because it was them. It was their picture, their ID, everything was correct. Their address on their license matched what was on the computer, so I did. I agree with a lot of things.
Ms. Broughton, I'm sorry, we're past the 3-minute mark.
That's okay.
I apologize. Thank you for what you said. Members, are there any questions for this witness? You're looking out. Representative Schofield, you're recognized.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Broughton, we've heard a lot today about how having protections against unlawful assistance would make it harder for handicapped citizens to vote. But what you're telling me is that unlawful assistance cost your son his vote because somebody else is influencing him how to vote. Is that correct?
Somebody was trying to influence him. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for staying up.
Isabel Longoria? Chair now calls Isabel Longoria.
Howdy, members.
Ms. Longoria, I've got you here as Isabel Longoria. You're Harris County Elections Administrator, and you're here against this bill. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So, good evening, members of the committee. My name is Isabel Longoria, and I'm the Elections Administrator of Harris County, speaking against House Bill 6. As the person in charge of actually running elections in Harris County, and as a former House staffer, I can tell you that House Bill 6 would not help us keep the elections safe or accessible. We were proud to have hosted the November presidential elections during a global pandemic, without incident, without sacrificing access for voters, following the law every step of the way. Our work to support voters resulted in the highest mail ballot turnout in Harris County history, nearly 179,000, over 55% of whom were Black, Hispanic, or Asian. How? By educating voters, seniors, on their rights to use mail ballots by sending an application straight to their door and simplifying the mail ballot process with good design and clear directions, an example of top-notch public and customer service. Something this bill would prohibit. We protected voters at the polls from harassment and intimidation from partisan, untrained poll watchers. How? By holding poll watchers accountable to the law, educating our election workers to protect voters from intimidation and bullying, and stopping the spread of false and misleading information by strictly prohibiting the use of electronic devices and hidden cameras. Something this bill would eliminate. This bill is rooted in a lie, the false and dangerous idea that our elections are rigged and Texans are cheaters, while failing to address real opportunities that could expand voter access, things like online voter registration, user-friendly mail ballot designs, and mandated state training for poll watchers. There are so many things we can do if we are creative enough to work together, but House Bill 6 is not the solution. With that, I look forward to your questions.
Isabel, you had said that this bill, y'all had stopped hidden cameras and things, and this bill would stop that. Is that what you said?
Oh, we follow the law that we prohibit, as the law mandates right now, hidden cameras, wires, and other such recording devices in the polls from poll watchers.
And what does this bill have to do with that?
This bill would allow poll watchers
I think you're confusing that with another bill.
I think there's many provisions about poll watchers, but...
That's correct. The Senate Bill SB 7 would have those provisions dealing with recording.
And this would expand other things with poll watchers, but I understand if you... Yeah, go on.
Might be mere technicality, but we're talking about the bad things and something that doesn't exist. I just want to bring it out, but I get it. I bet you probably have some questions from members up here, though. So members, any questions for this witness? Representative Busey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Longoria, have you had any issues with poll watchers?
Oh, an abundance of them. I will say, if you wouldn't mind, most poll watchers, well-meaning volunteers, we've heard from some of them this evening, go out there with the best of intention, right, to uphold the laws like we all do. Unfortunately, every once in a while, you get some poll watchers who, for example, try to talk to voters, try to disrupt the process, stopping vehicles and drive-through voting, for example, trying to inhibit the election process, or even when asked by an election judge, still demand that whatever they're saying is the truth, even when we show them the law and other things.
Are you concerned with any aspects of this bill? We've talked about throughout the testimony a gray area with this bill where there may be actions by poll watchers that don't meet to the level that a police officer would get involved, but still might be, making it harder for people in the room to vote because they're yelling and screaming, doing things that may not meet the other standard. Are you worried about that gray area based on this bill? Can you think of examples or anything that concerns you with this bill tied to you being able to do your job and our election administrators do their jobs to get our judges out there and host these elections without interruption?
Absolutely. I'll give you an example. In Harris County, we had a poll watcher who went out to a historically black voting location with an African-American judge and saw something that they thought was suspicious, no problem, reported it, right, or actually, I believe they had a hidden camera on them, recorded the election judge, and again, that is illegal, recorded the election judge doing this action, reported it to the media and the AG, and just cried foul that everything was sky is falling, etc., all this voter fraud. And what actually had happened is that there was a stack of driver's licenses. And this is what the election worker was concerned about. And instead of asking the election judge, calling our office and reporting that directly, they went ahead and took, again, illegally a hidden camera into the polls and were sharing these driver's licenses, shared it with the media. The media ran the story. And this poll worker, or election judge, started receiving death threats. Those driver's licenses, right, the crux of this story, were driver's licenses that voters had left behind because they forgot them, right? We all do that. And she was holding them for those voters so that if they returned, she could give them to them or return them back to our office so that we could contact those folks. This is a very specific story to share that, again, poll watchers just act with, impunity, that some of them, again, just are going against even what is the law now, going against the advice, right, of others, and then just kind of creating this system, again, these bad poll watchers of just thinking that they know the law better than anyone else. That is what I'm concerned about with this bill.
Ms. Longoria, we've heard testimony today about IDs, and I think you just gave a great example of why they could be sitting by there. It's honest mistakes. People leave them behind. That's why there's a couple IDs somewhere sometimes, and then they're not there to be handed off in this situation. They were there because they were left behind. You were holding them for them to come back and get it. I appreciate your insight here. I know you got a big task at hand running Harris County elections, which is bigger than many, many states. So thanks for all your hard work. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Let's say it was a mistake. We've been discussing people being prosecuted for mistakes all day long. Was anybody prosecuted for this mistake?
Was anyone prosecuted for this mistake? No, someone just received death threats repeatedly throughout the elections.
That's an entirely different issue. So no one was prosecuted for a mistake.
In this specific example?
Thank you. Members, any other questions? The chair recognizes Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Thank you. Who used mail ballot voting in Harris County during the November presidential elections?
So in Harris County, we sent out about 250,000 applications to voters over the age of 65. About 179,000 voters returned those mail ballots, and it was almost 40% higher than the previous presidential election. So in 2016, we had 101,000 about mail ballots cast, and in 2020, we had 179,000, as I shared. 55% of those voters were either Latino, African American, or Asian.
Was sending out the mail ballot application successful, in your opinion?
Oh, absolutely. We increased turnout. And my job as an elections administrator is to support voters in whatever manner that they want to vote, to come out and vote. And I think a 40% increase in mail ballots alone and the most voting we've ever seen in Harris County is a pretty dang good job.
Do you think that the provision of HB 6 limiting your ability to send mail ballot applications would have a discriminatory effect in Harris County?
Absolutely. we can see that when we sent out mail ballot applications, folks who may not have had access to them because they didn't have the technology perhaps to print out an application, didn't even have postage stamps, heck, some people just don't even like going to the post office, that they had the ability with this. And we saw that again, that we saw more minority voters using this. And so if we eliminate this ability to meet voters exactly where they want us to, right at their doorstep with an application mailed straight to them, mailing in the way that we do all sorts of letters from the Elections Administration Office, we see that voters appreciate an Elections Administration Office that supports them right where they want to vote.
And should we impose penalties such as jail felonies on election workers?
I think it's empty grandstanding, to be frank. Like we've said, there's already a slew of penalties. There's already a complicated process that my office has to hold poll watchers and voters and everyone in the system accountable. And so to keep increasing the penalties, I think we've heard from multiple people tonight, you're going to scare people away in Harris County and other areas that just want to do the job of helping and being a public servant to their community.
And do you think that restricting who can be at the polling locations would needlessly micromanage your ability to run an election?
Yes, that is one of the more confounding parts of this bill, I will add. For example, there's two programs in Harris County that we're proud to have done in 2020. One was just recognized nationally by the U.S. Elections Administration, essentially, as a best practice that they want to promote nationally again. And that is our high school technician program. Those high schoolers are trained, right, to help with technology because we got some older, let's call them presiding judges and alternate judges. They help not only with the technology, but they get extra training to help with things like setting up the polls, to help with things like other parts of the process, wait times app, all that good stuff. I am concerned that the way this bill delineates who is allowed to be in a poll would eliminate that high school program, finding young voters early, engaging them in the process of what it means to be civically engaged by saying, well, we're not sure if you count as a technician, or, well, because you're employed directly by the Elections Administration Office, you're not going to be allowed, only the Elections Administrator. There's another program we have called Deputy Clerk Specialist that we used in November as well. Same thing, we've heard tonight, election judges, they need more training, they need more backup. Sure wish the Elections Administrator could be everywhere. In Harris County, we have 800 voting locations that had on November election day. 800 voting locations with over 11,000 workers. As much as I would like to be the only person that can travel around Harris County, I don't think that's feasible. And so we had these deputy clerk specialists who got double training. Things like conflict resolution, provisional ballots, all sorts of stuff that you need to run an election. Double the training that election judges got to be an extra resource right there at their voting locations for whatever may happen, so that they weren't dependent on calling a hotline and staying on hold in Harris County, right? While you're trying to get people answering the phone, they were right there. These folks, under this strict interpretation of this bill, would not be allowed in a voting location anymore because they're not delivering a supply and they're not me. They're the people I have deputized to be at those voting locations, trained to help election judges. I think it's a little bizarre, more than a little, to say that people that I have trusted and trained in my office to serve the election judges don't get to be in the voting poll helping those election judges.
And so do you think that this bill would preserve the purity of the ballot box?
No, I think, again, this bill is empty grandstanding to say that things are being done in Harris County or Texas that don't do much other than add intimidation, add other factors, add other paperwork, add other penalties. I haven't, again, seen anything in this bill that talks about online voter registration, simplifying the mail ballot process. Heck, a ton of other ideas that I'd be happy to work with anyone on. But this bill, HB 6, is not a solution to maintaining any kind of purity anywhere.
And is there anything else that you'd like the committee to know that we haven't asked, or because I know you didn't finish going through your entire testimony, so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share whatever you felt you needed to.
No, I appreciate it. I'm here in Harris County as an elections administrator to protect the voters, and I have sworn to protect the election code and the Texas Constitution, and I look forward to doing that for every single election. And I look forward to working with anyone who is also interested in supporting voters and election workers. And so I'm at your service, any single one of you.
Well, you're my EA and Representative Schofield's EA and Representative Swanson's EA. You only have 24 state reps in your county, more than any other county, you know. You're a sixth of the state. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
Doing good. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Representative Beckley, you're recognized.
Thank you. So there was another elections official, and I can't remember what her title is, that was here for a smaller county. Sure. And she said that 20% of her mail ballots had been thrown out for errors. The people had the signatures or they didn't check the box right. Do you think you have that in Harris County, that percentage?
In Harris County, we have an excellent signature verification process. And by the way, not every county chooses to engage in the signature verification committee. We do in Harris County because we love the idea of bipartisan system, right? Of those trained officials who are ready to look at every single ballot together, Democrat and Republican, on every single ballot to make sure that those ballots uphold the law. And then if there's any question, maybe the S just looks a little too curvy or something like that, they go above and beyond in researching every single signature, in getting their most experienced people to look at that ballot, and to go above and beyond and actually sometimes even talk to the voter and say, what happened here? We want to get the truth and make sure you're protected. I couldn't be prouder of that system.
So how many ballots do you know what the percentage of your ballots that didn't count?
Incredibly low. I'm pretty sure it's under 20%, but if you'd like the exact number, we'll get it back to you.
That'd be a good number.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I would like to talk to you about like ways that we can reduce that number even more, so that we want every vote to count. And so if you have ideas, I'd like to talk to you some other time.
If you've got another 24 hours, that's what we love to do in Texas and in Houston. I can go on tonight on everything we'll be doing, but I'll spare you.
I will not remember if you do that.
Thank you, Representative.
And Ms. Longoria, thanks for being up this late with us. We had testimony earlier today supported by the affidavit of poll watchers that there were boxes full of uncanceled mail ballots that were returned by voters at polling places in Harris County this election that left in boxes, and then when they PIR'd your logs for the transactions, they didn't show up. And does that concern you?
I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but in that situation, in Harris County, we follow the law every single step of the way in preserving those mail ballots and making sure they get to the signature verification committee and everything else.
Then why didn't the boxes of ballots that our poll watchers swear in an affidavit they saw physically leave the polling place show up on your log of ballots that left the polling place?
Like I said, that sounds like hearsay and a conspiracy theory, and I'm happy to invite you down to the office to see exactly what we do with those mail ballots.
Hearsay was affidavit of the person who viewed it, and more than one. And so you're saying it didn't happen?
I'm saying in Harris County, we follow the laws with mail ballots, and I'm happy to take you through that process.
Then if our elections administrator is saying these things didn't happen that the poll watchers saw, I think that's all the more reason why we need to make sure the poll watchers are able to see these things, because they testified to it in affidavits, and we're just being told, well, I've got nothing on that.
By the person who runs elections in Harris County.
Yes. And
yes, absolutely, the elections official.
Just trying to talk
personally in the polling place viewing this, and again, they PIR'd your office's logs of this data and got no evidence that the transaction they saw happen with their own eyes ever took place. And those uncanceled ballots are out there to be used. And if you're not concerned about that, I'm concerned that you're not concerned.
If you want, I'm happy to take you through the cancellation mail ballot process. I want to be clear. If, again, that conspiracy theory is true.
Not a conspiracy theory.
Hold on, guys.
Affidavit.
Sure. These fantastical mail ballots that are just out there, right? Because someone voted in person, and so they were collected from those voting locations. Should, for whatever reason, these fantastical mail ballots make it to the signature verification committee, they would be able to tell right away, no, that person voted in person, and therefore this mail ballot cannot be accepted. So that's why we have the signature verification committee and the early vote ballot board. Again, a bipartisan committee to make sure that things like that don't happen, because we already have so many redundancies in the process.
Isn't one of the redundancies a log that is supposed to demonstrate when canceled ballots that are turned in leave the polling place and go to your office?
Again, if you would like to share that information with me, I'm happy to take a look at it.
Ms. Longoria?
I'd be happy to do that. Thank you for being
I actually would like to come by and visit y'all's facility. Maybe Representative Schofield can go with me. It is troubling that someone would make an oath under penalty of perjury and commit a crime to do the affidavit, but of course, we've heard maybe mistakes have happened. You're impressive. You're good on your feet, and you're good at it. I just want to say that. That's all I'll say. It's my way of complimenting. I'm actually really impressed by your testimony. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Sorry if it's tired, it's coming off wrong. I'm actually trying to give you a compliment.
No, I understand. Like I said, we're used to 24 hours in Harris County, so I could go for another couple hours.
It's well done. Members, any other questions? Thank you. I look forward to coming to tour. I'd really like to do that.
Thank you.
Margaret Witt. Howdy, ma'am. You're cold in here?
Yes, I'm freezing. My
All right.
nails are blue.
Miss Margaret Witt, that's your name. I've got you here on behalf of yourself, and you are for this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. Go ahead. You may proceed.
Okay. Well, I was trained by Laura Presley, who spoke earlier, and I have personally trained about 100 poll watchers myself. And unfortunately, what we discovered is they knew the election code better than some of our judges. And in fact, one of our poll watchers was actually decked by one of the judges. And many of the experiences that the Fredericksburg group reported happened in our county as well. And I've been a poll watcher myself and have seen a lot. But that's not the main reason I'm here. I came here with the intention to share with you these 260 signatures of registered voters in Texas who are in favor of this bill and any and all bills that promote election integrity. These signatures have been collected in less than 1 month, and they come from places all around our state: McKinney, Frisco, Capel, Laredo, San Antonio, among many other cities. These citizens are Jews, Christians, agnostics, native-borns, immigrants, blacks, Asians, Hispanics, whites, as well as Democrats, independents, libertarians, and Republicans, with last names like Wang, Garza, Gonzalez, Herrera, Lopez, Mora, Ruiz, Durazio, Constanza, Bernstein, Benjamin, Moses, Nasser, and common names like Adams, Barnett, Crosby, Johnson, Miller, but not a single Smith. All of whom believe that every legal voter should be entitled to cast a ballot in a fair and honest election, and that safeguards must be in place to ensure that no one person, identity group, or political party has the means or opportunity to subvert our government of the people, by the people, and for the people. This petition was written to be a nonpartisan, broad scope document that anyone could sign if they felt so inclined. It says, "We, the undersigned citizens and voters of the state of Texas, do hereby urgently and respectfully request, as well as firmly expect, our legislators to enact enforceable bills with felony penalties for egregious violations during this legislative session that will criminalize any type of fraudulent activity, including but not limited to illegally voting, ballot harvesting, illegal activity by any election worker or official that goes against established Texas law regarding voting procedures, any exemptions provided by the Secretary of State for the convenience, or any other officials or activities that provide opportunities for fraudulent activity. We would very much appreciate your passing this bill, which will go a long way toward addressing our concerns." Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Members, any questions? It's very kind. Thank you for that, Ms. Witt. Thank you very much. I don't know what's wrong with the Smiths. Apparently they didn't want to sign your petition, but thank you for that. It's very kind. I do have a question, and I'm going to, Representative Schofield, I'm going to tap you in a moment if you don't mind to help me with this. Anyone, so who in this room is yet to testify? You raise your hand. Any of you, just you know, we're all on a stage. Anyone have like small children they need to take care of this morning or anything like that, that like expressing it? Understood.
I've got some medication I need
Yes? What is your name, sir? James Perry. The chair now calls James Perry. Sorry, Mr. Perry. No, sir.
I got a blanket over here.
Mr. Perry, I've got you named as James Perry. You're on behalf of yourself. You're for this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. This time, Representative Schofield, if you come over here and finish this out, you may proceed, though.
Okay. I want to thank you for sponsoring this bill. To me, I'm going to make it real short. I respect each and every one of you up here and the job you're doing. I think that you're people of integrity. This election integrity is going to affect every one of you because there's more at stake on a national level that we are going to be subject to if we don't start thinking about it now. You may be a Democrat, you may be a Republican, but the one thing that you are is subject to not being on the short list of whoever's running this thing. If you don't think there's people up in Washington right now running states, you're very sadly mistaken. I know you're a Democrat. I totally respect the things that you've been saying. I'm a Republican. That doesn't mean I can't respect each and every one of you. I know you're a Democrat, but you've asked some brilliant questions. I've listened to you. You're doing well too. But what if someone decides that's in the big money, and if you don't believe that there's big money behind elections, you don't know the news. What if somebody decides you don't fit in? You're out. It doesn't matter how much integrity you've got. Doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, because it's not just Democrats or just Republicans that are cheating. There's a lot of cheaters, both sides of the fence. I want to see people in front of me here in this type chamber environment that have integrity. Don't lose that for yourself just because you're tied to a particular belief, which may or may not be the real truth. I appreciate your time. I don't want to see any of you gone because I think you all do have that integrity. So watch out for yourself.
Do any members of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you for your time and your testimony. We're going to call some more witnesses here. Now, you know, you don't have to testify. There's no law that says you got to just because you're here. You're allowed to go. You're allowed to go home at some point. But the chair will now call Joanna McCrary. No, Joanna McCrary. Okay, you are Joanna McCrary. Johanna McCrary. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Okay, and so while she makes her way forward, Prerna, and I don't know how to pronounce this, B-H-A-T. It looks like Henry Bonert, who has testified in this committee before, and Richard Bonert. You're sort of next on deck. Okay, and so you are Johanna McCrary. You are registered to testify for yourself, and you are for House Bill 6. Is that all correct?
It's all correct.
Please proceed.
Okay. I appreciate you all being here still and working in the wee hours. And there's some things that the reason why I believe in this is because it's accountability. When we look at the ballot is the voice of the voter. To get to that ballot, you have to register and be a United States citizen. And it's the integrity of that first registration, making sure that card gets to the election office and you get on the rolls. Now, I've been voting since I was, when it was legal to vote, I guess at 20. And way back there in the 70s. And I've never had a problem knowing where I was, what precinct I was in, and what I was supposed to do. I moved to Lubbock, Texas about 4 years ago, and I registered, and everything seems to be fine. Just before I came here, I happened to pull my drawer out to look at my registration, my card, and I noticed in the mail recently, I had 2 more voter registration cards sent to me. Same date, 2021, 2020 to 2021. And I was like, why do I have 3? And I kept looking. I thought, well, I don't know, maybe they would just had a glitch. But what I found out is they had gotten my address wrong, but they had the address right when I got the first card. Then also got these 2 with a complete different address on it, and I was in a different precinct. Now, the other thing that's so funny is I happened to live with this lady and helping her because she's a handicapped person. And I said, Joan, let me look at your registration card. She pulled it out. She lives in the same house I do, and she was in another precinct. So we got 3 different precincts for that property. And then she has a ranch hand out there. He, has a rented place. He's on a different precinct. That's kind of strange. And that was the 2020 election. I went ahead and voted the right precinct. They went to the wrong precinct. But did they get a provisional? No, they were just went right through without a question. And my deal is integrity of the vote starts with the first thing, the registration card. And because you're doing checks and balances with the poll watchers and the election judge, I think it's important.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Is there any member of the committee who has a question for the witness?
I want to add one thing.
Well, we got to be fair to everybody, and your 3 minutes are up.
Just one thing.
All right, I'll give you 15 seconds.
A poll watchers guide that's given to the poll watchers. And most poll watchers that I have encountered knew what they were supposed to be doing.
Thank you very much.
I think they're very essential.
Okay, are the Bonnerts here, Henry and or Richard?
Yeah, I just want to verify that I'm registered for the bill. And I think you've heard.
Which one are you?
Henry.
Henry, and you do not wish to testify, just want to be registered for the bill. We will check on that. Is Richard Bonnert here?
The same way, I have nothing new to add.
So you just
Already been said just.
do not wish to be testify, registered for the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonner.
Yeah, we're all in favor of the Bonnerts.
Bonner.
Now I'm butchering this name, and I apologize. And so that's you. Okay, and you can, but give me a minute for your name to come up.
Yep.
And it's H-A-T, and she will. As soon as your name comes up, I will call on you. Prerna.
Yep.
And your last name is common. I just don't know how to pronounce it.
Bot, like a robot. Bot.
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go. You're up. Prerna Bot.
Yep.
You are registered to testify for yourself, and you are against the bill.
Yep, I am.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good evening, morning, whatever it is at this point. It seems really fitting that I'm here testifying against this bill today because today, or rather yesterday, actually marks exactly a year since I decided to really dive full into getting involved with campaigns and elections in my home state of Texas. So very glad to be here this morning. This year, we had unprecedented turnout in Texas with over 11 million voters. That's 66% of our 17 million registered voters casting their ballots. I was actually running a statewide Get Out the Vote program for the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, and we similarly saw incredible turnout within this group, over an 88% increase between 2016 and 2020, with over 470,000 AAPIs voting, almost double what the number that voted in 2016. This was aided by expanded early voting and voting by mail that gave increased access to members of our community to exercise their right to vote safely and securely, especially in the middle of the global pandemic, and I was very proud to be part of these efforts. Bills like this one, HB 6, would work to erase the gains made for our Texas democracy and would particularly affect those most vulnerable and underrepresented in our communities. In addition to being a campaign staffer and activist, I was also a poll watcher on Election Day this past November. And while that job is an important part of maintaining transparency in our elections, it shouldn't be prioritized above the ability of our hardworking election judges and clerks to get their jobs done. I'm particularly troubled by HB 6 allowing a poll watcher to observe certain voting equipment and the process of in-person delivery of marked mail-in ballots on Election Day. As a poll watcher, I can tell you it is not the role of a poll watcher to invade a voter's space and privacy. Poll watchers should not have the power to make a voter feel unsafe or jeopardize the privacy of their ballot. The poll watcher provisions of this bill, in my opinion, are unnecessary, and in my experience, in the event that I had questions, the election judge made themselves available to provide answers, and the day went smoothly. I would not want anyone in my position to have the ability to disrupt or interfere with the poll workers' jobs, nor to have the ability to intimidate voters, while making it more difficult for election judges to remove poll watchers who are overstepping the good faith limits of what they are there to do. As someone previously testified, I believe poll watchers, are there to really help make sure that everyone who is registered to vote and is able to, should be able to cast their vote is actually able to do so. Overall, after Texans came out to vote in record numbers in 2020, this bill seeks to put an end to every way our election officials made voting slightly more convenient for us, including, as we've heard, the prohibition against sending out, proactively sending out applications for ballots by mail. As a Texas resident who, due to being an out-of-state student for several years, 7 years, has regularly had to vote by mail, I know firsthand how difficult our system of voting already is, despite all of the voter education I've been very privileged to have access to. I almost was not able to vote in 2018. I had to beg Travis County, elections clerk to FedEx me the ballot overnight because it didn't arrive, despite me following all of the rules. I've had to help so many friends who have voted, who were voting for the first time by mail, figure out these really complicated systems. And again, this is for folks who are very privileged and have access to a lot of, education around voting. It's already been hard enough for me to vote by mail. This bill would make it even harder, even for folks who automatically qualify to vote by mail. In fact, I had to vote from Madagascar in 2016, almost done. And the whole process was incredibly confusing and difficult, voting from literally the rainforest in Madagascar. Our system of registration and voting is antiquated and presents clear barriers, and rather than building these barriers higher, we should be really working to dismantle them to ensure the right to vote to all who are eligible.
Thank you. Now, I should point out that the bill doesn't give the poll watchers the right to watch anything they can't now. That Chapter 33 already lays that out. It just says you can't stop them from doing it, and you have to let them be somewhere where they can see what they're already supposed to see. But thank you for your testimony, and we'll see if anybody has any questions. Well, let's wrap up this witness first. Does anybody have any questions for this witness? All right, and then we'll make a little public that you were excused. Thank you very much for your testimony. If you would, and this is for everybody, including those of you in the overflow rooms, if you would still like to testify or in one of our overflow rooms, please make your way to the main hearing room so that we can call people and you can testify. All right, now what is your name?
Jessica Ramirez.
Gotcha. Okay, the chair calls Jessica Ramirez.
Excuse me, Chair. I also wanted to see if I could go next.
Okay, well, let's do her and then we can look at you now. Ms. Ramirez, you
Yes.
have registered as Jessica Ramirez.
That's correct.
And you're testifying for yourself.
I am.
And you are against the bill.
I am against.
Please start.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to give us a platform to speak out. My name is Jessica Marie Ramirez, or Ramirez. I live in Federal District 35, which looks like a Pokemon stretching from South Austin to South Pflugerville. In fact, the federal court ruled that my district, one of 3 Texas congressional districts that were illegally drawn. This was published in an NPR article on March 11, 2017, and Mr. Chairman is not here, but he also won Texas Monthly's most conservative representative also in 2017. So I'm not shocked to hear your overwhelming support for another bill that would suppress the right to vote. I am also a homeowner in District 2 here in the city of Austin, and I would like to start by addressing the earlier jokes about rolling blacks out and not having power for several days. I was one of those people. For you to belittle my experience and the experience of your constituents is inappropriate. That storm killed 111 Texans. Your comments and laughter is extremely telling on how segregated.
Comments on the bill. We're required by our rules to limit testimony to the bill
Right.
that's before us.
Okay, well, I'm getting there.
Please get right there.
Okay. This telling how segregated you, our representatives, are from the reality of myself, the other working class people who have also survived the ongoing pandemic while Texas is wide open and maskless. Mr. Schofield, I hear you say the bill is written to stop people from checking the disability box to vote. This is happening all over Texas based on poll watchers' testimonies heard here today. Also, today, an aide who's not here anymore, but he told me that when I asked him to enforce the mask rule requirement that was sprinkled today with doctor's notes for breathing disabilities, should I be a poll watcher and police the Texas state aide here today, peeking over their shoulder and asking to see the doctor's note of the overwhelmingly mass disabled breathers here today? I'm actually disabled. I have asthma. I have dyslexia. I've been here waiting since 11:30 to speak, wearing 2 masks, and I carry my emergency inhaler, prevention inhaler, and I'm breathing just fine. But I bet if we could hand out doctor's notes to help make voting easier, there would be an overwhelming turnout. With that being said, I'm here to represent myself, and I would like to take a moment of silence for the 111 lives lost, as well as Javier Ambar, Mike Romez, Alex Gonzalez Jr., and Botham Jean, all of them Texans who will never be able to vote again. My first time voting was suppressed and stripped away of a law that stated your first time voting in Michigan could not be absentee ballot. So my vote was muted in 2008, my first time voting. I had been showing up to every election ever since. Reasons why I'm here to speak out against House Bill 6 and its counterpart in the Senate. I'm fortunate and I thank God I have the luxury and privilege to be here today, the luxury and privilege and resources to have unemployment, as I am one of the 865,000 women who lost their jobs due to COVID-19. For the last 12 years, I've been working in the hospitality industry, and I am but one of the 50 women who represent a sector who continues to suffer for your need of normalcy and open economy.
Ms. Ramirez.
Yes.
Your time is up, and please be respectful of the other witnesses who are waiting, but there may be members of the committee who want to ask you a question. So anybody on the committee wish to ask a question of the witness? The chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez.
Please continue your...
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Even with unemployment benefits, if I lived alone and I was not married, after losing my job in 2020, I would have been homeless and very much affected by the measures on the May ballot. I am lucky. I still own a car. I have safe transportation to the Capitol today. How ironic. The last day to register voters in the May election is April Fool's Day. Is voting a joke to the Texas government? Because it sure seems like it. Because it's hilarious that the House and the Senate bills that are up for debate today, on the day of the vast majority of my fellow Texans who work and literally cannot afford to pay attention to the sham you're working to pass, a fraction of Texans are here deciding something that will affect 30 million Texans. That said, full stop. Say with me, being poor is expensive. Mr. DeVore mentioned earlier that the opportunity for fraud is ripe here in Texas, and the reality is that being poor is expensive and time-consuming. Voting is already difficult enough for people who will be disappropriately and negatively affected by this bill. It's already hard enough to get people to the voting polls, reasons why we saw a lot of car rentals and a lot of Texans who do not have the luxury item and rely heavily on public transportation, like my neighbors in District 35. I am here today to speak on behalf of my fellow Texans, your constituents, the muted, the silenced, and those who were murdered by the Austin police, the voters, humans who do not have the luxury and privilege this Michigan Mexican transplant has. You see, I pass for white, and I am here today, you consider race, and I hear today we don't consider race or sex passing laws and voting. However, to sign up and be heard today, I had to choose a prefix, Miss, Ms., Mrs., a box I've been checking since I could read and write, as well as Hispanic, white, black, or other. One thing I do agree on with the previous poll watcher statement is that, yes, let's do more for Muslims. Let's add that box. My colleague who helps rehabilitate militaries through garden therapy in the urban farm in Deep Ellum, Dallas, Texas, continues to write in Muslim to this day because she does not exist according to laws, standardized boxes the government keeps people in. Because race matters, sex matters, and I know because I was one of the 60 finalists to sit on the redistrict committee for the Commission of Austin. Yet 8 random selected candidates, 7 men and 1 white woman.
Can you please testify on the bill? And
it's all related. This is all related. I'm a disabled Texan, and all of these things that you are doing is dismantling voting rights for disabled Texans, women. I mean, you let everybody else talk about conspiracy theories, and I can't talk about voting rights for humans?
You've been talking, and you've kind of gone past your time, and we still have other people who want to testify, including the gentleman who I think may be with you, I'm not sure, who wants to also...
We're not together, but do you mind if I keep speaking?
Well, ma'am, at some point it's a filibuster, and it would be
okay,
nice
well,
if the other people...
I've got a little bit to go.
Okay, well, please continue.
While you're so focused on passing this bill, why not make laws against getting guns less attainable and mass shootings in 2 weeks? Why not pass the Breathe Act? Why not work towards restoring gas services to Mount Carmel Village and East Austin who have been without gas since February 17th? Why continue to enable gerrymandering and voter suppression? Who benefits from these laws? Do you? On the last day for voter registration, a May election, here today we are discussing dismantling the future of voting. Why are we not announcing making more people aware of the election? That is one of my solutions to House Bill 6 and Senate Bill 7. We are not a red or blue state, we are a suppressed state, and your decision here will determine that if that continues, because you know what would really make America great? To protect the rights for all humans and a state to vote, period. I wish you guys would think about your family and your daughters and do the right thing and not the white thing.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. And, gentlemen, what is your name?
Jonathan Gutierrez.
I'm not sure we have you. Do we have Jonathan Gutierrez? We do have Jonathan Gutierrez. Come on, wait for your name to pop up. There we are.
Sure.
And you have registered as Jonathan Gutierrez, testifying for yourself.
That's correct.
And you're against the bill.
That is correct.
And can you please go ahead?
Sure. Thank you so much for this accommodation. For starters, for my family that is watching this testimony, thank you for your support. I appreciate you all. My name is Jonathan Gutierrez, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of myself, a volunteer deputy registrar in Bexar County, and a voting rights advocate, to ask committee members to vote no on HB 6. I'm also here today to speak to the experiences of my fellow volunteer deputy registrars who would have loved to have the opportunity to testify before this body today, but are unable to visit the Capitol due to the circumstances surrounding the pandemic and the lack of access to deliver virtual testimony. I think if we engaged with conversations about what the future of civic engagement looks like in Texas in terms of what the collective opportunity is, we could be so much more successful as a state. What if, instead of introducing bills like HB 6 that serve to limit our local county's ability to be proactive about increasing voting access for all, we led the county in equitable voter access, ensuring that communities of color and youth communities that are traditionally engaged with at the margins and who are most affected by the policies that we enact were centered in our state's efforts to expand civic participation in this state. What if, instead of using precious legislative time and resources trying to figure out new ways to codify political agents' direct access to voters, this broader legislative body became a model for the country for how to respond to a climate catastrophe like the most recent winter storm Uri that left millions of Texans without power and without running water. During the winter storm, our communities checked in on and took care of each other in the absence of state leadership. The same is true for our response to the challenges we're facing around voter access and participation in this state. We're checking in on each other and taking care of each other, answering questions from our classmates, friends, and neighbors about how to navigate analog voter registration forms, qualifications for vote by mail, and helping them identify what types of ID they'll need to bring when they go vote. All relics of outdated civic infrastructure that disproportionately impacts young voters and communities of color that I serve. We deserve better, and tonight, this morning, we demand better from our legislature. This past election, Texas led the country in youth voter turnout. This was made possible through year-round efforts to engage unregistered young Texans in conversations about increasing voter access and in conversations about our hopes and visions for the future. But overall, as a state, we missed our opportunity in 2020 to lead the country in overall registration and turnout, with roughly 1 out of every 4 voting-age Texans still not yet registered to vote, and roughly 1 out of every 3 registered Texans who did not participate in this last election. This is both a challenge for our democracy and an opportunity for this legislative body. Today, I implore this committee to first reflect on how the lack of voter access and active voter registration suppression we are experiencing contributes to the daily disenfranchisement of our fellow Texans, to consider how we can better spend our limited legislative time and resources amidst a global pandemic and as we recover from this climate catastrophe, and lastly, to vote no on HB 6. I wish I had time to stay for questions, but unfortunately, I've got to make a trip back to San Antonio. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you for your testimony. The chair intends to call the next several witnesses. I just wanted to kind of give me a show of hands if you're here. William Ely. Okay. No, everybody that's here, just the people I call. Joe Jaworski. All right. And then Edna Kruger. Okay, so the 3 of you are here. So let's start with William Ely. The chair calls William Ely.
First to dice.
Yes, yes.
As I was going to just give this up, because I don't think I can add much, but I've been here 21
Well, before you do this now, you've registered as William Ely. You are representing yourself, and you are for House Bill 6.
And Convention of States, and yes, I am for the.
Now you only registered for yourself. Is that who you?
That's fine. I thought I'd put both, but that's okay.
So you're okay with testifying?
Just myself. That's fine. Yes.
Okay. And please proceed.
All right. Thank you. My name is William Ely. I'm representing myself. Testified in favor of this bill. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members for a long day. Again, I appreciate your opportunity to share my thoughts. I've been an election judge in Harris County for over 6 years. Been poll watcher, clerk, AJ, PJ, DVDR. I've testified on specific issues discovered in Harris County when we moved to countywide voting, and in that hearing, I feel like I'm hearing a lot of the same stuff here today, and it comes down to, I felt then, a lot about convenience of the vote, and almost nothing about the integrity of the vote. And I think that's what this bill, that's why I support this bill. That's what it's trying to do. But given the significance of voting in this constitutional republic, I put a lot more weight and significance on integrity rather than convenience. And I put a lot more responsibility on the individual voter rather than my government. I can confidently say that there are ample opportunities for fraud throughout the entire election process. If men were angels, we would not need this committee. With regard to HB 6, I failed to see how any of the measures within it suppress the vote. Specifically, how are dead people being suppressed by removing from their voter rolls? How do audit trails for ballots suppress the vote? Shouldn't we be doing this already? How does preventing a judge from removing poll watchers without just cause suppress the vote? How does giving a poll watcher more transparency into the custody transfer process suppress the vote? If anyone's against this, I just feel like someone's trying to hide something. As a deterrent to fraud, how do increased penalties suppress the vote? If there's no fraud, according to progressive claims, where do they care if there's increased penalties anyway? If a voter's preference exists at all in HB 6, it's suppressing invalid, illegal, and corrupt votes or a voting process. This is common sense legislation supported by a majority of Republicans and Democrats across this country. Please restore confidence in our elections by supporting HB 6.
Do any members of the committee have a question for this witness? Mr. Ely, I'll see you back in Cyprus. All right. The chair calls Joe Jaworski. And then after Edna Kruger, Tim Cox, Sissy Sanders are kind of the next three.
May I approach?
Please do. Yeah, I'm not a judge. You can just come right on up. Okay, and you have registered as Joe Jaworski, and you are representing yourself against the bill.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jaworski, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I'm a third-generation Texas lawyer licensed by the Texas Supreme Court since 1991, a former mayor of Galveston, and I'm a declared candidate for the Democratic nomination for Texas Attorney General. Just wanted to throw that background out there. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to see the legislative intent in this bill is to reduce the likelihood of fraud. We can all agree with that. But we don't need House Bill 6 as written to address that. Yes, some votes are cast illegally. We have laws, enforcement, and punishment already capable of dealing with it. My view, and I wish House Bill 6 would reflect this, is the best way to meaningfully guarantee the integrity of our election outcome is to increase means of the legal vote. That's how you protect the popular vote, by increasing voter access so the true will of the majority of the people is understood. And that way, voter confidence is ensured. So I wish House Bill 6 could be amended to add same-day registration and voting, drive-through voting, multiple and accessible mail-in ballot drop box locations in every county, and late-night voting so shift workers who are working like at about this hour can vote. So my view is expanding these access points are innovations that are proven to increase voter turnout, and that's what we need since we're 45th in the nation. But none of it is proven to increase illegal voting. So I wish House Bill 6 would take note of the commercial reality of America, which is restaurants, retail businesses, entertainment venues, communities of faith have adapted to the times, and their availability is now enhanced to meet customers where they are. Why can't government do the same, Mr. Chairman? You know, I can drive through a Starbucks, get a coffee, get a hamburger at a McDonald's, but I can't drive through and vote. I can go to the grocery store and scribble my signature somewhat accurately to get my groceries, but my son, in his first vote, it breaks my heart. He's out of state in college. He did everything he's supposed to do, and some election worker said, nope, that signature doesn't count, and I got a letter 30 days later canceling his vote. It's hurtful. I can go in and buy a gun at Academy in 30 minutes, but I have to register 30 days before voting. It just doesn't seem right. Is my time up? Oh, good. Well, voting is essential to democracy, Mr. Chairman. In the American order of things, your right to vote precedes all the Bill of Rights. Now, I'm not minimizing, you know, the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or the Fourth. I'm just here to remind you which came first, which is the vote. It was the vote that allowed these freedoms enhanced in the Bill of Rights to become law in the first place. Well, America emerged from a monarchy, and that suppressed our rights, the king did. Well, we fought and we won a revolutionary war, and we changed the world. Well, Texas did it too when we beat the Mexican army at San Jacinto. We had a war with the Confederacy, and in that war we ended slavery, and the 14th Amendment followed. Decades later, the states ratified the 19th Amendment and women could vote. When Jim Crow stained our consciousness, the civil rights movement brought us the Voting Rights Act, making us a more perfect union. My point is, there is a progression of enlightenment in American voting, and I'm afraid that in this moment, House Bill 6 and its companion, Senate Bill 7, treats voting more transactionally. In other words, it's like a zero-sum game. And doing that, I feel, tragically disrespects our American experience. I think
you could sort of bring it to a conclusion.
I think you should amend this bill, House Bill 6, write a newer one that adopts all the innovations that Harris County developed for the 2020 cycle. Why? The voters liked them. Texas voters deserve first-class service, and I think we're coming up a little short with the way HB 6 is written. We deserve better. Final word. It's imperative that Texas voters call these bills out for what they are. House Bill 6 and Senate Bill 7 are intended to make voting less accessible, harder, and less frequent, and that's a shame. It's unconstitutional, anti-Texan, and un-American, and thank you very much.
I think I couldn't disagree more with your conclusion, but I certainly like the eloquence with which you stated it.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions for Mr. Jaworski on the panel? Well, if we'd have gotten to you earlier in the day, there would have been.
Good morning. That's what I'd say. Off to Houston. See you guys later.
Enjoy. Is Edna Kruger here? You're Edna Kruger? Okay. And while she makes her way to the front, I'm going to remind Tim Cox. Is Tim Cox? You're Tim Cox? Okay. Sissy Sanders or Saunders? Okay. So we have at least a good 3 witnesses here. Jeffrey Clemens, are you in the room? Jeffrey Clemens. Oh, you did. I'm sorry. We called you out earlier, and that's right. And Brandon James. Is Brandon James still here? Okay, that's kind of our lineup and batting order. And then, okay, so Mrs. Kruger, we have you down here as Edna Kruger testifying for yourself and for House Bill 6.
In favor of House Bill 6. Here's my copies.
Very good. And
20 copies.
And please.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead. My name's Edna Kruger. I'm from Odessa, Texas. Woo-ha. And
you're testifying for yourself?
I'm testifying for myself in favor of House Bill 6.
Those are all the things we need.
And when I get done drawing these, I'm going to give this to Dr. so y'all get a copy. That's how I keep myself entertained. Just real quick, the main thing I wanted to say about what I wrote is that I just feel that we need to have integrity. I've seen so many things be done to our voting rights. Just is really, I'm afraid we're going to lose them because of not having the integrity. So having this bill, I think, will help. And you know, the things that we have in this country are very dear to my heart, as it is for everybody. One thing I would say, even though I'm in favor of this bill, I don't know how it would be done, if it's this bill or if it's just to have everybody encourage it, is to have more training for those that are poll watchers. I was a poll watcher in 2020, and I didn't have much training. And so I just went into it just kind of almost blind. The poor gal that was supposed to train me was so darn sick, she just couldn't hardly get the words out. So I couldn't blame her. So if that could be something that we could look at, I would really like that, where we have some training for the poll watchers more. And that's about it. And when I get done with my drawings, I'm going to give them to Mr. Kane. He can make pictures for you.
I can see from up here the drawings were very good. They're very lovely.
Here's just one.
But before you run away from the podium, does anybody have any questions for the witness? Well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Welcome.
Did you come all the way from Odessa just to be with us tonight?
Uh-huh.
Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I'm stubborn.
And the chair calls Tim Cox. And give me a second for your name to come up. You are registered as Tim Cox, testifying for yourself, and you are for House Bill 6.
That's correct.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. So I kind of categorized all the sections in the bill, you know, differently. I'm just going to cut to the chase where I think, you know, something could be added that might be useful. You talked about the 20% that bothered you. So statistical anomalies. I think we could define certain statistical anomalies that would trigger a forensic audit, without having to go through a lot of judges' approvals, partisan judges, those kind of things. So, for example, in Michigan, Antrim County, I think the federal guideline for ballots being kicked out is like 0.008%, yet they had a 68% of ballots getting kicked out and pushed into adjudication, where somebody in the back room is deciding what this ballot is actually voted for. So that would be a statistical anomaly that could just be triggered into a forensic analysis, those types of things. If a precinct has more voters than registered voters, that's pretty common sense, right? There's no reason to have to go see a judge to question that. It should just go directly in there. So that's...
Mr. Cox, I appreciate your testimony. Let's see if anybody on the committee has any questions for you this evening. The chair recognizes Chairman Kane.
Mr. Cox, I will tell you there are some bills in the process in both chambers that seek to do some of the things you've talked about. It's a lot of a goal.
Okay. One comment, I am from Denton County. I will become an election official. And I, can probably bring some people to help do that. So I hear what y'all are saying. It's hard to get people, voted my entire life, but that's pretty much all I've done. So I think it's time for me to step up.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. And the chair calls Sissy, is it Saunders or Sanders?
Sanders.
Sanders, if you just give me a second for your name to come up.
Sure.
There we go. So you are registered as Sissy Sanders. You are testifying for yourself, and you're against House Bill 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Kane and Vice Chair Gonzalez and all the committee members. One thing just sitting here between yesterday and today really confirmed to me is that confusion is power. There's a lot of power in confusion. And that's what I've seen most prevalent today is so much confusion. And I think there's so much confusion among so many people who have testified today and have tried to get clarity from y'all, is that I don't think y'all are necessarily clear about what it is in the bill. And so that's creating a whole bunch of confusion. And so I would ask you as elected officials, because it is your primary job to serve us, the constituents, is you need to refine and put in more of the details into this bill so we're not all confused. So I wanted to preface that because I'm here and I've been here. I was here last week. I missed 4 hours of work, and that was confusion. And now I'm here a week later. I couldn't afford to take off another day of work, so I left my job right at 5 o'clock, ran over here, signed into the kiosk, and have been here since. I know many others have been here since like 7 o'clock yesterday morning. But the reason why I preface it with confusion is because I'm here simply because of confusion. Because I called your office, Chair Kane, and I had one question. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to take any more time off from work and explain to my boss. I'm just going to call Chair Kane's office and ask my question and be done. And unfortunately, your staff person was not able to answer the question. They also didn't understand a mail-in absentee ballot. I had to read them the definition of that. So then I thought, you know what? I'm going to try back later. I'm going to call again. I might get a different staff person, and I won't have to go down to the Capitol. I'll just get my confusion clarified. And that staff person told me, you know what? I'm really new on the job. You'll have to talk to my supervisor or something. And then I thought, you know what? I've tried twice. I'm still confused. I'm going to go straight down to the Capitol and ask Chair Kane himself. So here is my question. How does House Bill 6 protect the voting rights of a nursing home resident, a disabled, and/or senior voter in a fair manner? And I'm waiting for an answer
Thank you,
because I don't
Ms.
want to go home still confused.
Actually, the way this works is we ask you questions, but if any member of the panel has a question for Ms. Sanders, Mr. Oh, I thought
Ms. Sanders,
Chair Kane.
Thank you, Chair. Good question, and thank you for being patient with staff. You can imagine that phone rings a lot, and it's not really their job to be able to give you those answers. So I'm happy.
So who should I get the answer from?
We're gonna try and give you one, ma'am.
Okay.
So the bill speaks to, of course, I've explained its overarching goal a few times, but there's things dealing with assistance of people at polling locations. There's watchers. There's provisions that seek to prosecute fraud and prevent fraud. And there's provisions that seek to expedite the judicial process. You'd asked about people in nursing homes, and I think, did you say
A
disabled?
nursing home resident, a disabled voter, and/or a senior voter, those three categories.
Well, maybe if this senior voter was at a polling location there to vote, and they know how to do it on their own, and as you've heard today, here, I'm sure I know you were, but you've heard a lot of things of explanations of people forcing themselves onto them to assist them, and there's a provision that would allow us to collect who they were, and an oath to ensure. The oath exists. We're just adding some language to it to make them affirm that they're not pressuring or coercing the person to vote for someone other than their choice. But that would be a way that this bill protects people and ensures
So
it takes advantage.
my concern, and I'd like to give you my personal story. My mom's in a nursing home here in Austin, and she's over 65 years old, and unfortunately, she has a disability. And I don't think it's fair to require my mom, who's over 65 years old, to spend money to vote. And what I mean by spending money is a doctor's appointment costs money, as we all know. So that's where I was confused, because is my mother going to have to go to a doctor's appointment and spend money to get a doctor's note that
That's
has
not
her
in the bill, ma'am.
disability
That's
written
not
on
in
it
this bill.
to give into the hands of election officials?
That's not in this bill.
Okay, so what is in this bill for disabled nursing home residents and senior voters?
I mean, there's assurances that if they request a ballot or an application for mail, it'll be sent to them.
And are nursing homes going to receive ballots, whether or not the nursing home residents inside the facilities request them?
This bill seeks to ensure that ballots, applications to vote by mail are only mailed to those that request them.
So the answer is no to that.
The way you phrased your question, and I'm giving you the summary of what the bill is, and you can interpret it that way, but that's not how I do. But, thank you. It's common. There are a lot of bills out there, and people have a tendency to think they're the same or
Well, they're a
something.
companion. They go hand in hand.
But they're not. We actually have a way to, you can see that online, whether it was companion, it would tell you that on our TLO, Texas Legislative Online, or it would tell you that it was a similar companion, and they're not. But I understand. But thank you.
So, and the last thing I would like to say is I've never had this about the voting process in my adult life since I've been voting. But this bill is the first time where a piece of legislation has instilled in me a sense of suspicion and distrust. And by that very act of this bill instilling that suspicion and distrust in me, undermines the very integrity of this bill. And it creates the very confusion by which people are suspicious and are distrustful. So I would just encourage you as elected officials who are supposed to be well-versed in this type of job is to put the details in here, to make it clear, to stop the confusion, stop having us sit in line, if you will. Now I understand what it's like to stand in a long line in Texas to vote. I just had the luxury of sitting in a chair for almost, 24 hours. But don't make us stand down here to get this one question answered or to get clarity. Present us with a bill that is clear, that's detailed. That's your job, not our job to stand up here, person after person, giving y'all ideas. You come to us with the ideas, very clear, very succinct, following the law, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for the witness? Well, thank you for your testimony. I believe the chair indicated intent to call Brandon James next. You're Brandon James? Okay, and then after that, if they're here, Vanessa McAfee, Jeff Miller, Tessa Mitterhoff, Jen Ramos, and Amber Mills, if y'all are here. And so you're Brandon James, and you have registered to testify for yourself and against House Bill 6. Is that all correct?
Yeah. Y'all ready for the wildest ending?
Please go ahead.
Good, it says afternoon. Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Brandon James. I represent myself, and I'm here to testify against SB 6. I came here with my own experience in politics in the interest of millions of Texans who can't be here or work 2 or 3 jobs and would just like me to shut the heck up and stop hearing me talk to them about the elections that I or my candidates are running. First, I want to highlight, we've heard a lot of people talk about fraud in Texas. If there was fraud in Texas, Ken Paxton himself would be over here to tell you, would he not? It's apparently the top 2 things reported to the election division, to the AG. We've never tracked anything around it. So we're making a bill out of all this. Nonsense. When you ask for proof, we've seen very little for voter fraud today. In fact, we've heard some things going on, and I want to say something to some of those things, which is Williamson County certified their election results on November 17th. Whoever told you that, whoever told you the rest of that is either omission or lying under perjury. Now, KHU also reported on some of the stuff that people talk about at Houston. We talk about the mysterious palette of things. That's not true. Turns out it's a whole other state. Congratulations, Texas. We did better than Pennsylvania for once. True. The thing about going to some place like YouTube is it tells you that Tupac is still alive. Truth is simple. Some people don't like to lose. And I don't like to lose either. Since when did the NFL move the goalpost 20 yards because the Cowboys can't get to the Super Bowl? If there's a lack of trust with mass fraud or poll watchers, it's coming from election disintegrity bills like this. Unlike a speech timer, the election law should be taken a lot more seriously. Second, we talk about building priorities and ensuring there's a priority queue for legislation. Let's not kid ourselves around this. 25 years of watching slap lawsuits grow knows the logical effect of just killing. It's using lawsuits as weapons in elections. You think parties won't raise funds for this kind of stuff? We saw it in the 2020 election around how we responded to it. Third, let's talk about vote harvesting for a second. This is a 2-party election system. And you know what that means? It's a team sport, just like football. It's absolutely an expectation that if you come to this committee, you should expect that not everybody is going to play fair. We should absolutely understand that. But it's funny, the richest part to me is people coming here talking about this are from groups of the team that most recently got truly flagged for this very behavior in North Carolina. Maybe this platform is better served for the party convention. Stop legislating the rest of us and get to know good small government principles again. I would be happy to ask more questions, or happy to ask me, but I want to be honorable. Oh wait, I have 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, ask me more questions. So fourth, let's try not to replace the Secretary of State. Let's actually empower them. In fact, a lot of the things that we come here today come from the fact that there is 254 ways to execute an election in Texas. That's a lot more than just the 50 states of America, for God's sakes. I'm going to let Someone asked me a question.
Do any members of the committee have a question? Mr. Fierro, I believe, has a question.
Brandon, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for waiting so long. Thank you for explaining Facebook to me. But you lost me with the Cowboys. That's where you lost me. Thank you for your testimony, and it's very well taken, and your passion has really made has made my evening so far. So thank you so much.
Cool. Anybody else like to question the witness? Well, thank you for your testimony, and have a wonderful evening.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Just know this bill is all hat, no cattle. Don't pass it. Please don't buy it. As Matthew McConaughey said, it's wazzy-woozy fairy dust. Enjoy. And I would love to talk more about how we can make the Secretary of State better.
Vanessa McAfee here in the room. You're Vanessa McAfee? Okay. And again, Jeff Miller, Tessa Mitterhoff, Jen Ramos are on deck and et cetera. Give me a second for your name to come up.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. You have registered as Vanessa McAfee, testifying for yourself against House Bill 6. Is that correct?
Not completely. I'm also here as a representative of Texas Democratic Women of Galveston County.
Okay, now you didn't register in that way. Do you want to be shown as testifying for
Yes, sir.
Texas Democratic Women of Galveston County?
Yes, sir.
Give the clerk just a second to put you in that way. You good? Please proceed.
Hello, my name, well, I've already done that part. I'm here to express my opposition to HB 6. If you're going to threaten election workers and volunteers with criminal prosecution, then adequate training should be provided and wording to address training requirements should be included in this bill. I know this has already been brought up, but I came last week, I didn't get to testify, and I've been here for 21 hours. All right, so as a member of the ballot board, I was on the signature verification committee, zero training. I had to learn as I go from a counterpart. Luckily for me, she was pretty decent. Also, many of my fellow activists who are election workers received an hour and a half of training, a full 90 minutes. I hope we can increase that, especially if we're going to get criminally prosecuted for making mistakes. I believe that the lack of training is reason for so much of this confusion, and it's being masked as massive voter fraud. So now let's talk about fraud. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is quoted in CBS Austin as saying, whistleblowers and tipsters should turn over their evidence to local law enforcement. Anyone who provides information that leads to an arrest and final conviction of voter fraud will be paid a minimum of $25,000. A substantial award, okay, so that's the end of the quote. So a substantial reward for proof of voter fraud was never dispersed, not even to any of the people in here testifying over the last 21 hours. So rhetoric and exaggerated claims of excessive voter fraud is what undermines public confidence in the electoral process and the integrity of the ballot box. So I'm asking you to please consider the facts, because just because I say this is pink does not make it pink. All right, although pink is a good color. So applications. So last week when I left, got back home, and this is what I had in my mail. Applications for credit cards. Even got an application to renew my ACLU membership. But guess what? Great news. I'm a grown woman, and I was able to successfully resist the temptation to complete these applications. I think voters should be given the benefit of the doubt in completing these applications. So I don't see any reason with sending it to everybody who's eligible to vote over the 65. Also, all disabilities are not physical. Just because I can physically walk in here and testify after 21 hours, can I finish? Just got a second.
It's only 30 seconds. You just...
Oh, perfect. Okay, it's my first time doing this. So all disabilities are not necessarily physical. Just because I can physically walk into a voting booth does not mean I'm not affected by my disability. And it's no one else's business what my disability is. Also, I'd like to reiterate what Representative Collier said about the racial impact study, I believe is what it was called. I'd like to see that happen as well.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the committee have a question for Ms. McAfee? I am pronouncing that right?
Yes, sir.
I said it like
Correct.
6 times, so I hate to say it's
Yeah.
wrong 6 times to you. Well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The chair will now call Jeff Miller. You're Jeff Miller? All right. And give us this, oh, you can do that. And you have registered as Jeff Miller, testifying for Disability Rights Texas and yourself against the bill.
Correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you all for still being here. It's been quite the day, and I really appreciate the fact that you're all still here and listening to what everybody has to say here. And because we've all been here so long, I'm through with details because I think I'm past that, and I'm sure some of you are too. I just want to say a couple things on behalf of voters with disabilities. Disability Rights Texas is the state's protection and advocacy organization for people with disabilities. And one of the areas that we do a lot of work in is voting. We do a lot with voters with disabilities to help them understand their rights and understand how to engage in the electoral process. We also do a lot of work with counties and county officials and ensuring accessibility and making sure that they understand what the rules are and how to help people with disabilities vote. As part of that, we have a voter hotline that we run during all elections that's statewide, answered in real time for voters to call if they have questions about disability issues, and we get a lot of calls from counties as well. I say all that to say that I spend a lot of time talking about disability issues with voters that have disabilities and those people that support them. And you know what? Voters with disabilities just want to vote. They really just want to be part of the process like everybody else. Now, some of them have some different support needs that need some accommodations at time, but they really just want to vote. And you know what else? They want their votes to count. Election security, election integrity is really important to people with disabilities too. And so we understand what this bill is trying to do, and we don't disagree. Unfortunately, we really believe that there are some provisions that the unintended consequences of could really end up disenfranchising some voters with disabilities and impacting the people that volunteer to support them. So I think Representative Clardy, sometime today, and it's been a long day, so don't ask me when, you were talking about a balance. Finding the balance between how do we ensure the integrity of our election system, but make sure that people have the ability to vote the way that they want to vote without any added barriers. And so what I would like to suggest is that we continue working with you all to try to look at the provisions around asking questions of supporters that may or may not violate the Americans with Disabilities Act, or increasing some of the penalties and those sorts of things that could have a chilling effect. Let's look at those and try to find out, is there another way? Are there other provisions we could put in place to do what you're trying to do and safeguard things so people don't get taken advantage of? Because we definitely don't want that either. But the voters that I work with really don't want to be treated as special and having to be taken care of by you all. They want to be part of their own solution and want to be at the table. Unfortunately, most of them couldn't be here today because of the pandemic, and they're not able to come to the Capitol. So I'm here for them, but they want to be included in this too, and we will help that happen if I can work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Perfect timing. And I believe it was your colleague who testified earlier. He handed out a letter with your name on it.
I think that there was some confusion about the letter, but thank you, Representative Fierro, for putting the letter together.
Yes, and I will recognize you in just a second, but I'll make the same commitment to you that I made to him, that we'd love to work with you. Our concern was that people were piggybacking on the statute designed to help disabled people, and they were using it to.
And we have heard of that happening. We haven't heard any calls about that, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. We just don't think it's necessarily widespread yet. So let's stop it before it does.
And let's certainly find a way to stop them from doing that, while at the same time making sure we give the maximum opportunity for our disabled neighbors to vote. And Mr. Fierro, you're recognized.
Mr. Miller, thank you for being here. And I apologize that I earlier I mentioned that I passed out your letter, and Representative Schofield said, "Are you sure? Because he's got a different name here." I said, "No, that's his name, his number." Like, oh, maybe. I apologize. But
Miss Dennis Burrell and I, with the Coalition of Texas with Disabilities, we work very closely together. So we would be happy to work together.
Your letter was great, and it really detailed some of the opportunities that we really need to make sure that we don't take away from people with disabilities and voter rights. Thank you again for being here. And I shared it with everyone already, and hopefully we'll all reach out to you and pick your brain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've read your letter in advance of you even testifying. Is there anybody else who has questions for the witness? Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Miller, thank you for being here. Throughout the testimony, I've been primarily concerned about how this can impact individuals with disabilities. I know you just talked about it a little bit. You're looking to help us find some middle ground and solutions. Can you just spell out what your major area of concern is? For me, it's been the assisting of the voter.
That is the big area. And there's a couple of different things along with the assisting that we have concerns about. Number one is in House Bill 6, the requirement around asking the supporter about the voter with a disability is problematic in a couple of ways. One, in that it probably violates the Americans with Disabilities Act because there's a prohibition about asking unnecessary medical information. Now, maybe there's another way around that. I don't know. But we can talk about that.
There are very few things in the election code that allow you to get assistance, and so just sort of confining it to that. Can't see the ballot, can't understand that, those sorts of things.
Well, and so one of the things when we look at that we think of is, instead of asking the assister why does this person need assistance and what kind of assistance do they need, ask the voter with a disability.
And I think that's what Mr. Burrell said as well.
Because we really think that one way around this is you ask the voter with a disability, if there's ever a question you think that something might be untoward, ask the voter, did this person assist you in the way that you asked them to be assisted? And if they say yes, we should be, in most cases, okay. One of the other real concerns that we have around this whole area of unlawful assistance is that most of us, when we think of people with disabilities, we think of either somebody with a physical disability or someone that's older and the kind of assistance that they might need. When we're talking about disability, I know there's other kinds of assistance, but there's also a large population of voters with disabilities that have unseen or disabilities, people that have intellectual and developmental disabilities, people that have autism, people that have traumatic brain injury. The way that a person would support them to vote would look very different than some other things, because it might not just be a matter of reading the ballot to them or pushing the buttons for them. It may be having a conversation with them and helping them and prompting them to remember a conversation that you've had in advance, to prepare, because you've gone over the ballot before you went to the polls. And so you may be asking them things like, okay, now you remember we talked about the presidential race? You remember that? Remember who we said was running? And remember who you told me that you wanted to vote for? So asking questions and those sorts of things, which is very appropriate and a very good way to support some people. But if I'm a poll watcher or I'm an election judge and I'm not familiar with that, that can look really suspect. And so one of the other things we would propose is, right now there's no specific requirement either for election workers or election judges or for poll watchers to have any specific training around what it looks like to support someone with a disability and what their accommodation rights are in the polling place. We think the more we can get that information out to poll workers, the less likely it is that people are going to be unjustly accused of something. And I mean, if I see something that looks weird like that, it's my job as a poll watcher to report it to someone. But it may be that there's an innocent explanation. And if we can stop that confusion before it happens, it's better for everybody.
Mr. Miller, I appreciate your input. I think that's very helpful, and I hope we can look at ways to incorporate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have questions for the witness? Thank you very much, and thanks for staying for this late hour. We appreciate it. And we're going to call Tessa Mitterhoff. That's you. And then again, Jen Ramos, and Ramos, and Amber Mills, and you're Amber Mills. So the three of you will be in this order. And so your name is up here. You've registered as Tessa Mitterhoff.
Yes.
For yourself, and you're against House Bill 6.
Accurate, yes.
Please proceed.
All right. I just wanted to start out by thanking the committee, thanking all of the other folks who have testified. It's been really enlightening to hear all the different testimony. And I also wanted to thank all the other folks, other voting rights advocates who were not able to testify, whether due to disability, due to job requirements, things like that. So yeah, lots of thanks to go around. I also, I'm gonna keep this short, maybe not so sweet. I was not intending to be here at 4:30 in the morning, as I'm sure is a similar situation for many of us here. So let's get to it. My name is Tessa Mitterhoff. I am a VDR and voting rights advocate and a resident of Austin, Texas. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 6. Vote by mail is an essential part of making our democracy strong and representative. In 2020, while many states expanded access to vote by mail, Texas instead fought hard against making vote by mail more accessible in the midst of a crisis where voting in person could have been a death sentence, and still is. Many have argued that vote by mail makes our elections less secure. This is largely untrue. According to the Brennan Center for Justice, none of the 5 states that hold their elections primarily by mail have had any voter fraud scandals since making this change. The lack of evidence on these claims of widespread vote by mail fraud illustrates the fact that these restrictions are clearly about making it harder to vote, not making our elections more secure. Currently in the state of Texas, voting by mail is already restricted to certain groups, namely those over 65, people who have disabilities, are incarcerated, or out of the county during the election. However, these eligible voters will still have highly varied experiences depending on where in the state that they live. In Texas, vote by mail is a multi-step process, and some counties make it much easier than others to participate. This bill and similar rhetoric have equated sharing information that is sorely needed in many counties across the state, with ballot harvesting, in which ballots are distributed and collected. Conflating these notions sets a dangerous precedent that is damaging to the very essence of civic culture. Another extremely concerning aspect of HB 6 is the broad language surrounding vote by mail and what could potentially be considered vote harvesting. Texas has a legacy of prosecution over unintentional violations, and this broad language has the potential to continue to strengthen that legacy and ensnare individuals and organizations that do the essential hard work to encourage participation in our democracy. This bill violates the First Amendment because it limits who is even allowed to talk about vote by mail without fear of prosecution. The only thing for Texas legislators to do is to vote no on HB 6, and since it is 4:30 a.m., I will not be taking any questions. Thank you.
Okay. And I should point out, I've seen a lot of you read off your phones. You can submit written testimony, including, you can just email something off of your phone. And that's perfectly acceptable. The chair will call Jen Ramos. And then again, after that, Amber Mills, and I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Selena Xie. If you're still here, you would be third. And let's see. You have registered as Jen Ramos, testifying for the Texas Democratic Party and yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
After 20 hours, buenos dias and good morning, members of the Elections Committee. My name is Jen Ramos. I am a third-generation Texan, precinct chair, volunteer deputy registrar, former president of the Austin Young Democrats, and currently hold the honor of representing 167,672,000 voters over 18 counties as the SD21 committeewoman on the State Democratic Executive Committee for the Texas Democratic Party, testifying against HB 6. Born and raised on the U.S.-Mexico border, I became politically engaged at the age of 8 as the daughter of a working-class single parent who experienced a lack of understanding the processes of local government. My own mother did not cast her first ballot until 2016 because the voting process was confusing to her, just like it is to millions of Texans. While I've been involved politically for the better part of 2 decades, my mother had questions every day leading up to the first time she finally cast her ballot. My mother is the reason I work in political advocacy and why I am concerned about this bill. I do not deny that our election systems are broken, but in good faith cannot agree that this legislation is the solution. HB 6 would make things more difficult for people of color, working class Texans, and Texans who do not speak English to vote. After decades of one-party oversight into our elections, it seems like more than a coincidence that we want to make an antiquated and opaque process even more difficult after 66% of Texans made their voices heard in the 2020 election. If you need additional evidence that offering 24 hours to vote is beneficial to Texans, the fact that we are in an elections committee meeting and approaching 20 hours in the name of democracy is proof that accessibility is worth it. This legislation would militarize a fundamental right that generations have fought for by allowing law enforcement to access tabulation stations. These implications severely disenfranchise voters of color and working class voters, voters like the thousands of Texans who live in my district. Voters like my own mother, a single parent who has worked as a nurse through the pandemic and still struggled to make it to the polls on time in the most recent election. Thanks to legislation passed by the Texas Legislature, we are now inherently asking law enforcement to be immigration experts and subsequently expecting them to be voting experts. Asking this of law enforcement instead of working with election experts is on par with asking someone to be a parliamentary guru when they've been called on several points of order. I'm aghast that a self-proclaimed constitutional law expert did not bother to consult with civil rights organizations such as the ACLU of Texas or the NAACP on this law's implications. I ask that you please recognize this bill for what it is, a blatant attempt to make voting and participating in Texas elections more difficult. Thank you for your time.
Does anybody have questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. Amber Mills. And again, after this, Selena Z, if I'm pronouncing it right, Cameron Mayfield, and then Denise Palacios. Let me have a second for your name to come up. Here we are. You have registered as Amber Mills, testifying for Move Texas Action Fund and yourself against the bill. Is that all correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Is this good? Like in a good position?
Yes.
Really short. Okay. Just checking. Okay. Our democracy is dependent on participation, from voters to VDRs to Texans voicing their support, or in this case, strong opposition to a bill that would disenfranchise thousands of voters, and so on. I am here testifying in person because I am lower risk in a room full of unmasked, untested people, but there are thousands of voters who cannot and should not risk their lives during a pandemic that has killed 46,000 Texans. Severely limiting virtual testimony intentionally silences, including those who traveled here last week and could not afford to be here again today. So let's talk about another example of intentional silencing, House Bill 6. Move Texas Civic Fund is one of the largest youth voter registration organizations in the country. Every day, our organizers overcome regulatory barriers the Texas Legend enacted previously, like fragmentary voter registration, deputization laws, wet signature requirements, and voter ID requirements to get young Texans registered to vote. We have been able to bring in hundreds of thousands of voters into our democracy in spite of the obstacles present in the election code. HB 6 would make it even harder by adding even more obstacles. HB 6 also directly threatens volunteers that work with us yearly to engage young Texans. Under HB 6, our volunteers' phone banking and accurately answering questions about how to vote by mail could be charged as criminal vote harvesters if, for example, we provide them with dinner or drinks as a thank you for their service. This further discourages participation. Provisions that discourage participation all add up to the opposite of who we are as Move and what we should strive for as Texans. Conversations with voters, food and water if they're standing in line in the hot Texas sun themselves or volunteering to help others, and young people building whole programs to increase the chorus of Texans at the ballot box. Finally, most troubling are the provisions of this unlawful bill that limit an already restrictive mail-in ballot process, specifically the parts of the bill that add more onerous restrictions on the ability of groups like Move Texas Action Fund from distributing and assisting eligible voters to apply for a mail-in ballot. Texas is already the hardest state to vote in. I urge this committee to help build a civic culture and to listen to the stories of voters who overwhelmingly want to expand mail-in ballot options. I urge this committee to listen to the dozens of county election officials who we partner with rather than targeting their local innovations. Move will work under any conditions to get the vote out, as we have during a pandemic, but that does not mean we accept the conditions we know could be vastly better, especially as so much of the wisdom of the crowd is missing from today's conversation due to unsafe conditions. Make this safer, make our democracy better, and please vote no on HB 6.
All right, does anybody on the committee have questions for Ms. Mills? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
And again, I'm getting this name wrong, but Selena Z, Xie. Okay, we'll call her again in a minute and see if she's here. Cameron Mayfield. You're Cameron Mayfield? Okay, and then after him would be Denise Palacios, and I'm going to get this name wrong too. Rui Tu, R-U-E-I, and it looks like T-W-O or T-U-O? You're okay, so you will be next. And Cameron Mayfield, you have registered for Texas Rising and yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for still being here. I realize it's your job, but I do appreciate it. My name is Cameron Mayfield. I am a native Texan, born and raised in Nacogdoches, Texas, currently residing in Houston. I have worked for progressive politicians and organizations in Texas for almost 10 years, and I am currently an advocacy organizer for Texas Rising. I have been a volunteer deputy voter registrar for the past 3 years in Harris and Fort Bend counties, and I've personally registered hundreds of eligible Texan voters, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 6. Voting is fundamental to our democracy, and it should be your job to ensure that each of your constituents' voices are heard. This bill is an outrageous attack on our democracy and will not only affect marginalized voters, but also your jobs eventually. Over the years, the organizations I have worked and volunteered for have prided themselves not just in registration, but voter education as well. The voting process already has entirely too much misinformation surrounding it that I constantly have to correct as a VDVR and as a responsible Texan. I remember registering a gentleman not too much older than myself in 5th Ward, which is one of the oldest communities in Houston, with families of 5 or 6 generations of native Houstonians and Texans who are still battling the leaky roofs thanks to Hurricane Harvey back in 2017. This gentleman invited me inside as soon as I knocked on the door because his porch, he asked me to come inside his house because the porch might fall in if too much weight on it was on it at once. I asked him if he was registered to vote, and he replied that he couldn't vote. He was a felon. And when I asked him if he was still on parole, he said he completed it successfully back in 2015. I let him know that he had actually been eligible for the past 4 years, and I apologized for the misinformation that had been given to him. Would you like me to get registered today? I asked him, but he shook his head. There's no point anyway. I hear this excuse a lot as a VDVR. Whether it's because the process to vote is already too difficult or because Texans have lost faith in their leaders. With House Bill 6, the individuals picking up the slack of the Texas government without voter outreach will now be burdened with the fear of criminal and civil liability from interactions due to the imprecise nature of which circumstances can be prosecuted under this bill. I oppose House Bill 6 because I believe our representatives should work for their constituents, and the passing of this bill will continue to invalidate your jobs to the hundreds of thousands of Texans who are worried about keeping food on their table rather than making sure that some folks in Austin have a job. I appreciate you guys.
Does anybody have questions for the witness? Mr. Clardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayfield, just want to say is happy to hear somebody at 4:30 in the morning say Nacogdoches.
Yes, sir. I actually graduated with your twin sons.
Attaboy. Good to see you. Thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you for being here, sir.
The chair calls Denise Palacios. That's you. And again, Rui, you'll be next. And then Sophia De Loreto? That would be you. Okay. And now you have registered as Denise Palacios with Texas Rising and Self against the bill. Is all that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Texas Rising Action.
Texas Rising Action. Okay,
Yes,
we'll note that on
Don't want to get in trouble, right?
So it's Texas Rising. Now, the previous person, I think, said Texas Rising Action Fund. Does that matter to you?
Does that matter? I don't know.
Texas
Ryan,
Rising Action.
Where's Ryan? Somebody's talking.
Texas Rising Action it is. Please proceed.
Alrighty. Good morning. My name is Denise Palacios. I've been here for 21 hours now. I was here 8 days ago when I originally registered, and I had to drive back home again because there was no hearing. I'm a 23-year-old campus organizer for Texas Rising Action, and I'm here again to speak in opposition of HB 6 because the gentleman from Deer Park was either incompetent or careless and unwilling to answer questions from the chair of the Black Legislative Caucus on how this bill would specifically affect Texans of color. Yesterday morning, the chairman talked about the need to protect and safeguard voting to ensure that voters are not taken advantage of. But Chairman Kane is taking advantage of voters and taking advantage of Texans. HB 6 is a racist voter suppression bill that, while it applies to all, disproportionately affects the working class and people of color. Voting is a constitutional right. Constitutional right, not a privilege, and it needs to be protected and expanded, not restricted. I've been registering voters since 2018, had the privilege of presiding over our elections as an election clerk and as an election judge in 3 different Rio Grande Valley cities. Community members were really grateful to be able to cast their ballots with the protections provided by the state to ensure that they could safely cast their ballot in a secure and safe election. House Bill 6 strips these protections and creates additional barriers to exercising our constitutional rights. House Bill 6 criminalizes Texans and specifically bans drive-through voting and large voting centers that facilitate the voting process. Drive-through voting allowed working-class people from my community in the Rio Grande Valley on the border to vote during their lunch break or in between jobs. And it allowed multi-generational families to vote without the fear of infecting their older family members. It also allowed people with different abilities to vote without putting their lives at risk, as we heard earlier today. As legislators, you should focus your energy on addressing election misinformation, expanding voter registration, and providing the public with information on how to be civically engaged. We should focus our energy on fortifying our elections, not making it more difficult to vote. House Bill 6 would make it harder for working Texans to cast a ballot in our American elections. Over 593,000 Texans across the state are unemployed. People are facing evictions, they're struggling with bills, they're struggling with rent, hospitalizations after COVID, and we just survived a winter freeze that left thousands of Texans powerless and hungry. Focus on that. 2.8 million Texans have contracted COVID-19, and over 488,425 Texans have died preventable deaths in the past year. Focus on that. Focus on making sure that Texans are vaccinated. Cameron County has the highest percentage of uninsured persons in the country. That's here in Texas. That's my county. 2/3 of Texans support a Medicaid expansion. This is not something that is in the purview of the committee, but it is something that you can advocate for as our legislators. I ask you to legislate to make the lives of Texans easier, not harder, because House Bill 6, the bill that you wrote, Chairman, makes the lives of Texans harder. Leave your pride and partisan politics at the door. Do something good for the people of Texas. Strike down this bill. We're counting on you.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for the witness?
I will take any questions because I've been here for over 20 hours. And I had 4 hours of sleep, and I have spent 20 hours traveling here.
And again, I'm going to mispronounce this name, Ruri Sue. And forgive me for that. I don't intend to but I'm sure you'll tell us.
Over 20 hours back and forth last week, right? 6 hours, another 6.
Somebody have a question? Sorry about that.
Thank you, sir.
Please come on up. And again, you'll tell us your name out loud, but it's you've registered as Rui Tua, and you registered on behalf of yourself against the bill.
That's correct. My name is Rachel. I'm against the bill, and
before we start your clock, it says here you're from Katy. Which county?
Fort Bend.
Oh, then you're not in my district, but we love you anyway. And you can begin whenever you like.
Thank you. My name is Rachel, and I represent myself, and I am an election judge and a VDVR. I became an election judge because of the COVID pandemic, and the election judge that I used to work for, he quit because for health reasons. So I stepped up and became the election judge. So the first time when I read the summary of the bill, I was in shock because I couldn't believe it. There's so much wrong about the bills. Like, I don't need to repeat it because we heard like over 20 hours of testimonies against it. So, but one thing that does bother me a lot, being dedicated election workers, we work long hours. My crew would spend 3-4 hours the night before to prep the polling locations and get there 5 o'clock in the morning. And we don't stop. We didn't even get lunch breaks. And we worked until 8:30, and then I personally deliver the ballots to the county office, and my day didn't end until 10. So we all work very hard and dedicated to make sure the elections runs very smoothly, and we spend our time, we make sure everybody that's qualified came to our polls can vote. We spend our time, we don't just send people away. We try our best to find them on the voter roll. So with that, so when I read the bill, I was in disbelief because I feel like the author of the bill actually treats me like a suspect. I mean, a lot of you are white men. You probably don't never have this experience before. Have you ever walked into a store and been followed immediately because you look suspicious? That's how I feel right now. Completely in disbelief, and I was just out of words. I mean, we're just trying to do our jobs and make sure our democracy works. We're the bottom rung of the democracy. We're trying to make it work. And here we are, you're trying to incriminate us. Say, oh, before don't do this. You're gonna try to do something else. And then voter fraud. And I'm like, what the heck? What the heck? We're just trying to do our jobs. And then the voters. Oh, the voters are gonna, voter fraud. You know what? 99.9999, I mean, majority of the 16 millions now, right, voters? We're just trying to vote, to exercise our constitutional rights. And then out of the 22,000 hours that are indicted AG spent, he found 16. 16 wrong, no, the addresses that they didn't use the right addresses for their voter registration. And for that, you're gonna make millions of voters not be able to vote? I said the same thing during House. I waited 21 hours. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to finish real quick because I know that I still need to testify, but I waited 22 hours. I registered about 8:30 yesterday morning. Oh, go ahead. So, if we're only 16 million voters, and then you find 16 cases, that's what? 1 in a million. And you're spending all this and making all of us, like 200 people, wait 20 hours, testify. And guess what? I guess you're still gonna vote for it, aren't you? Aren't you? Right?
Thank you for your testimony. Does anybody on the committee have any questions?
I'm not done. Okay, so I'm disappointed. After listening to 20 hours, I stayed awake and I listened to everybody speak. I'm really disappointed in some of the members actually entertaining the conspiracy theories, the unfounded, no evidence. Affidavit, I can give you. I can right now, I can get my friends all together, I give you affidavit. Yeah? And you cannot go like affidavit. Oh, somebody give an affidavit, no evidence. And then you try to stop millions of people from voting. You know who does that? The Chinese Communist Party. They take unfounded accusations, sometimes even made up, exaggerated, and you know what? They use that to stop their people from voting. That's what you guys are doing. The GOP has turned into the Chinese Communist Party.
Ma'am, nobody's stopping anybody from voting. The bill is designed to protect people from getting their votes
That's
stolen.
what you said. Then why are we all here? Well, you think we're here for 20 hours? 20 hours, just so that we can be here and call you and talk to you. It's like you. Okay. So,
ma'am, you've had your time, but if members of the committee want to ask you questions, they're certainly welcome to. Does anybody on the committee have a question? Mr. Fierro?
Thank you. Thank you for waiting so long. Thank you for your passionate testimony. I can tell you that there's members up here who are not going to support it, who don't believe in conspiracy theories. and I thank you for your time and your passion.
Now, what's your reason for supporting it then? If there's no voter fraud, there's no conspiracy theory, and then why are they supporting it? I want to know why.
I can only speak for myself. And so I'm thanking you for your testimony. I'm thanking you for being here. You've convinced me. I believe you. I will ask you though, out of respect for the rest of the people who've been here 20 hours also.
Oh, the only people left are most of my friends, and they totally understand.
Okay, well.
Because you know what, you left us till the end, and we hang around. We're not going to give up. If it's another 2 hours, we will have waited. Our voice is going to be heard.
And it has been. It has been.
Thank you.
Now, Selena Z, and again, XIE, if I'm mispronouncing it. Okay. Sophia De Loreto Chuddy? At least you know that's you. I may have gotten all three names wrong, but give me a second for your name to come up.
Sure. My name is Sophia De Loreto Chetty.
And you are registered to testify for yourself and against the bill.
Correct.
Thank you much. Please proceed.
I'm 24 years old, and I am the campaign manager of a nonpartisan nonprofit organization, and I am testifying in opposition to this bill. I need to start by pointing out, actually, though, that earlier today, Mr. Chip Roy misspoke when he suggested that people in his district are very concerned about voter fraud. Apparently, Mr. Roy has selective hearing because, as his constituent, I am here to give testimony against this bill because it is a waste of our time and resources. This bill is a direct threat to my livelihood. My job, how I earn my living, is by helping underserved communities participate in elections, to help eligible voters cast real and valid ballots. These are communities of houseless, disabled, elderly, those who do not speak English as their first language, people in low-income neighborhoods with limited access to resources, and young people who are new to our electorate, Democrats and Republicans alike. We heard earlier today that nearly 20% of ballots cast by mail were rejected in a county because of simple human mistakes. My job exists to prevent those mistakes. This piece of legislation would make it a state jail felony for voter advocacy groups, my organization, my team, and me to assist voters who need assistance. Why are you so eager to put me in jail? We see right through your efforts to try and redefine the word disenfranchisement so it cannot be used against this bill in an argument. But there is meaning and history attached to that word that you cannot erase by conflating it with baseless conspiracies. The threat of voter fraud is theoretical, but the disenfranchisement of minority groups in these bills is tangible. The only reason, let's be clear, that there's a lack of confidence in one of the most restrictive voting systems that already exists in this country is because of lies perpetuated by insecure lawmakers who will stop at nothing to silence the voices of young Black and brown Texans who make up the rising electorate and threaten their power. To answer your question earlier, Representative Bexley, Texas had the 7th worst voter turnout in the 2020 United States election. This is in no way something to be proud of. The state should be doing everything it can to ensure every single eligible voter can safely and conveniently cast a ballot. Instead, some of you want to restrict that access. The final point in section 1.3 states, and I quote, "The reforms of the election law made by this act are not intended to impair the right of free suffrage." Well, Mr. Kane, you have said many times already yesterday morning, you didn't consult with civil rights groups to assess the impact that this bill would have on voters of color when the Heritage Foundation wrote it for you. So like many of my peers, I will say it here today, and you can reference this testimony when this bill is litigated, which it will be. The impact, not the intention of this bill, is what matters. Oh, and on one final note, apparently I missed the voter registration deadline today because I was here. And when I went home to let my dog out at 10 p.m., I finally found this in my mailbox. The forms that I requested to be mailed to me didn't make it on time for me to register to vote. It is unacceptable that in year 2021, Texas does not have an online voter registration system. And the fact that there is a deadline to register is a form of disenfranchisement on its own. Texas deserves better.
Does any member of the committee have a question for the witness? Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, would you like to take back your gavel? Yes, that's fine.
I don't see it in the rules. What is your name, ma'am? Okay, one moment, we'll look it up. What's the last name? One moment. Joseph. Did you say Joseph, ma'am?
That's my last name.
Zenobia Joseph. Hi, ma'am. So I've got your name as Zenobia Joseph. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're against House Bill 6. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph. I'm testifying on my own behalf against House Bill 6. Let me just first say thank you to the staff that helped me. I did go to your office and they gave me candy and they allowed me to watch about 5:15 when you had the gentleman from Harris County who was speaking. And I do want to thank Taman because he gave me some water in Representative Swanson's office. I know this is taking up my time, but I promised the staff that I would at least say thank you to them, and Ethan as well. So for my testimony, I just want to call your attention. I'm on page 4 of the committee substitute, section 3.02. Specifically as it relates to the distance, you have entitled, for the poll watcher, entitled to sit or stand near enough to see and hear the activity. And I just wanted to recommend 6 feet, which is what I also recommended in the Senate as well. So I would recommend the language specify in this code, a watcher who is entitled to observe an activity is entitled to sit or stand 6 feet from the activity to see or hear. And that's an acceptable distance, and it's like our new norm. And it also complies with CDC guidelines, so that may be something that you could include. I would also call your attention to the criminal penalties on line 4 of the page 1. I oppose those criminal penalties and criminal offenses, but as the bill is drafted, I would just ask you to recognize that there's a need to come to balance the competing interests. So if you could include the criminal offenses and penalties for the poll watcher, that would be helpful. But I think it would be better, Mr. Chair, if you would at least consider gradual penalties. In other words, if a person violates the poll watcher one time, maybe you can just preclude them from working a year, gradually increase the penalties. If they do it twice, then 2 years and a fine, and maybe the third time you could be harsher. And the reason I say that is because you have ex-offenders, felons who actually are able to work the polls. And I think someone who's killed, maimed, murdered, or still, that's far harsher than someone who obstructs a poll watcher. And so when you take those two into consideration, I think the penalty that you have as it stands is a bit harsh. And I know my time is short, but if you will allow me, I just wanted to call your attention to this morning. Representative Collier mentioned the difficulty it would take in actually getting the poll workers. I just want you to understand that here in Travis County, we don't get any money for the training that we receive for the primaries. So when you consider the penalties, you will actually make it more difficult for the election workers to be incentivized to want to work. I mean, you have to consider no pay, and then you get paid $10 an hour or so during the primary, and a regular election, the general election, it's $12 for the judge, only $10 for the clerk. And so it's very little pay, but the penalty is so harsh that if you are then telling us that we may actually be criminalized, then I think you will find that many individuals will simply not work the polls. Lastly, I'll just call your attention to the 180 days to 2 years. If that is the fine that you are stating throughout as it relates to this state jail felony, I would just ask you to spell that out. I'm not sure if that is the penalty that you mean by state felony, but if so, it would be helpful. And then lastly, I would just call your attention to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. They did submit some testimony to you March 25th, 2021, and I think that those comments are germane to the bill. So I would ask you to take a look at them. That is predominantly all that I wanted to say, other than to tell you that as a volunteer deputy registrar, I did actually register the elders and help them change their name when we had the strict voter ID law, and there was at least one couple that needed assistance to get their ballot by mail. And so as the bill is written, I would actually be a bit hesitant as a volunteer to just help the senior citizens out. And so if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
I think you have some good suggestions, and I thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chair, can I just tell you one other thing? Lastly, I would just say, for the training for the poll watchers, I would just ask you to do it collaboratively. So to have the poll worker, the poll watcher, and all the officials, so the election judge, presiding judge, and the clerk, to have uniform training together. And then that way they would all be on the same sheet of music and understand what is expected in the polls. As it stands now, as an election judge, we only have the booklet to go by. We're not really informed on what that poll watcher is supposed to be doing. So if we had the training together, I think that might diffuse some of the tension, and the 6 feet would be helpful as well, because I don't think that, too many people would push back much about that.
I like your uniform training idea.
Thank you so much.
Smart. Thank you. Representative Clardy has a question for you. Representative Clardy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you, Ms. Joseph, for your calm, cool, collected, and constructive testimony here today. That's very welcome at 5 in the morning. So thank you for coming all this way, for staying with us.
And I just want to thank each of you for staying so late and being attentive and for treating the people with utmost respect. So thank you, too. I know it's been a long 2 days now. Thank you.
Yes. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 6? Okay. Please come and let us know your names.
My name is Carol Wetterauer.
Okay.
Okay, and I am.
In one moment, we're going to try and get everyone's names real quick, so we just kind of have an idea. So you'll be up next, ma'am, and starting with a T in the last name. Could you spell your name for the clerk, please?
Oh, yeah.
Can we go to Joshua Tutt while we get this figured out for you, ma'am? The chair now calls Joshua Tutt. Joshua Tutt, I show that you are here to testify on behalf of yourself and you're against House Bill 6. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, howdy. My name is Josh Tutt. I'm a resident of Burleson County, Texas, and I am a member of the Burleson County Democratic Party, where I serve as a recently added precinct chair. I'd like to urge the committee to oppose House Bill 6 as written. I served as an assistant judge at the Cooks Point precinct on election day last year. I'd like to tell you that being an election worker was a difficult job, and I know it is for many, especially after testimony today. But honestly, it wasn't for us, because you see, Cooks Point only had 64 voters on election day, a pretty small precinct, even for our county. What was difficult about it, however, was making sure we did everything exactly right for every one of those 64 voters. We stuck to our training and we referred to our documents. When we had questions, it was difficult to immediately reach help since our county election administrators were busy helping the small, and I mean small, army of volunteers in our county. It was my first time doing this, and so I was extremely grateful for our presiding judges, her help and experience. I worry that this bill will make it harder for us small counties to run elections so smoothly. I worry this bill will criminalize simple human errors and honest mistakes from folks like me who are just trying to do our best to help. I worry that the changes in this bill would scare away potential volunteers, and I really worry about the provisions that might cause otherwise valid ballots to be rejected. Another consequence of this bill would be making it harder for eligible residents of rural counties to access their right to vote by mail, especially our elderly neighbors and our young college student neighbors. I apologize for reading off the script. My college speech teacher would have a fit. But it would be harder for eligible residents of rural counties to access their right to vote by mail, especially our elderly neighbors and our young college student neighbors. A lot of work goes into making sure our elderly neighbors receive their mail-in ballot applications or get to the polls in person if they prefer. This bill might frighten off some of the amazing helpers in our communities, such as with the party that I am part of, with finding and filling out their ballot application, or help them by assisting them at the ballot booth itself if they prefer. We cannot afford to lose this help. There's just not enough of us. In rural counties like Burleson County, a lot of our young people go away for college. If they go far enough away, even still within Texas, they would be eligible to vote by mail if they won't be able to make it home during the voting period. I didn't have a vehicle when I went to college, and I didn't know I could register to vote on campus. I thought I was just out of luck. Navigating voting laws can be already difficult for college students, and voting turnout for young folks is still low. We can't afford to make more barriers for our young people who are trying to vote. Please keep in mind these folks in rural counties and elsewhere. We're just trying to make do best we can. Please be wary of extra burdens and obstacles that this bill would create for us. I'm sure that these are unintended consequences, but nonetheless, I must ask you to please oppose House Bill 6.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for your valuable testimony.
Thank you.
Now, where did you go off to college?
Texas A&M University, class of 2015.
All right. Woo.
Thank you.
Who else is here that has not testified? Could y'all come tell us your names, please? If you could come closer, so I can hear you, please. What's your last name?
Perez.
Perez. And okay. Come right here. She'll tell you. You know, she's back. And yours, ma'am? Maggie Stern.
And she's from El Paso.
My name's Carol Wetterauer, and I am testifying for myself. Yes, but I did register, and I registered. Yeah.
Fun on. Miss Wetterauer.
I've been waiting 22 hours.
Miss Wetterauer, I am deeply.
I think you all could hear me out. You know, it's
Miss
going to.
Wetterauer, I actually cannot, Miss Wetterauer.
Is it a law?
Miss Wetterauer, it is the body. This body has adopted rules of procedure that bind us.
But
so it is akin to.
I did register. I can tell you I registered.
Miss Wetterauer, we
can sign an affidavit that I registered.
Miss Wetterauer, you may recall, and when we began this.
I got here at 7 o'clock yesterday morning.
Miss Wetterauer, you may recall when we began this, I discussed what you had to do, and we.
And I did it.
And we said to be sure that you click submit. That it's possible. What could have happened? I can't even begin to think of what you've gone through. If you were sat here that long, I'm so sorry, but it cannot be done. The registration was closed. I can't. I can't. You are, I believe, are they still able to submit written comments? You can submit written comments.
I have submitted my written comments, and I will submit them online as well.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Rocio Fierro Perez. All right, Rocio Fierro Perez, I've got you here on behalf of the Texas Freedom Network and yourself, and you're here to testify against House Bill 6, is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Short. Good morning, everyone. We're in the 22nd hour. So, thank you for being here. And please, if you could, listen to those of us that are here ready to talk. So, my name is Rocio Fierro Perez, and I'm a proud fronteriza and El Pasoan. I was here last week, and I traveled 571 miles to get here and did not get to testify along with over 150 other Texans from across the state because of a procedural mistake by the chair. I'm here again representing the Texas Freedom Network and myself in strong opposition against HB 6. Like many of my colleagues have stated, voting is fundamental to our democracy and should be free, fair, and accessible for all eligible voters. This is why you are all here sitting in those chairs for now. And HB 6 is an attack on our democracy and the right of Texans to have their voices heard in our elections. The author of this bill, along with those who are supporting it, know this is not about election integrity. This is about suppressing the votes of Black and brown Tejanos. I ask that as committee members, you vote against this bill and consider the consequences voter suppression has on marginalized communities like mine. I want to share with you today that after 23 years, my mom was finally able to complete her citizenship process and was very excited to register to vote. Like many people in my community, my mom's first language is not English, which made it difficult for her to fill out her voter registration form on her own. Luckily, I was able to help her answering any questions she had and explain whatever she needed help with. Unfortunately, there are many people all over Texas that do not have someone to help them. This bill would criminalize people like my mom for a simple mistake. Kind of like the one last week when the chairman made a simple mistake, a procedural mistake, which, aside from being an embarrassment to the state of Texas, literally left over 150 Texans voiceless and had to make the long trip back home. What are the repercussions for the chairman? Are there any? Yet this bill, written by the chairman, the same person that made that simple mistake, would criminalize Texans for the exact same reason. Does anyone in this committee think that's fair? Anyone? I hope not. I came all the way from El Paso. I would have traveled a total of 2,284 miles in the middle of a global pandemic just to be able to talk to you today. You should be making voting more accessible to all Tejanos. Instead, this bill would create more barriers for Black and brown people, people with disabilities like my dad, and criminalize people like my mom. And as I just mentioned, we're still in the middle of a global pandemic that has killed almost 50,000 Tejanos, your constituents, and yet we're all here today to talk about issues that do not exist. Why aren't you focusing on helping your constituents with real issues like the snowpocalypse that left Texans without power, water, shelter, and killed 111 Texans? Why don't you focus on suppressing something that's real, like the virus, by doing the bare minimum and enforcing masks? I will end by saying that HB 6 betrays our democratic values and our belief in free and fair elections. You know that, and I know that. So I'm asking you to do the right thing and vote against HB 6. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fierro Perez. Members, any questions? The chair recognizes Representative Fierro.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, thank you for making the trip. And for the record, that we all know, we have crossed paths for the last 13 years. She was a dynamic leader on the campus at El Paso Community College, her and her sister, and they made changes on that campus that nobody could believe they ever could. So you being here and you testifying before this group, you may change some minds, I don't know. But thank you. And the passion that you and everyone else that's been here for so many hours and shared your thoughts, your concerns, I can tell you, we feel it, and we see it, and we hear it. My question to you is, how do you see HB6 affecting the young students of El Paso Community College, of San Jac, of the other community colleges around the state?
This bill affects so many people. You know, young people, a lot of us are working. You know, when I was in college, I worked 3 jobs sometimes. And try to tell your boss, hey, I'm gonna go vote. Can you give me the day off? It's very unlikely that they will let you. And there are just so many different reasons. Like people that, for example, I myself cannot vote. You know, I will be voting soon when I become a citizen. But I like to help people and make sure that they are educated and know the process, help people like my mom that don't speak English and don't understand the process, because it is very challenging for a lot of people, especially young people that are working 3 jobs like I did, that are going to school full time. And it should be easier. We're in 2021 and this is not, you can't register online. You have to wait 30 days. You have to be registered 30 days in advance to be able to cast your ballot. That's ridiculous. We should be able to register online the same day. And, you know, one of the questions that I actually have, if you'll entertain me for a few more minutes, was why is it that you can't why don't you want to send out vote by mail applications to those that qualify that are 65 and over? What is the actual reason that you don't want to send those out? Like, what is so wrong with sending those out to people like my dad? And if they choose to not fill it out, that's fine. But what's wrong with sending it? Since they're able to, since they qualify. What's the issue with that? Is it a money thing? Like, is money more important than people?
Thank you, Ms. Fierro Perez. I believe because it opens doors to opportunity of abuse and of fraud. And
how?
Ms. Fierro Perez, you're the second last witness. And usually the way it works is we ask you questions. And about to close, and these members on the staff will be asking me questions. I appreciate your tenacity. I have a feeling Representative Fierro is telling us some great stories, and I think we'll continue to be seeing more of you, and I look forward to hearing some great things, especially I look forward to hearing the great news of your soon-to-come citizenship. I wish we were closer to be able to celebrate that with you here in the building.
I'll be moving to Austin, don't worry about that.
Very cool.
You will see me a lot.
I expect so.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for making the trip.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Marcia Stern? Maggie Stern. I don't have it. I'm trying to memorize it. Maggie Stern.
Okay.
One moment. We're going to wait for this thing to populate. All right, Maggie Stern, I've got you here on behalf of the Children's Defense Fund, Texas, and yourself. And you're here to testify against House Bill 6. Is that correct?
All correct.
Please proceed.
Sure. My name is Maggie Stern. I'm the Youth Civic Education and Engagement Coordinator at the Texas Office of the Children's Defense Fund. We're a statewide child advocacy and policy organization dedicated to lifting up the voices of children and youth. And I'm here today to testify against HB 6, a bill that would create new barriers for Texas voters using old methods of voter suppression that have a long, dark, and very relevant history in this state. Section 1.03 of HB 6 finds that, quote, full, free, and fair elections are the underpinnings of a stable constitutional democracy. It is true that every voter demands full reassurance that our elected officials uphold our values of democracy and civic participation. Every voter deserves to vote free from intimidation and violence, and every voter requires a fair opportunity to make their voice heard without facing hurdles related to their race, income, age, disability, or other factors. HB 6 fails to meet any of these standards. A bill that truly supported full elections should repudiate the lies that seek to undermine confidence in our democracy. Instead, HB 6 leans into the same dangerous and divisive rhetoric that directly led to violent insurrectionists storming our U.S. Capitol on January 6th, threatening the sanctity of our democracy and the safety of our elected officials and their staff. A bill that truly supported free elections should help local election officials who worked tirelessly during 2020 to ensure that Texans could safely cast their votes in the midst of a deadly pandemic. Contrary to assertions that most Texans don't trust our elections, 86% of Texans agree that our election management went well in 2020. Yet HB 6 undermines election officials and voters and instead gives near carte blanche to partisan poll watchers to intimidate, harass, and threaten voters, as the history of poll watching demonstrates can occur. A bill that truly supported fair elections should respond to the fact that Texas already has the highest cost of voting in the country. It should remove burdens already faced by young voters, disabled voters, voters of color, and others. It should modernize our voter registration systems to allow Texans to register online or automatically. We're one of just 9 states that still refuses to adopt either of these common sense reforms, although a majority of Texas voters support both. Instead, HB 6 creates additional burdens and criminal penalties, giving more prosecutorial power to an office that already disproportionately targets Black and brown Texans, without, as we learned today, having even analyzed the impact of this bill on voters of color. This country and this state have a long history of these kinds of anti-democratic laws. Disenfranchised Americans have overcome hurdles, from administrative barriers to discriminatory policies to lethal acts of violence, to make their voices heard. Full, free, and fair elections should ensure that no one would have to make these sacrifices to participate in our democracy. HB 6 takes us in the exact wrong direction. I urge this committee to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? It's your last one, no? Thank you, Ms. Stern. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 6? If not, I'm going to ask that Representative Clardy preside as chair while I close on House Bill 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair now recognizes Representative Kane to close on his bill.
Just a moment.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order on further consideration of House Bill 6 under Rule 4, Section 7, because the committee has not been provided a bill analysis prior to the beginning of this committee hearing. And I respectfully ask that the chair make a final determination for the record, please.
I second that. I second.
Thank you for your motion. Not sure a second was needed. Give me a moment to consider your motion. Thank you. Madam Vice Chairman, it's my understanding that there is a bill analysis that was provided in the Dropbox to all members before the hearing was conducted.
There is not a bill analysis. There's a background and purpose, and that is not a substitute for a section-by-section bill analysis. There was not one in there.
I'm advised that under the rules, that qualifies as a bill analysis.
Well, I mean, I don't agree. I mean, because it's not a section by section, and it's really for the public to be able to have an understanding of it.
Your motion is your motion and objection is duly noted and respectfully overruled. I'm sure we will be hearing this point in the near future.
Well, I would like to make a motion to appeal the chair's ruling.
I second.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. There's been a motion and a second to appeal the chair's ruling. Is there any discussion on the motion? At this time, the committee, we would stand at ease for 5 minutes before we take up and consider the motion. But everybody, please stay here until such time, and then we will vote on the motion to consider the rule of the chair. Thank you. We're ready to stand at ease. Thank you, members. It's been 5 minutes since we stood at ease. Let me kind of recap where we are. There was a parliamentary objection raised by Vice Chairman Gonzalez, I believe under Rule 4.7, concerning the bill analysis, which was filed in the Dropbox prior to the conducting of this committee hearing today on House Bill 6. That was seconded. I ruled, after listening to that, based upon the filing of the bill, overruled the objection. Then Vice Chairman Gonzalez moved to overrule the ruling of the chair, which was seconded by Representative Beckley. I've been advised that to overrule the ruling of the chair requires 3 seconds, and in a sense of fairness, would allow the movement to solicit additional seconds before we act on her subsequent motion to overrule the chair. Or is it open? To obtain additional seconds so we can take up the motion to overrule the chair. Under Rule 414, it requires 3 seconds, not a single second, to overrule the chair. So, are there any additional, I'm going to do this, are there any additional seconds to Chairman Gonzalez's motion to overrule the chair? Chair recognizes Mr. Fierro.
And once it's overruled, does it go to a vote before the committee?
Should the motion be proper format with the necessary seconds, there would be a vote of this committee to overrule the chair. It would require 5 votes to overrule the chair. Did that answer your question?
That answers my question.
All right, thank you. Are there any additional seconds on Vice Chairman Gonzalez's motion to overrule the ruling of the chair?
Second.
Chair, here's the seconds by Representative Fierro and Representative Busey, which satisfies the 3 seconds requirements. And with that, since I am the chair and am asking to be overruled, I think it is appropriate this time that I pass the chair to a member of this committee, and I am asking Representative Schofield to take the hearing and to conduct the vote on the motion of Vice Chairman Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proper form of a motion in this sense is shall the chair be sustained? And so I will make that, shall the chair be sustained? Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Kane.
Nay.
Aye.
One moment. That's why the thing is. That's fine. Shall the chair be sustained?
Chair Kane.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gonzalez. Beckley. Busey. Clardy.
Aye.
Fierro.
Nay.
Jatan. Schofield.
Aye.
Swanson.
There being 5 ayes and 4 nays, the chair is sustained. Mr. Clardy, I'll hand you back the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Schofield. And with that, we will move back to Representative Kane to close on his bill. Chairman Kane.
Thank you, members. I close.
Thank you, Mr. Kane, for that witty and eloquent closing. Well, first off, and any members before we complete your close, are there any questions of Mr. Kane? Chair hears none. If there's no objection, the committee substitute will be withdrawn and the bill will be left pending. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn and the bill is left pending. And at this time, I yield back the chair back to Chairman Kane.
The chair lays out House Bill 1987 and recognizes Representative Fasut to explain the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I don't know if I've seen you since yesterday. Maybe I was on the dais after 12, I can't remember, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to lay out this bill for you, House Bill 1987. Section 161.005 of the Election Code includes what is commonly referred to as a resign to run rule. The rule requires individuals who desire to be a candidate for or serve as a precinct chair or county chair of a political party to first be a qualified voter of the county, and then second, not be a candidate for nomination or election to or be the holder of an elective office of the federal, state, or county government. That's the resign to run rule. One key benefit of this rule is to ensure the individuals who run the local party are separate from the individuals the local party helps get elected. This ensures our local political parties are run and controlled by the grassroots, not the officials the grassroots help elect. I believe this is a good public policy. For example, I, as a state representative from Angleton, Texas, have no business serving as the precinct chair of Precinct 56 in Angleton or the chair of the Brazoria County Republican Party. It was brought to my attention, though, that this rule does not apply to all officers of all political parties. It does not apply to members of state executive committees, and Section 161.005C also exempts precinct and county chairs of political parties who select candidates by nominating convention. House Bill 1987 simply proposes to close these two loopholes. It extends the resign to run rule to all officers of all political parties. This bill extends the good public policy of the local level to the state level and ensures that our political parties are run by the grassroots they represent at every level, not the officials they help elect. And with that, I welcome any questions, and if there are none, I reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions for Representative Fasut? If there are no further questions, we will proceed to testimony. Give me that thing right there. The chair calls Randy Bellamy. Randy Bellamy. The chair calls Wes Benedict. Right ahead, Mr. Benedict. Mr. Benedict, it shows here, your name's Wes Benedict. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're testifying against House Bill 1987. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Wes Benedict. I'm from Williamson County, from Representative Busey's district. I served as the executive director of the Libertarian Party of Texas for 4 years and executive director of the Libertarian National Committee for 8 years. I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 1987. All this will do is hurt libertarians and Greens. House Bill 1987 removes Section 161.005 from the Election Code, which allowed county and precinct chairs of convention nominating parties, also known as third parties, like the Libertarian Party, to run for elective office of the federal, state, and county government. Convention nominating parties, or third parties, are analogous to small businesses where each employee must serve in many roles until the organization grows much larger so that it then can divide up the work among more people. Many Libertarian Party county chairs and precinct chairs have also run for offices like state representative and U.S. representative. House Bill 1987 would prohibit libertarians from serving in dual roles and as candidates and precinct chairs, and would make it harder for the Libertarian Party to field candidates for office. Polls show most Americans are in favor of having more than two choices on the ballot. Last November, there were 88 Libertarian candidates on the ballot in Texas, and they received a sum of 2,234,596 votes from Texas voters. The Libertarian Party has been the third largest political party in Texas by most measures for decades, yet even we struggle just to qualify for the ballot. Libertarians don't insist on winning elections. We don't threaten to overthrow the government if we lose. We just want the right to try to win elections without unnecessary and unjust hurdles. The Republicans and Democrats are massive, wealthy, powerful organizations which can afford legions of lawyers, clerks, and other staff who can specialize on every aspect of elections. Plus, they get taxpayer-subsidized primaries. The Libertarian Party and other convention nominating parties are like small businesses. We get crushed by too many burdensome rules that shield the big players from competition. We support free and fair elections. The additional hurdles and burdens placed on third parties by House Bill 1987 are unjust and unfair and are just an attempt to steal more votes from Texans who contributed over 2 million votes to Libertarian candidates. Please terminate this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Mr. Benedict, thank you for being here. I've tried hard in my time here to protect the role of third parties, and I hadn't thought about it the way you just brought it up, so I appreciate that. Have you been waiting all night for this bill?
Yes.
Well, I appreciate you sticking it out. Your testimony was very helpful to me, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Benedict? Chair recognizes Representative Clardy.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. Mr. Benedict, and thank you for staying up with us tonight. I would be much more favorably disposed towards this if it would preclude a spouse of a person seeking office or in office from being a precinct chair. That way, in a convention, my wife wouldn't be so distracted when we have other things going on. So, but I do hear completely what you're saying, and I do think that it's important that third parties have the opportunity to remain viable and give a different voice, different analysis, different view of what's going on in the state. And I think this does have would have a deleterious effect on that for the reasons you stated. So thank you for your patience and for being here, and appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, are there any other questions for Mr. Benedict? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Sylvia Colson. Sylvia Colson. Chair calls Bradley Hodges. Bradley Hodges. Chair calls Glenn Maxey. The chair calls Johanna McCrary. Chair calls Elizabeth Miller. The chair calls Michelle Mostert. Renee Perez. Chair calls Joanne Cardenas. Gil? Not sure. Is there, the chair calls Kathy Ponce. Chair calls Manfred Wendt. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1987? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Bassett to close on the bill.
Happy to work on Any language you guys deem necessary. Appreciate your favorable consideration. Move to close. Or I close. Move to close. It's early or late. depending on your-
Thank you, Representative Asut. There's no objection. The bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Let Fierro do it. Mr. Fierro, are you ready with HB 1300? You, of course, can stay there if you wish, sir. The chair lays out House Bill 1300 and recognizes Representative Fierro on behalf of Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members. So there's no confusion. I am not Chairman Guillen. I had to throw that in. Members, geez, I've heard from scores of people that ever since they were children, learned to scribble, that they would take them to the voting booth and they would fill out their ballots, and it was an effort to instill them the value of tradition of voting. Many of these people believe that this exercise has tremendously helped develop their children's interest in the voting process. But in this past general election, a number of constituents have mentioned to me that the voting clerks stopped and forbid the children from making their ballots. And it turns out that this wasn't the first time. As I mentioned, as has been mentioned to me, this has happened for over the years. Section 64.002 of the Election Code reads that a child under 18 of age may accompany their parents to the voting station, but falls short of mentioning whether or not the child can mark the ballot. HB 1300 simply adds the same section of the code that the child can read or mark the ballot under the direction of their parents. Remember, this simple measure will ensure the parents are not stripped of the opportunity to teach their kids about one or most important rights and responsibilities that we all have as Americans. And I believe there are some witnesses to testify.
Yes. Members, are there any questions for Representative Fierro? If not, we'll move on to our witnesses. The chair calls Alexei Swirsky. Good morning, Alexei Swirsky. I see that you're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. You may proceed.
Yes, that's correct. I am, as stated earlier in this hearing, I'm a presiding judge, alternate judge, and poll watcher. And I understand when parents have to bring children with them because there's not another source of child care that's readily available when they need to vote. But I don't like the idea of the children touching the machines. I just feel like that's kind of turning it into a plaything, and we have enough going on trying to run the election correctly without having that distraction, and possibly the child does something that messes it up and we have to cancel the ballot and start all over. I raised 8 children. None of them ever even went to the voting booth with me, although I understand that when that's necessary, but certainly they never went to the voting booth or they're obviously to touch the ballot or the machine. And they are all 8 active voters. 4 of them have actually worked in polls. One of them is a regular judge and a presiding judge. So I don't think that is necessary for children to learn how important it is to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you, Ms. Swirsky. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against this bill? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Fierro to close on the bill. Oh. Ms. Joseph, correct?
Yes.
Come. We will have it. Yes, ma'am.
It's quick.
Zenobia Joseph, Patty, ma'am, I see that you are here to on behalf of yourself and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph, testifying neutrally on House Bill 1300. I am one of those kids that actually went to the polls with my great-grandmother, so I actually support the bill from that perspective. I just had a recommendation for him to include in loco parentis, and I was thinking about students that are in Title I schools, predominantly African-American and Hispanic students that may have a grandparent that's actually raising them. And so I just wanted him to consider that because many of those students that I once taught had parents that were incarcerated. And so if he could include that, I would appreciate it. But otherwise, it's a good bill. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Representative Fierro to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I took my children to the polls with me to vote, and it was always a great experience for them. And I don't think they bothered too many people while they were in there. But if there are no further questions, your favorable consideration on HB 1300 will be greatly appreciated. It's hard to read.
Thank you, Representative Fierro.
Thank you, members.
If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2092 and recognizes Representative Schofield to explain the bill on behalf of Representative Sanford.
Thank you, Chairman Kane and members of the Elections Committee. I am laying out House Bill 2092 on behalf of Rep. Scott Stanford, as the Chairman just pointed out. This bill is pretty straightforward. What House Bill 2092 does is require candidates running for any municipal elective office to declare a party affiliation. It does not make it a partisan election. There's no primary and then a general. But currently, when a municipal candidate is running for office, it's unknown their party affiliation because they're not required to declare a party affiliation. A candidate must also declare no party affiliation in this bill if they wish not to be affiliated with a party. It's apparent that the decisions these elected officials make have a direct impact on the citizens they're wishing to represent. By requiring municipal candidates to declare a party affiliation, it helps ensure that voters can confidently vote for candidates that best align with their beliefs. Representative Sanford is working on a committee substitute that would make it optional for the candidate to declare a party affiliation, so one that wanted everybody to know who they were could certainly do that. And if there are no questions, I respectfully reserve the right to close.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Representative Schofield? The chair recognizes Representative Beckley.
Does it include ISDs too, or just municipals?
Just municipal.
Thank you.
In fact, the exact word of the bill is city office.
Anyone else who wishes to ask questions of Representative Schofield? Any other members? Is there anyone in this room as registered to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2092? Zenobia Joseph, you were called up by the chair. I see here that you were you're showing that you're testifying on behalf of yourself and you're against this bill. Is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm actually asking you to correct the record. I am actually for the bill.
Okay, one moment and we will take care of that. Hi, Mr. Zenobia Joseph. I've got you here testifying on behalf of yourself, and it shows you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph, testifying for House Bill, pardon me, it's late, House Bill 2092. And the reason is because I didn't see the language on lines 20 to 22 at the bottom, which says that if a candidate is not affiliated with the party, they just need to state that fact. And so I just saw the first part of the bill language that specified that you had to state the party that you're affiliated with. And once I saw that you don't have to declare, I was okay with that.
Hey, I understand it's been a long one. I almost overruled the chair overruling something earlier, so it's okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And if you have any questions, I'll gladly
Members,
answer
any
them at this
questions for
time.
this witness? The chair recognizes Representative Schofield.
Joseph, what can you tell me about this bill? No. You've testified in our committee before, and I don't mean today. You testified in prior sessions, haven't you?
I have, Mr. Chair. Well,
I remember you doing it. Well, thank you.
Everybody seems to be the chair tonight. You've been here so long, but
we appreciate you being here 22 hours to have your voice, and certainly appreciate it.
And Representative Schofield, I appreciate you remembering me. Thank you so much. Thank you, members.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you, Ms. Joseph.
Thank you. It's my last one, just so you know, Mr. Chair.
It's fine. You're a pleasure. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2092? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Schofield to close on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, on Mr. Sanford's behalf, I know he would appreciate a favorable consideration. With that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Schofield. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3269 and recognizes myself, Representative Kane, to explain the bill on behalf of Representative Noble. Upon occasion, after receiving their ballot to be voted by mail, a voter will decide that they would like to vote in person. There is a provision in our election code that allows for a voter to cancel their mail-in ballot and vote a regular ballot at their polling place. Although most counties follow the statute as it is currently written, apparently in the last general election it was discovered that some counties were not requiring their election judges procedurally to follow the best practices. House Bill 3269 is a best practice bill that clarifies and codifies for all voting locations across Texas uniform practices and procedures concerning the cancellation of a mail-in ballot. I'm happy to answer any questions I might have for you might have for me on behalf of Representative Noble, but I do think she may be the best one. Members, do you have any questions? We will have resource witnesses. Member, do you have any questions of me? Okay. This time we're going to go to witnesses. The chair calls up Christina Adkins.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Adkins, testifying on HB 3269.
Members, do you have any questions for Ms. Adkins? The chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Adkins, thank you for being here. I want to understand a little bit about what this is changing, so how it currently works. Can you talk about how it currently works if you had a ballot by mail and then you want to go vote in person? Under the current law, not under this bill.
Sure. Under current law, there's a couple of different ways that you can cancel your mail ballot. The one that occurs most often is when somebody has a mail ballot in hand and wants to vote in person. So they go to the polling place, they surrender the mail ballot, and then they're able to vote a regular ballot. Additionally, there's other ways of canceling directly with the early voting clerk, where you fill out paperwork with the early voting clerk at the early voting clerk's office. That cancels your application, and you would be able to vote a regular ballot.
Even without the ballot in hand?
Even without the ballot in certain circumstances.
Okay. So what would this do?
What I see here is that this is saying that anybody that's going to be voting in person when canceling their mail ballot, if that's the desire to vote in person, that they also need to surrender that mail ballot as well. If they're voting in the polling place, and if they don't have that mail ballot to surrender, then they're going to have to vote provisionally.
So they lose that option that you just talked about where they could fill out some paperwork and then get to...
Well, currently right now, if somebody goes to an early voting location or an election day polling place with no mail ballot in hand, there is no option to fill out a piece of paper, to fill out a form and cancel and vote a regular ballot. If they do not have a mail ballot to surrender and they're at a polling place, they have to vote provisionally.
Okay. But
And there has been some confusion on this matter. There have been some counties that have not appropriately applied the law.
under current law, didn't you say they could fill out some paperwork and vote a normal ballot?
If
even
they do
don't
that with the early voting clerk.
at the early voting, but not on
clerk's
election
office,
day.
not on election day, and not during the early voting period at the different branch early voting locations. The same thing that's the same rule with having to surrender your mail ballot. If you want to just fill out paperwork to be able to cancel your mail ballot, you have to go directly to the early voting clerk's main office and fill out the paperwork with them.
Okay.
And there's also some time frames. So many days before election day, you know, your options to cancel start narrowing.
Okay. So during early vote, under current law, if you lost the ballot, you were overseas, you didn't know you were going to be here, you don't have it on you, you can still go vote a normal ballot if you go to the right place and fill out some paperwork.
Correct, yes.
This bill would take that option away.
Well, this bill would say that anytime you cancel and you're voting in person, you would be pushed on the provisional path.
Okay. And what happens to provisional ballots?
So in this situation, those provisional ballots would be reviewed. They would be checking to make sure that a mail ballot hasn't been returned for that voter before they count the ballot.
Okay.
And that would likely be all that they're checking.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to the bill author also. I appreciate it. At 8 a.m. when I thought we were going to hear this bill, I feel like I understood it better to ask these questions. But thank you for being here.
No problem.
And for your feedback.
Thank you, members. Any other questions of this witness? Thank you, Ms. Atkins. The chair now calls Chad Ennis. Mr. Chad Ennis, I have you as a senior fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you're here to testify for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
I think I'm going to get a t-shirt that says 22 hours with Briscoe Kane, and then I'm going to sell those. I think I can make some good money. It sounds like a good name for a movie, too. But thank you guys for all of the committee for being here for so long, and all the witnesses, too. We're in favor of this bill, and we hadn't thought about what Mr. Busey raises, and I think those are good things to think through, and maybe we need a little more thought on that. But we really do like the procedures at the back end of the bill of tracing the ballots. As more and more of these ballots are going out, some are getting returned. We've heard stories in the testimonies today about boxes of ballots, mail-in ballots being there. This requires a secured container, it requires logs, it requires chain of custody. All of those, I think, are good best practices to make sure that we just don't have mail-in ballots floating around. It's good practice. So with that, any questions?
Members, any questions for Mr. Ennis? I've got a quick question, Mr. Ennis. You may not know this, and I might have been paying attention to our last witness. I saw something about this uniformity. Are you familiar if there's a lack of uniformity among counties on this process?
I'm not familiar with whether the counties are doing it differently, but I do like that it's codified, so they should be doing it all the same.
Okay, I agree. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Ennis. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3269? If not, the chair, I'm closing on the bill. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is left pending. I'm going to take a moment before we leave to say a special thank you to all of our witnesses, some of you that are maybe still watching online or will catch this later, that showed up today and stayed for almost 24 hours. It's so important that this committee was able to hear from all of you today and yesterday. Since it is now past 6 a.m., pretty amazing. It is my sincere thank you for your testimony today. I also want to thank the members of this committee for making it through. We're here. Members, this concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? Not. The chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the House Committee on Elections stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.